Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was a Cat Hybrid Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His quirk should come in any day now, the doctor jovially said, smiling at Izuku. He grinned ear from ear. His dad coughed, the air becoming a bit smokier as he quietly celebrated. His mom smiled at Izuku. What's it going to be, doctor? His dad asked raspily. Not like Minrai? Izuku hugged his dad's nearest appendage to make him feel better. His dad hacked as he patted his head. The doctor examined his clipboard, murmuring something to himself. Good news, sir. He won't have a quirk anything like yours. In fact, it looks like it won't be like either of yours. It's a mutation likely derived from this gene. He pointed at his clipboard, turning it around. Izuku thought it just looked like a blob. So what kind of quirk will he get? His mom asked. I don't know for certain, but with the extra bone growth in his fingers, teeth, toes, and tailbone, it likely will be some kind of mutation quirk, possibly an animal one. On the top of his skull there's something growing in. I don't think it's a cancerous tumor, though I'd like to keep an eye on it until it's more distinct. As well as that his eyes appear to be changing in some way, though it's too soon for me to be able to tell exactly how. His mom nodded, picking up the All Might figurine from the floor where Izuku had dropped it from excitement. Can we schedule the next appointment? She asked, politely ignoring Izuku's vibrating. Of course, Mrs. Midoriya. Would. Izuku ignored the rest of the conversation as he prodded at his fingertips. They had felt sore lately, though he just chalked that up to all the drawings he'd done. He pointedly ignored the ringing in his ears. It would go away soon, right? Wanna go get ice cream, Izuku? Katsuki should be at the park with Mitsuki. You can play with him. Izuku nodded excitedly, tugging on his dad's hand. See, calm down, Izuku. His dad panted. His mom put her hand on his dad's shoulder. Hisashi, you should go back to the house. Your quirk's hurting you more than usual, isn't it? She said in barely more than a whisper, but Izuku heard it. Why is daddy's quirk hurting him? He asked. His parents flinched. It's not, buddy. His dad tried to reassure him. Izuku glared at him. I'm a big boy, daddy. Tell me. His mom cut in. There's Katsuki and Mitsuki. Izuku grinned, forgetting his question. Kacchan. He called, sprinting over to him. Kacchan yelled. What the hell are you running so fast? Izuku grinned back at him, ignoring Auntie Mitsuki yelling at Kacchan. I'm gonna get my quirk soon. He proudly told Kacchan. So that fast running wasn't your quirk? Kacchan glared at him. Izuku tilted his head. No. But what if that was? Kacchan, we need to find out. He took off towards the other end of the park, ignoring Kacchan's shrieks, asking him if he was looking down on him. They played like that for a bit, testing out things. To see if Izuku could do them. He was a bit faster, by a 4-year-old's measurements, and he could jump a few inches higher, but that was it. Your quirk's lame, Deku. Izuku pouted at the name but didn't protest. His attention was attracted by a leaf falling from the tree. He watched it attentively before leaping for it and slashing at it with his nails. He felt his nails practically tear out, and he gasped in pain as he landed. Izuku! His mom cried as she ran over to him. She grabbed his fingers, gently examining the red, irritated skin by his nails. What happened? She asked. Izuku clawed that leaf apart. Kacchan yelled, sounding weird. His mom looked to his feet and Izuku followed her gaze. The leaf was indeed torn into shreds. Izuku gasped. Was that my quirk? He looked up at his mom. I think so, dear. She smiled at him, patting his curls. Izuku yawned. You tired, Izuku? She chuckled. Izuku shook his head. No. Just. He couldn't think up a valid excuse and sighed. Yay. She huffed fondly. Come on, Izuku, say goodbye to Kacchan. Izuku mumbled a goodbye and allowed himself to be picked up and carried. Bye. Show me your quirk more later. It's cooler than the other lame extras. But not as cool as mine. Izuku nodded blearily and waved goodbye where he thought Kacchan was. The soft sound of his mom's heartbeat and his dad's short breaths lulled him to sleep as they walked towards the car. His last thought before he fell fully asleep was him pouting internally that he got no ice cream. Izuku startled awake when his mom screamed. "What's going on?" he asked. His mom put her hand over his mouth. He protested before looking up. A man with something shiny stood over his father who was lying on the ground. He was barely moving. His mom pushed Izuku behind her. Get away from us." His mom sobbed. The man ignored her and looked down at his dad. "This would have been so much easier if you just paid my fee, Hisashi." "Daddy!" Izuku cried. "You out of here, cash." The man raised the object in his hand towards his father's head and a loud bang went off. Izuku saw his dad's head slam back into the ground, blood staining the pavement. "Hisashi!" Inko screamed. She raised her hand, the gun tugging towards her. "What are you doing, woman?" the man said venomously. He glared at them and Izuku screamed. "Stop! Don't hurt him! Please! Please!" His mom ran at the man, tear stains on her shirt. "Mommy! Mommy!" Izuku screamed as the man pointed the object at her. "No!" He ran under his mom's arm, ignoring her yelling for him to get back, and lunged at the man. "You hurt Daddy!" He grabbed at the man's neck and wrist holding the gun. His fingers lengthened and he heard the man let out a strangled wet sound. A loud shot went off and someone screamed. "Izuku!" his mom cried. He ignored her, choosing to watch the man who was choking on something. It was only once he looked down at his hand that he noticed his fingers were in the man's. Panicking, he yanked them out, red blood staining his fingertips. "Mommy!" He turned around to his mom who was lying on the ground next to his father. "Mommy!" He crouched down next to her. She stared at him, her eyes wide but no longer crying. "Mommy! Mommy, the bad man is asleep. Daddy? Please wake up. Mommy! Mommy! Daddy!" He was sobbing now as he grabbed at her head. "Please! Stop ignoring Mimi!" He screamed as hot pain went up his spine. Every part of him hurt and so he curled up trying to ease the pain. "Mama! It hurts!" He slurred, pain so bad it blinded him for seconds. When he opened his eyes again, the pain had mostly ebbed away and was still getting better. He tried to stand up but ended up falling forwards onto his face. Weird sensations ran up his face and he grimaced. Or at least tried to. He couldn't feel his face move all the way. "What's going on?" he asked himself as he looked down at himself. He yelped when he saw himself. He looked so weird. For one, everything was bigger, but most importantly he had fur. He staggered to his 4 feet and dragged himself slowly out of the entrance of the alley. A few people who must have been at least 40 times bigger than him walked past quickly. He could fit in their hands. He tried to get their attention but they ignored him. "Why is everyone ignoring me?" he complained as he looked back to his parents. "Don't worry, Mommy and Daddy. I'll get you help so you can get up." And with that he stumbled off onwards where the police station his parents had pointed out a couple times for, if he needed help and his parents or teachers weren't near. He walked for a long time but couldn't find the police station. And whenever he tried to ask for help his voice came out as a tiny little squeak and people would either not notice him or look at him, smile and continue on their way. It was so frustrating. Suddenly a shadow came over him. He squeaked and scrambled to get away but not before being picked up by the scruff. He felt himself go limp. Was it a quirk? What was going on? "Poor thing," a feminine voice said. They turned around and started to carry him to an overflowing garbage bin. He unwillingly allowed the mysterious voice to take him to a mewing box. "Wait, mewing? And why is the person carrying him so fuzzy?" He got his answer shortly when she put him next to a bunch of kittens who were a bit smaller than him. He turned his head to see the person carrying him was actually a calico cat. "What's going on?" he asked. She shushed him. "Don't worry, little one. Did your mother name you?" Izuku opened his mouth before remembering his parents telling him to never tell his name to strangers. Did cats count as strangers? He chose to just shrug. "Poor thing." He didn't much like her calling him a poor thing. She was distracting him from getting help for his parents. "My mommy and daddy are sleeping, I need to get them help." She gave him a pitying look. Did a person make them sleep? She asked. Izuku nodded, relieved that she was getting it. Then she leaned over him and gently liked him. He paused, surprised. Humans are cruel, little one. I'm sorry to tell you, but your parents are dead. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. His parents had described that when his grandmama had gotten sick and had died, she'd never come back no matter how long he waited. They're never coming back? He asked, glad that whatever his quirk was, he couldn't cry in this size. I'm sorry. I don't think they are. But one of those police can save them. He bit his tongue, yelping in pain when his teeth sunk into it easily. The older cat purred in amusement before becoming serious. I won't let you go to a human. They're cruel creatures who only hurt us cats. Izuku paused. He looked up at her startling blue-green eyes. But I'm a human? He asked, confused. The calico looked down at him before meowing in amusement. You're a funny one, kitten. Maybe you should be called Meowarius. Izuku flicked his ear in embarrassment. Wait, his ear? He raised his paw to the top of his head and felt something fuzzy. Was that what the doctor had talked about? He was so distracted with his ear, he didn't notice the calico cuff him gently around his neck. He yelped in surprise. Is it your first time discovering your ear? And I still don't know what to call you. She added that on with a tail flick. I don't know your name either. He announced, realizing about 2 seconds later that was a bit weird. Fortunately, she didn't seem to care. It's Autumn. Now what would you like me to call you? Or can I make something up? Izuku flicked his ear awkwardly. He didn't want to stay for too long, he didn't know when his quirk would turn off. But she looked so eager he gave in. Okay, Autumn-san, you can give me a name. Autumn looked at him strange. San? What's that mean? Izuku's eyes widened. Right, she was a cat. A nothing. Heh. So embarrassing. She didn't seem to mind though. How about Cloud? Or Cotton? I like them all. What do you want? She was so energetic. I like Peak Autumn. She purred, pleased. Well, once the others properly wake up, I'll introduce them to you, Peak. She tested out his name before nodding to herself. Izuku sat down by a blue-furred kitten who was dozing in the pile of kittens. His heart twanged a bit, he wished he had siblings like this. He looked over to Autumn, who was crouched by the flap of the box they were in, facing outwards. Her mottled back rose and fell as she watched the alley. Faint sounds of people walking and talking came into the box, and Izuku sighed before curling up into a ball. Was this what a cat's life was like? If it was, he could get used to it. Izuku woke up to someone liking his head repeatedly. It was soothing but also a bit weird. He lifted his head, smacking it into the cat liking his head. Ow! Told you that'd happen, Nemophila. A male voice cackled. Izuku lifted his head up. The blue kitten from before was rubbing her chin while a black-furred male kitten laughed at her in the background. Sure. Laugh it up, Cinder. You won't be laughing soon. And with little warning, she launching herself onto him, cutting off the muse of laughter, and turned to play fighting. A small sound came from next to him. Izuku turned his head to see a small white kitten with blue eyes. He stared into the direction of the play fight sadly. Izuku couldn't figure out why. Hi. He cautiously mewed. The kitten didn't even flick his ear. Izuku approached him until he was about 6 inches away, and only then did the cat turn his head. Oh. Hey there. He said loudly and slowly. Izuku winced. Why was he so... Izuku flicked his tail in what he hoped was greeting. The kitten stared at him for a bit before huffing. I can read your tongue. What's your name? I can't keep calling you Fluff Face in my head. Izuku snorted involuntarily. I'm Peak. He purred slightly at how easily it rolled off his tongue. He looked directly back at the other kitten. What's yours? The kitten startled, surprised though Izuku couldn't figure out why. I'm Sunlight. The kitten wiggled the top of his tail as he crouched down before launching himself at Izuku. Izuku let out a startled yelp before he was under the other kitten. And I'm gonna be a good fighter just like Autumn. He crowed happily. Izuku tilted his head. Autumn's a good fighter? Yeah. Sunlight jumped off him, Izuku releasing a gust of air. She fought a human off one time. Izuku gaped. Really? How? Sunlight purred, seemingly pleased he got to tell a story. The bald creature was coming close to our box, so she jumped out and attacked his ankles. Izuku's mouth made an odd shape that he grimaced about as he bounced around. What? She beat a person? So cool. He crouched down before jumping back at Sunlight, hoping to get the drop on him. Unfortunately, he missed and slammed face first into the wall of the box, falling down with a loud "oh." He didn't miss the laughter coming from the three kittens. How can we fight better than a kitten, a cycle older than us? Cinder taunted. Izuku rolled over onto his haunches, his fur raised in embarrassment. "Well, I've never fought before. Kacchan didn't want to play with me that much." He defended himself. The other kittens looked at him. "Kacchan? Was that your old litter mate? What happened to him?" Izuku shrugged. "I saw him recently and nothing happened to him. He wasn't sleeping like my mommy and daddy were." They stared at him. "So you don't have any parents left? Besides Autumn, of course." Nemophila added on. Izuku nodded, a bit unsure. Cinder bounded over and bumped into him with his shoulder. "Now you're our brother? What's your name?" Nemophila snorted and Sunlight flicked his tail. "I'm Peak," Izuku said, trying to hold back his purr of amusement. Judging by Cinder's offended look, he didn't succeed. "I challenge you to a battle, Peak," Cinder announced. Izuku winced. "But you know I can't fight," he whined. Cinder flicked his ear. "Then I'll teach you. By fighting." And with that he launched himself at Izuku like how Sunlight had a few minutes before. Izuku flattened himself to the ground before launching himself forwards under Cinder, who was still in the air. Cinder landed, skidding on the box's floor for a second before stopping himself. "Oh, can't beat a newbie, huh, Cinder?" Nemophila taunted. Izuku flicked his tail as he darted towards Cinder, who was shaking his head. He bowled into him, crashing them both down towards the ground. They rolled around for a bit until Izuku felt teeth grabbing his scruff and pulling him off Cinder gently. "It's time for dinner, kits," Autumn said gently, placing Izuku down. She leaned over before putting a small mouse in front of him. Izuku hadn't even seen her leave. "You look to be about the age where you solely eat prey, aren't you?" Izuku nodded, not entirely sure. He looked down at the mouse, his stomach churning. Did he really have to eat this? He scrunched his nose up in disgust before smelling it. It smelled delicious. He took a tentative bite before widening his eyes. He quickly started to eat, ignoring the other kittens' complaints that they wanted prey too. Soon only bones and a few bits of meat still hung on the bones. Autumn liked his ear. "You were quite hungry, weren't you?" Izuku nodded. "That was delicious," he announced, his tail held high. Autumn chuckled before turning back to the other kittens. Izuku yawned. This quirk must be taking its toll. He was exhausted. He went to the corner of the box and curled up, ready to sleep. Leaving to look for help hadn't crossed his mind for hours. Suddenly a fluffy weight plopped down next to him, and he opened his eyes. It was Sunlight. Soon Cinder and Nemophila followed until they were in a kitten pile. Autumn approached before wrapping herself around all of them, her orange and black tail wrapped around Izuku's body. The sounds of purring, both his own and his family's, soothed him to sleep. "Deleted the drawing I attempted because it disappeared." A angry hiss woke Izuku up. He bolted to his feet, looking around wildly. It was still dark out, but the air had the scent of dawn approaching. "Get behind me. Now." Autumn hissed, crouched defensively over her other kittens. Izuku quickly ducked behind her without hesitation. Nemophila whimpered. A loud bark came and Izuku peeked back over her tail. A medium-sized brown dog was standing at the entrance. It was barking excitedly, its tail wagging. Izuku sighed in relief. It was just a puppy. Suddenly Autumn's tail unwound from around him before she lunged at the dog. The excited barking turned to a yelp before a growl. The dog raised its paw, the long sharp claws aimed at Autumn's chest. "No!" Izuku yelled. He couldn't have another mom die. He ran past Autumn and launched himself at the dog's face. The dog howled in anger as it backed away, violently shaking its head until Izuku fell. The dog aggressively stood over him. Izuku could feel his fur raise as the dog went in to bite his neck. He yelled as he stood onto his back paws, his front paws held above his head like he was hunting a bird. Bad puppy. He squeezed his eyes shut as he felt his body fold in before widening. It didn't hurt as much as the first time. Good. Bad DD. He yelled, his meaty toddler arms held up in front of himself defensively. The dog growled and snapped at his arm and he hissed back at it, his hackles raising. Their standoff lasted a few seconds longer before the dog backed away and ran into the alley. Izuku smiled triumphantly, his sharp teeth poking into his lip. He turned back towards his cat family to see Autumn staring unreadably at him. Finally she said, "You're human." Izuku flinched before nodding sadly. "M3, he whimpered out. He could feel himself melting back into his cat form. It felt much better than before. He crouched down to the ground. They were going to hate him now. He didn't want them to. He sat there for a few seconds before hearing soft footsteps approaching him. He looked up. Nemophila had approached him and now her dark blue eyes were right by his. "How are you changing?" Izuku stiffened. "It's my quirk." Nemophila tilted her head curiously. "What's a quirk, peak?" Izuku was saved from trying to answer that by Autumn approaching. "Peak." She started. Izuku hunched down lower to the ground. Autumn sighed. "The peak, I'm not mad at you. You protected me and the other kittens. That's not a bad thing." Izuku looked up at her. If he had tear ducts that could cry when he was sad, he would be sobbing right now. "But," he continued for her. She tilted her head. "But what peak?" She leaned down towards him and touched her nose to his. "Just don't throw rocks at me or your siblings." Izuku snapped his head up. "Siblings?" Izuku asked, hardly believing it. Autumn purred. "Of course, peak. You being a human or having a human quirk doesn't make me love you any less." Izuku would definitely be sobbing right now. "None of these images are mine." https thelittlecarnivore.com n blog The amber color in Norwegian forest cat particularity. This is what Izuku looks like. Except a kitten instead of a full-grown cat. Scroll down to the blue amber tabby photos and that's Izuku. Last photo was deleted but I like this picture more anyway. https www.petfinder.com Cats and kittens breeds calico. Autumn. First cat you see when you click on. https images.unsplash.com photo 157001814 off of 170c. Xlib RB 4.0.3 and Xid M3WX and 3FDBHXWF and 3X81X R0W58W5HXHX8% 3 Dan W1000 and Q80. Cinder. https www.prettylitter.com blog understanding your Russian blue cat. Nemophila. She's full grown in this one, so just imagine that she's smaller. First cat you see when you click. https www.shutterstock.com image photo adorable, white kitten, blue, eyes, 260 NW, 2889137666.jpg. And last but not least, sunlight. My photos. If whoever took the photos isn't okay with me using them, then just tell me and I'll take them down and use a different one. For years later, Pete crouched on the edge of the building next to his box. He flicked his tail in annoyance that he'd have to change back into a human for a bit. It was so annoying and clumsy. But if he wanted to fight off people like the one who'd made his former parents die, he needed to change into the human skin. Speaking of parents, he scanned the alley for Autumn. After a bad fall a few moon cycles back, she couldn't hunt for herself anymore. Nemophila sometimes dropped by to help them out and Sunlight had never left. But none of them knew where Cinder had gone. Izuku shook his head to clear his head of these thoughts. He needed to leave. The monsters would enter the scene soon. The sun was setting and most of the humans were going to bed. Soon the only ones left would be those who hurt and the ones they hurt. Izuku shifted as he quickly grew. It was always a bit uncomfortable. Once he changed, he grabbed clothes he'd stolen a while ago. The first time he'd done this, he'd been chased. After a bit of deliberation, he figured it was because he wasn't wearing a coat like the others. So he'd stolen some from a store which had chased him with a broom a few days before and he'd never been bothered since. Suddenly he was startled out of his thoughts by a faint clattering and a cry. He quickly turned towards it and sprinted along the edge of the rooftop towards the sound. When he arrived, he wasted no time to flip off the edge of the roof and onto the human with false claws. He yelled out in anger and swung his fake claw at Izuku, who easily dodged before clawing the human's wrist. The human howled in pain and anger and threw Izuku off. Peak easily landed in a crouch by the wall behind the man. He crouched down lower as the man's claw came unattached and flew towards him. This trick had been pulled on him so often that he didn't even flinch anymore. He lunged towards the man, ignoring everything else as he landed on the man's stomach, slamming him down into the concrete. The human gasped before going still. Peak sat up from the human, tilting his head as he examined the man. Unconscious. Who are you? Someone softly asked. Izuku turned his head around, looking at the human who he'd saved. Are you a hero? She asked as she started to cry. Izuku flicked his tail as he approached her slowly. He crouched onto his knees in front of her as he held out his hand. She put hers in it, which wasn't what he'd been going for, but it worked. He helped her to her feet, trying not to stiffen when she tightened her grip slightly as she staggered. He looked down at her pocket before miming holding something to his ear like how other humans sometimes did. The rectangular box could help. She looked confused, so he shook his hand by his ear for emphasis. Her eyes widened in understanding and she took the box out and started dialing. Not wanting to have to deal with the humans who sometimes chased him with metal death by their hips and sometimes tried asking him things that he only halfway understood, he stood up before clawing up a building next to him and crouching on the edge to make sure that the monster was still asleep. Satisfied, he hurried off, his ears pricked, ready to turn at a moment's notice towards fear, sense, or cries of terror. No human would be hurt in Peak's home if he could help it. There's a vigilante in Nyuzudafu, was what Aizawa was greeted with when he entered Tsukachi's office. New? He asked. Tsukachi shook his head. Then why am I only just hearing about them? He asked, extremely annoyed. Was this going to be a case where he had exactly enough information to chase them around in a wild goose chase? Tsukachi sighed, looking just as tired as Aizawa felt, and also looked. Because we've only just gotten enough information about him to properly open an investigation. Aizawa nodded. Where does he work? He watched Tsukachi carefully, ready to drink up any information. For a while he only worked in a few blocks range and occasionally left if there was a fight right outside the radius. But more recently, as in the past 2 months, he's extended his range. By how much? And how long has he been active? He's been active for maybe a year, but only started coming out more consistently in the past 2 months. And what does he look like? What's his name? Do you have any information I should know? And when can I take a nap? He wears a dark purple hoodie with something that looks like a white shirt underneath and gray sweatpants. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That's an odd outfit choice. What weapons does he use? He added on. He uses his nails and teeth. We originally had him down as a speed quirk who may have sharp nails or knives, as the scratch wounds on his victims were extremely shallow, but one of our more recent encounters with one of our officers, he used his claws to claw up a building. We are now pretty sure that he has some kind of mutation or transformation quirk. A mutation quirk. One I can't erase. Now he could fight mutation quirk types, but like any hero, he wasn't as good as emitter types. Tsukachi looked a bit exasperated. Or a transformation quirk. That's part of your job, figuring out what it is. Anyway, for your other questions, he hasn't given himself a name, so he's currently called Hisser by most of my officers because he hisses like a feral cat whenever he feels threatened. Now, Tsukachi looked even more upset. And by eyewitness accounts, he's likely younger than any of your students by far. What? Aizawa snapped his head back up towards him. Tsukachi sighed tiredly. Unless he's really small and malnourished for his age, we'd pin him at around 6 to 9 years of age. Well, this was Sheet. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Izuku crouched down, feeling his bones shift and shrink down. He purred quietly in relief as he quickly made his way back to the box. He could already hear Autumn asking him what had happened on his patrol of the city. It had been a busy night, with 2 humans threatening a weaker, more scared human, a human who cornered another human, and an escape from a human dressed like one of those clowns. All in all, it was an exciting night, and the worst injury he'd gotten was a shallow claw mark from a monster human. He landed in front of the box, grunting a bit as the wound shifted open a bit more. Autumn would probably be a bit annoyed at him for that. He limped slightly in pretending he didn't see Autumn's eyes on him. What did you do? She immediately smelled the blood on him, and he grimaced. Her nose wasn't as good as it once was, but apparently when it came to her kittens being injured, she had an annoying sense for it. Let me see it. Izuku sighed and nodded, lifting his front right leg up. She leaned down, examining it carefully. She turned her head slightly towards sunlight and flicked her tail at him a few times until he noticed. He bounded over. What h? That's a claw mark. What did you do, Peak? Izuku huffed. Why do you always assume it's my fault? He asked jokingly. Sunlight butted him in the forehead softly. That's because the last time I followed you on one of your trips, you liked some human fighting another and got kicked in the face for it. Okay, for your information, I bit him. Not liked. Peak hissed, annoyed. Sunlight didn't seem to care at all. Sure looked like you did. Peak leaped at him, Sunlight letting out a surprised howl as they fell to the ground and began to fight. Peak ignored Autumn's scolding until she grabbed him by the scruff and tugged him off Sunlight. Sunlight stood up and flicked his tail smugly. You still fight like a kitten, little bro. I'm still older than you, jerk paw. Then why do you still have all your kitten fluff while I'm full-grown human? Izuku slumped over, making Autumn let go in surprise before leaping at Sunlight's face. I'm not a human, you weak-clawed, ugly whiskered hairball. Sunlight squawked in rage at the insults before batting Izuku in the face, his claws sheathed. Only humans make the stupid decision of fighting other humans for fun. He mocked, tilting his head. It's not for fun. I'm getting rid of the monsters. So shut up. He started to climb to his feet before feeling a paw on his neck. Peak, Sunlight, stop this. Sunlight, go hunt or something, and Peak, sit still so I can fix your wound that you're not making better by getting into brawls with your brother. Autumn hissed. We really must have annoyed her. Izuku thought, ducking his head, embarrassed. Sunlight quickly scampered out, leaving Izuku to the rage of a disappointed mother. JRK. What were you thinking, Peak? It's bad enough you pick fights with humans. But now you fight. With your older brother while injured? I can't take this recklessness. Why do you even need to fight humans anyway? You still don't look past a half-year-old, Peak. Izuku flicked his ear, embarrassed. Why couldn't he grow normally like the other cats? I need to. My old parents died because of monsters, you know that. I need to make sure no other kitten's parents do. He yelped as her rough tongue caught on a piece of matted fur by his wound. I can do it myself, Mum. Autumn. I got it. He flattened his ears in embarrassment before sprinting out of the box. He pointedly ignored her soft chuckling as he ran up a roof. So embarrassing. He finished cleaning his wound. He didn't need another scolding by Autumn on top of the embarrassment of calling her mom. Maybe she'd forget by the time he got back? Something told him she'd tease him about it for a while. He huffed as he changed into the human form. It was a little less uncomfortable than it was the last time he changed, which reinforced his theory that eventually it wouldn't feel like anything at all. He stood up, tottering slightly on the edge of the roof before catching himself. Stupid big paws. As long as he was human, he could catch a few monsters. He looked to the sun, which was just peeking over the horizon as it rose. The few ones who went unchecked by the day clowns would be out for another hour. With that thought, he hurried along the roofs, listening for any fights. It was only a few minutes before he heard someone calling. But it was odd. The shouts weren't of fear, anger, or disgust. He couldn't place the tone, but he still cautiously approached. Some humans couldn't express their feelings well with voices. This could be one of those. He peeked over the roof to find a human who smelled and looked vaguely familiar leaned up on the wall with something which smelled slightly familiar but very good in her hands. Carefully he climbed down, making sure not to let her see or hear him. He crouched behind a bin as he examined her. She had a relaxed expression, but she was a bit tensed. Was she in danger? He approached her softly, thinking up the words the blue-coated humans sometimes asked him. He hoped they were the correct ones. The hat you are doing? He forced out, grimacing at the words. Speaking with Autumn was so much easier. She swung her head around, panicked before showing her teeth. Izuku flinched before pausing. Her teeth showing didn't seem to be aggressive. But why was she doing it? She slowly placed what she was holding on the ground before backing away quickly. She said something quickly, too quickly for Izuku to understand. At his confused head tilt, she tried again. Thank you for helping me, she said. Izuku understood most of the words but none of them together. But what she'd placed down smelled so good and she didn't seem to be angry. He approached the smell, watching her suspiciously before prying the top off the container thing. Inside was human food. Something he hadn't seen since he was a little kid. He purred at the scent before looking up at her. She gestured at it. For you. Sometimes people said that in angry tones before throwing their claws at him or pointing metal death. He froze, but when she didn't raise her hand he fully realized she meant the food. He ignored the stick and proceeded to shovel the food in with his hands and face. Only when he realized his family would probably enjoy some of this as well did he realize she'd left. Her scent was still there, and he finally realized where he recognized it from. She must have had some kind of night job. He'd saved her from angry monsters enough times that instead of screaming when he jumped from above, she'd stay silent and watch him. He sometimes wondered if she purposely got into stupid situations for fun, but it was none of his business. That was why she seemed more familiar, wasn't it? He picked the remaining food up and under one arm, carefully carried it to the roof. Humans were strange sometimes, but maybe their strangeness was also motherly like Autumn's. The woman who he'd saved 6 times hurried back to her lonely house. Cobwebs in the corners and crumbling plaster on her walls were what she knew. It had been extremely expensive to buy that katsudon, almost more than her budget could handle. But the small child, one she'd watched catch a rat to eat after saving her the last time, had to need it more than her. He was such a kind young man. She wondered where his parents were. Were they abusive or neglectful? They had to be to leave a child alone on the streets to eat rats and fight creeps. She may be a criminal, but she was going to save that child whether it killed her or not. Aizawa read the singular piece of paper Tsukachi had given him on the new vigilante. He'd memorized it all already, but reading a last time before going out on an information hunt couldn't hurt. Like the last time he checked, nothing had changed. He sighed, running his hand down his face. He'd only seen child vigilantes 3 times before, the youngest being all of them had come from abusive or neglectful backgrounds. Only one of them did he get to before they were killed. One being Konishi Enzu alias Fruitbat. All he ever found of the small shy 13-year-old was her heart and tongue. And the 16-year-old, Furukawa Kinabu alias Brightwater. His father had learned about his nighttime activities and in a fit of rage strangled the boy. Furukawa had started Brightwater to avoid his father. In his entire hero career, they were some of his biggest failures. He wouldn't let Hisser go down the same path. As he thought this, he climbed up onto a roof. He was on the edge of Hisser's preferred grounds. When he found Hisser, he'd watch from a distance, gain their skills before as gently as possible detaining them. Personal bonds with young vigilantes only led to oversights. And oversights led to injuries that could have been prevented. It was better to keep them at an emotional distance, an arm's length, until they were off the streets and safe. He pushed aside the thought that he still would keep them at a distance. He had to. If any criminal who knew he existed knew he cared about a civilian child even a minuscule amount, even a kid who could defend themselves, that could result in horrific deaths. Too many pros violently lost their families or SOs this way. He wouldn't subject a child to a death like that, intentionally or otherwise. Movement flickered out of the side of his eye and he quickly swiveled his head, scanning the area intently. He quickly but silently stalked towards the rustling from an alley where the shadow had disappeared. As he reached the edge of the building and leaned over, a white blur jumped at his face. SHIT. He dodged backwards, his capture weapon raised defensively as he spun on his heel to the attacker, which was a gray-white tabby kitten. He took a breath and examined the kitten. It was scruffy looking but well cared for. The feral little beast snarled menacingly, at him as it puffed its fur up at him. He raised an eyebrow as he slowly moved towards his belt where he kept a small thing of cat food. Just in case. He slowly moved to a crouch as he opened the bag. The kitten was still glaring at him, and he snorted. He tossed the food in between them. The cat hissed and scrambled backwards before smelling the food. With a few minutes of deliberation, it crept forwards, clearly ready to run at the first sight of movement. It ate a few bites of the food before backing away and jumping off the building into an alley. Trusting the cat hadn't jumped to its death, he stood up and continued searching for the child vigilante. Aizawa hadn't seen the vigilante all night. He frowned. Either the vigilante knew he was watching and had avoided him like the plague or hadn't come out that night. Realistically, he knew the vigilante probably had figured out he was there for him, as there had been a few sirens in his area that he definitely hadn't called. Now that he thinks of it, there was a lacking of heroes in this area. During the day heroes were very active, but at night the streets were barren of any. Maybe he could incorporate this area into his patrol route after he caught the young vigilante. He stifled a yawn as he stood up from the edge of the tall building overlooking the highway, his joints crackling. Maybe he'd get better results tomorrow. Or would that be today? He mulled over that as he hurried to UA. He needed a nap before he had to deal with teenagers. Or anyone in general. As he entered the teacher's lounge, he was greeted with a blonde in his face. H-E-Y-S-S-H-O-U-D-A. Why the long face? Aizawa glared at him. I'm tired, he said shortly. Hisashi just laughed. You're always tired, Shoyuta. Aizawa grunted in response as he took a cup of coffee, downing it in one go. What did he have to do now? Fill out a report on the information he'd gotten, Hisser. Let's see. Nothing. Perfect. Napping time. Hisashi ignored Aizawa's mood and swung his arm around his shoulder. What you working on now? Vigilante. Hisashi hummed in interest as he leaned even heavier on Aizawa. Aizawa ignored this and stepped away, leaving him to fall dramatically onto the ground. Shoulda, that was so mean. Aizawa erased his quirk before he could deafen him. He liked hearing thank you very much. I'm tired, let me nap now. He grumbled as he pulled his sleeping bag up. He was too tired to deal with annoying blondes or elusive short kid vigilantes. He slumped over face first onto the floor, confident his coworkers would step over his limp body. And if they didn't, then they were getting thrown out a window. Izuku left the odd human on the roof. The food he had tasted gross, but it was still food. Though he had a few questions. Who was he? Why was he on a roof? He didn't look like any of the humans who had occasionally chased him. He was too dark for that, but he also didn't seem like a monster or a victim. It seemed he was a new, uncharted category. Izuku hurried away, glad that the man hadn't seemed to see where he lived. The man didn't currently seem to be a threat, but he may be when Peak helped humans. Speaking of humans, the strange woman who had fed him had returned to that alley a few times. She never brought that food again, but sometimes brought small bits of what must have been her lunch. At first he tried refusing, after hearing her stomach rumble or noticing a small hole in her clothes, but she wouldn't eat it. After a couple days of this, he finally gave in. No use wasting food. He saw her throw it in the trash can after she left. He knew she knew he was watching. Strange humans. He transformed once he was far enough away from the human to remain unseen. Tonight he'd avoid him until he knew his motives. Then he'd deal with him. Vigilante kid. A voice shrieked. He recognized the voice as coming from the lady and hurried towards her. She didn't try and feed him at this time, so it must be a problem. He launched off the roof towards the monster, holding Metal Death at her head. At the last second, the monster dodged out of the way, pulling her into his path. Peak barely dodged as he scrambled off a wall and into a corner. Not where he wanted to be. He hissed as the monster moved the gun back to the trembling food giver's temple. He dropped into a crouch as the man babbled. You'll pay for this, Hisser. You put my mother in jail and I won't stand for this. Get her out or she'll suffer. And don't pretend like you don't care for her. I've seen you two together. You took away my mom, I'll take yours. Give her back, you bastard. She doesn't deserve this, but you do. That FD-. Peak shot forwards for the human's wrist, biting down hard. The monster screamed, dropping the gun. Peak pushed the human into the wall behind him, feeling something crack between his claws. Monsters deserved pain, especially ones who tried to hold others as leverage. The monster balled up his hand into a fist and slammed it into Peak's nose. Caught by surprise, Peak fell backwards as the human yelled incoherently in any language. Izuku felt something warm run down his face into his mouth. It tasted iron. He retracted his claw as he smacked the human's neck. He'd found this place entirely by accident, and they usually collapsed after hitting it. Unfortunately, this wasn't one of those times. The monster barely staggered back before advancing aggressively. "You little sheet. That's it." He puffed up, and Peak paused for a second out of confusion. That was his mistake. Whitening pain erupted from every nerve of his body. He could have been screaming, he didn't know. Suddenly it stopped. And Izuku opened his eyes to find the monster under him, eyes open wide in surprise. Blood dripped down his neck as he kicked his legs for the final time. Izuku staggered backwards. He killed. He'd killed again. He was a monster. Worse than some of these. He glanced back at the woman whose expression was unreadable before sprinting away. He ignored her yelling after him. He couldn't be near anyone right now. He couldn't. It was only after the adrenaline ran off a little bit that he realized his wrist was pulsating painfully. He brought it to his chest as he examined it. Wait. The food giver had somehow escaped his notice in his pain and had caught up. He barely refrained from scratching her in his surprise. He could feel his hair bristling. "You need to splint that." She gestured at his wrist vaguely. Izuku frowned. He hadn't heard the word splint before. He looked at her confused. "Oh, splint means to support it, you know? I can help, kid." She cautiously took a step forwards. Izuku flicked his tail but let her get closer. She took his wrist gently, but it still jerked in pain. Izuku hissed, barely refraining from biting her. "Yeesh, that looks bad. Here, I can help ya." She lifted her hand in the air and it started glowing a harsh bright light. Izuku tried to pull away from her, but she held firm. Finally, she created something that smelled both human and sterile. He twitched his nose in confusion as she started putting it on him. As she did that, she started talking. "Don't fight anymore with that hand unless you want to make it worse. Don't pick anything up with your hand, and move your fingers to help the healing process along." Izuku looked at the arm as she finished up and let go of him. Izuku examined it closer before backing away. She sighed. "I am so sorry, this was my fault. I didn't mean to put you in danger." She lowered her upper body. Izuku frowned. She sounded apologetic, and most of those words meant that. "You didn't do anything, Thuo?" He hissed. "Stupid tongue. Stupid human mouth. Stupid everything. Why couldn't humans just be normal and communicate through hisses, proper body language, and teeth? Why did they have to be so confusing?" When he looked back up, she had disappeared. Odd human. He turned into his form, leaving the area as quickly as he could before running back to Autumn three-legged. It was very awkward. It had been a few days since he'd broken his wrist, and Izuku was stir-crazy. Autumn hadn't let him leave, and his siblings were insufferable. Is Lil Peaky hurt?" was what Izuku was greeted with when Nemophila bounced in, rat in her mouth. He flicked his tail, annoyed. "Shut up, Nemophila, or I swear, I will bite your fur off," he snapped. Nemophila just chuckled before slamming her forehead into his in greeting. He hissed in pain while she bopped over to Sunlight and did the same. "Nemophila, be nicer to your brother," Autumn chided as she stood up from the corner of the box. When she turned her back, Izuku stuck his tongue out at Nemophila. She gasped in shock. "Autumn, Peak's being rude," she tattled. Izuku spat angrily. "What are you, a kitten?" Nemophila crouched down. "Nope. But you are," Izuku growled at her, his tail lashing. Why were his siblings so stupid? He got up to jump at her. "Peak, do not aggravate your injury." Izuku pointedly raised his paw in the air before leaping onto Nemophila. "Hey! Get off, Peak!" Nemophila howled in anger, squirming around. Izuku tilted his head. "What? Can't get me off? You weak?" Nemophila glared at him. No, you fluffhead, I'm trying not to injure you further, as clearly I'm the only smart one out of the two of us. Izuku raised his uninjured paw to bat at her ear before losing his balance and falling backwards into another cat. Nemophila, don't injure your brother. Autumn called from across the box. Nemophila spluttered. Injure? He was the one who jumped on me. I didn't do anything. Izuku smugly watched her. After a second he realized he was still on top of Sunlight, who was wiggling around. Oops. He turned to Autumn and tilted his head until she looked at him. Can I please leave? I promise I won't go looking for fights. I just want to sit on a roof. He gave her his kitten eyes, they always worked. And as he thought, her resolve to not let him leave until he was more healed began to crumble. Okay. But no fighting, okay? If I learn that you got into a fight, human or anything else, then you're staying in here until you're healed, got it? Izuku nodded eagerly. He hadn't really been planning on fighting, he just wanted to go outside away from his annoying siblings. He hurried outside before she could change her mind, changing into his human form. Sometimes mean humans would chase cats, and that would probably count as a fight in Autumn's motherly brain. He walked a few blocks away from the box before climbing one-handed up a building's back alley side. Once he made it up, he crouched at the edge of the building, closing his eyes and taking in the night air. He listened to the blowing of the wind and rustling of humans putting garbage away or opening those huge can thingies. He opened his eyes and examined his claws, extending and retracting them. They were cleaner of blood than they had been in a while. He exhaled through his nose and moved them backwards to prop himself up on them, taking care to be gentler on his right wrist. Autumn would flip out if he broke it further by leaning on it. The night was still. Until it wasn't. Peak barely rolled out of the way of the gray thing hurtling towards him. He yelped when he hit his wrist on the edge of the roof as he got up into a fighting stance. His eyes widened when he realized who it was. It was the human who'd given him the food before. He hissed at him. Untrustworthy human. He was right to avoid him. The man dropped his hands down from his weapon and stared at him. Izuku felt his fur bristle at the fact he couldn't see what his eyes were doing. For some humans, the only warning he'd get before they'd attack him would be their eyes narrowing. He didn't like that. He felt his tail start to lash, and he crouched down, feeling his leg muscles tighten, ready to attack. Hisser, why is a child like you out? Where are your parents? Izuku really needed to practice human. He had no idea what Wormneck had asked. He hissed again, feeling a growl build up in his throat. He didn't really expect it to work, though. It only worked on the humans who were weak monsters or who were being attacked by monsters. This man did not seem like one of those. In fact, he seemed like a duller version of the clowns who chased him. Maybe a primarily nocturnal version? While he was thinking, he almost didn't notice the man approach. He jumped backwards, almost falling off the roof. Fortunately, he didn't. Unfortunately, the reason that he didn't was because the man used his worm thing to grab him. He writhed and hissed in the weapon, trying to get out. Suddenly he had an idea. It was a dumb idea and had little chance of working with this human. He just had a feeling, but sometimes the clown humans would leave him alone if he did it. He took a breath and let out the worst scream he could make. The human loosened the binds slightly for a second before tightening them again. Okay, are you done? The human asked, sounding annoyed. Peak glared at him. He was gonna bite this human so hard. Knock it off. Vigilantism is illegal, you know, and incredibly dangerous. You could die. Is that something your family would want? The tone of the human sounded like Autumn when he fought with his siblings. Unfortunately, he understood literally nothing he'd said. He hissed to prove his unspoken point. Wormneck just sighed and started to drag him closer. Perfect. Soon Peak could bite him. He complied just so he could catch this dumb human off guard. Once he got within biting distance, he threw himself forwards and latched onto the human's wrist, biting down as hard as possible. The human yelled in pain before taking his hand that he was using to keep him mostly still off the rope and over to Peak's mouth to try and pry it open, while he was distracted trying to gently but quickly release Peak's teeth from his skin. Peak wormed out of the loose bonds. He let go of the man's wrist, noting with satisfaction that where he'd bitten there were bloody tooth marks. And then he ran off while Wormneck was recovering. He had a quick recovery because soon Peak could hear soft footsteps from behind him. He started to randomly dodge and zigzag trying to avoid the worm weapon. Kid, stop running. He heard the human call. He ignored him. Shocker. He jumped down into an alley landing before turning on his heel and running further into the maze of alleys. He turned randomly into it, doing his best to lose the very persistent worm neck. Finally, after running for basically half the remaining night, he couldn't hear the human anymore. He ran for a bit longer for good measure before finally stopping. He gasped for air. The clowns had never been this persistent. If this worm-neck human continued, he might actually catch him. Though why so many humans were trying to catch him, he didn't know. Didn't they like one of their own being saved from another? He'd seen the blue-furred humans take the monster into a building with their arms trapped while the victim handled with more care. So why did they hate him helping the other humans? While he pondered this, he realized that he'd been out for too long. Autumn was going to figure out he'd gotten into a fight. He hadn't even looked for it this time. It came to him. Ignoring his burning lungs, he started to follow his scent back to the box. This was going to SCK to explain away. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Izuku left his apartment at 1:30 much earlier than he usually did, but with this kid out fighting crime at all hours of the night, he couldn't afford to miss him. It had been almost a week since the last sighting of the kid, which raised a few alarm bells. Could the kid have died already? He shook his head trying to ignore those thoughts. There was no evidence for that, so he would continue as if the kid had been out this entire time. And it was good if he was off the streets. Though the chances of a bad home didn't raise or lower at all. On one hand, his parents could have figured it out and kept him in to protect him. On the other, they could have found out and had a bad reaction. And that was if Hisser even had parents. For all he knew, the kid could be in the foster system. He wandered the roofs for hours. He knocked out a few criminals following a woman with clear ill intent and tried not to laugh at a bank robber's failed escape who ended up hanging from his underwear from a lamppost. Izuku didn't even need to do anything. The idiot did it himself with his own quirk. It was almost 3 when Izuku finally stopped for a breather on a roof. His patrol would only last for another 3 hours before he'd head back for a short nap and a cup of coffee. He could already feel the warmth setting in on his bones from the hot coffee. Down, leaning his head back. A distant figure on a roof caught his sight. He did a double take before quickly hurrying towards them, his weapon already ready to catch them if they were about to jump. He landed on the roof silently, taking care to walk silently towards them when he saw the ears. A mutation quirk possibly. The person was leaned backwards on their hand, their head leaned up towards the stars. Where they would be if the clouds weren't covering them. They were wearing a dark purple hoodie, so dark it almost looked black. Something about that rang a bell in Izuku's head. He frowned. Why did he feel so familiar? Suddenly it clicked. Was this Hisser? He silently got into a fighting position. The chances of this being Hisser and not just some random kid were dwindling now that he thought more about it. Most kids weren't out at 3 a.m. on businesses' rooftops. But if this was just a random kid, he could add unnecessary trauma. But if they were Hisser, he needed to act fast before he realized he was there. The kid shifted and he stopped thinking, throwing his capture weapon out. The kid was a blur as he rolled to the side, getting into a fighting position. Izuku noted the yelp. It could help him later. The kid turned to look at him full on and hissed angrily. Izuku could see where the name came from. Slowly he dropped his hands from the weapon, trying to make Hisser see him as less of a threat. It didn't really seem to work, but maybe he could catch him off guard. Hisser didn't seem to like his silence and started to lash his tail, which Izuku had only just noticed. He crouched down as if about to lunge at him. Izuku quickly cut in. Hisser, why is a child like you out? Where are your parents? Maybe he could get a bit of information. Hisser ignored the question, apparently hating it as he hissed at him, again the start of something building up in his throat. He glared at Izuku, but his look began to grow a bit more distant. Was the kid injured? He slowly started to approach, much like one would approach a feral cat, his hands on his weapon. Hisser startled, leaping backwards off the roof. He let out a startled cry and Izuku snared him in the capture weapon. Hisser did not appreciate that. He started flailing about, hissing and snarling like the raccoon he'd herded out of his apartment after it climbed through his window after he'd left it open after a patrol. Aizawa kept a tight grip on the bonds, waiting for the vigilante to tire himself out. The vigilante hesitated for a second before letting out a blood-curdling scream. Aizawa panicked a bit, worried he'd hurt him before quickly realizing it was a ploy to get free. He took a breath before glaring at the vigilante. "Okay, are you done?" He deadpanned. Hisser just glared at him. "Figures." He took a breath. "Knock it off," he told the still wiggling vigilante. "Vigilantism is illegal, you know, and incredibly dangerous. You could die. Is that something your family would want?" Admittingly, he was. Just trying to annoy the kid now, get a taste of what his home life was like. But the kid was extremely hard to read. He continued glaring, no sign of a change, even a fleeting one in his expression as he jerked around. Hisser hissed at him again. Aizawa sighed and started to drag him closer, ready to handcuff the child nuisance and go home for the night. Hisser had apparently given up, smart, most didn't, as he slumped over slightly, not walking closer but still allowing him to drag him closer. Aizawa reached his hand down towards his belt, and that was when the vigilante struck. He leaped forwards, latching his sharp teeth around Aizawa's wrist and biting down hard. "Itch!" he yelled, letting go of the capture weapon as he tried to pry Hisser's jaws apart without breaking them. He clenched his jaw, feeling his skin break. Hisser let go at that moment, staring at the bite marks on Aizawa's wrist with satisfaction for a few seconds. Aizawa bit his tongue to keep from shouting angrily as the child turned around and sprinted away. He wrapped an end of his scarf around his wrist before sprinting after the vigilante. Judging by the flick of his ear, he knew he was being pursued. His response was to dart around in random patterns to dodge the capture weapon if Aizawa sent it out. "Smart. Kid, stop running," he called as he threw his weapon out, coming short. Hisser ignored him and jumped into an alley. Aizawa followed him and chased him. Hisser seemed to know the back alleys well as he easily dodged him into one, never hitting a dead end to Aizawa's frustration. He almost caught him once, when Hisser had slipped on a garbage bag and staggered for a second. But then Hisser had kicked off the wall, causing Aizawa's capture weapon to slam uselessly into the side of a trash bin. After over an hour of this wild goose chase, Aizawa lost sight of him before hitting a cross-section. He swore under his breath before choosing the closest one, hoping this was the one he'd gone down. It in fact was not. Aizawa searched the alleys until his patrol was over and then a little over, but he didn't see neither hide nor hair of the vigilante. Then the worst part was, when he made it to UA, he had to go to see Recovery Girl because of the giant bite marks on his wrist. "Why wouldn't you get this immediately checked out?" Recovery Girl scolded. He slouched. "I needed to catch Hisser." Recovery Girl smacked him in the knee, causing him to yelp. "Did you succeed?" "No." Aizawa huffed as she kissed him, the bite marks healing as if they were never there. He left the room feeling a bone-deep exhaustion. He'll get a quick nap before the brats arrived. He opened the door, seeing every one of them there. He looked at the clock. 5 minutes after class started. He was late. "Whatever. Don't wake me or you are all expelled," he threatened as he slumped down face first against the wall. He was probably expelling most of them eventually anyway. They had next to zero potential in surviving. Heroics. Hisser had more potential, as much as he loathed to admit it, but not many of his own students could escape him. Certainly not these first years, who he'd be at least half a decade younger than, yet could beat B-ranked villains with barely a scratch. He groaned before forcing his vision to black so he could finally get some sleep. He'd think about Hisser later. For now, nah. Izuku slunk into the box, trying to look innocent. It didn't work. "Is that blood? Oh my, are you hurt?" Autumn rushed over, sniffing him and examining his teeth. Izuku frantically shook his head, cursing the fact he still had dried blood in his teeth. No, that's from, I'm a rat." He nodded to himself. He looked back up at Autumn. She looked unconvinced. "You smell like human. Did you get in a fight with a human?" Izuku cursed the fact he forgot to bathe himself of all scents beforehand. He usually did that on nights where he did something bad or felt gross. Tonight counted as the first, so why'd he forget? Well, not technically. Autumn tilted her head unconvinced. How did you not technically get into a fight, Peak? He didn't even hit me. He only tried to wrap me up in the worm around his neck. Autumn stared at him. She could judge him all she wanted, he was right. The worm around his neck? She flicked her tail, seeming to try and make sense of it. Izuku nodded. Yeah. It's like a gray thingy that he tried grabbing me with. But I got out of it after I bit him. Don't worry, I didn't hurt my paw anymore. He raised his paw from just above the ground to show her. She carefully looked at it before sighing. Fine. But please be careful and don't lie to me about that again. She gently butted his forehead. Izuku nodded before bouncing over to Sunlight, who was eating a mouse. He snatched the mouse from his brother and ran off, ignoring his brother's screaming. Soon he felt his brother tackle him down, his wrist slamming painfully against the ground. But he didn't mind, he liked being treated like normal. He clenched his jaw around the half-eaten mouse's body as Sunlight bit at it. He bit off the back of the mouse, the rest falling to the ground where Sunlight snapped it up. He glared at him before walking back to his corner, his nose held high, the mouse's blood dripping down his white muzzle. Izuku smugly looked at him as he swallowed the mostly fur piece of meat he'd gotten. He tried to hide the hacking from the piece of fur that had gotten stuck in his throat. Casually, he curled up as he wheezed silently, hoping this wouldn't be the stupid way he died. He yawned once he got the fur out of his throat. He'd take a nap now. Do you want to get ice cream, Izuku? A green-haired woman asked him, leaning down. She seemed so kind and familiar but haunting so. Izuku tried to open his mouth but nothing came out. He frowned. She leaned down closer, holding her hands out for a hug. Come here, Izuku, it's okay. She smiled. Izuku stared before hurrying forwards into her warm embrace. My little Izu. She chuckled. Her body went limp and cold. Izuku gasped, barely able to hold her up. He turned his head to see her staring off into the distance, blood dripping from a hole in her head. She reeked of death. Izuku! She cried. Why didn't you save me? Zuku! Where are you? She melted, the goo she was turning into a black-haired man. He coughed, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Hey there, Izuku. He smiled at him. He sounded wrong. We don't blame you at all, huh? He grinned, crouching down. You're still alive. Stay that way. He fell sideways, his eyes becoming glassy. Izuku felt something warm coming down his face. He lifted his hand, expecting to see tears. It was blood. Izuku jerked awake, gasping for air. His fur was stiff and raised as if defending himself, and he felt trapped. He needed to get out now. He stood up and ran out of the box blindly. He needed to outrun the fear. He ran until he could barely breathe and his paws felt like they were falling off. Only then did he crumple into a warm ball of shaking fur. Why couldn't he just be a normal human cat? Izuku opened his eyes, looking around blearily. He didn't remember falling asleep. He yawned and stood up, wincing as his sore paws pulsated. He stretched himself out and turned to Autumn to ask if he could leave. He froze. He wasn't in the box anymore. He frantically looked around. Had a human taken the box? What had happened? Where was he? He sniffed the air, hoping to catch even a whiff of Autumn and his two siblings, but there was nothing. He crouched down, raising his head in the air, pleading that this angle would work. He sighed in relief when he remembered what had happened. He'd had a bad dream and had run out. It was just a matter of figuring out where he was. He exited from under the bridge before immediately hurrying back under. It was sprinkling a bit. He silently cursed. The rain may have washed all scent away. If he was in a new area that was too far from where he lived, he might never find his way back. He silently gathered up his courage and hurried out. Rain puddles from what seemed like an earlier shower splashed beneath his pads uncomfortably. He carefully started to walk across a huge dark gray path. It was much bigger than anything he'd ever seen before. Sure, there was one right by the box, but it was tiny compared to this. He winced as a rock embedded in the path stabbed into his soft pad. He was almost halfway through when the ground started to rumble and shake. He looked at it confused before glancing up to see a huge black metal can barreling straight towards him. He turned around and ran back towards the edge of the path. No. He felt something hit his leg. He hissed, trying to distract himself from the blinding pain as he staggered off the path. Once he was out of the way of any more tin cans, he collapsed. He gasped, barely able to move his leg. Lights sparkled in his vision. It hurt almost as bad as when he broke his wrist. Was this dying? Was this what bugs felt before he fully crushed them? Sheet! A voice interrupted his existential crisis. Something leaned over him. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you." The voice babbled, frantically apologizing. The sounds of something being pressed rang through his ears as the man yelled at something. "Sho, I hit a cat by mistake. What do I do, Sho? I hurt the kitty. Can I move him?" There was a long pause while something murmured in the background. "After your class you need to come to the vet." There was a shorter pause. "How do I move him?" Izuku blearily opened his eyes. He was doing a lot of passing out lately, wasn't he? He went to sit up but proceeded to fall forwards. "Stay still, little one. You got hit," a high-pitched voice said. They gently repositioned him and Izuku couldn't help but lean in. They softly let out a gust of air. "Quite the friendly feral kitten, aren't you?" Izuku wiggled as large hands carefully grabbed him and moved him. There was a metal rattling before he got placed down. The rattling came back before going still. The ground on which he was placed was soft and warm. It felt safe, like autumn. Where was she? That thought quickly slipped from his brain like butter as he closed his eyes again. This was nice. He stretched his legs out so the heatless light could hit him better. His head still felt cottony, so he closed his eyes again, allowing the black embrace of drugged, dreamless sleep to take him again. When Izuku woke up again, he was in a completely different place. He really needed to stop doing this. He stood up, proceeding to hit his head on the side of the container he was in when his leg collapsed from under him. He yipped in surprise as the box shifted. A slow, incoherent murmuring started as whoever was there tried to soothe him. He hissed as he recognized the tone. "That stupid wormneck. How'd he find him?" He scratched at the metal frame in front of him. He flicked his tail angrily, ignoring the grossly smooth material that he occasionally hit. He needed to get out. "Show what's going on?" "He's a bit stressed out. I don't think he likes being in a carrier." "You think?" The car slowed down before coming to a full stop. Were they leaving now? There was no movement other than them talking about dinner. He took a breath before looking out of the holes in the side of the box. A man with absurdly long yellow fur that stuck straight up sat across from where he was. He was holding something in his hands that he occasionally moved. Izuku turned his head to the other side to see the annoying wormneck who'd tried to catch him when he was human. He wasn't wearing the weird thing over his eyes, but he still had the gray worm around his neck. He wasn't looking at Izuku. Now, if Izuku could just figure out how to get out of this, he'd be able to escape. He walked over to what looked like the exit awkwardly. In his defense, having two injured legs, he tilted his head as he examined the metal. On one end there was more of it, along with more of the smooth garbage he was in. He poked his claw through and pushed it up and down. The latch didn't move. He growled quietly, annoyed at his lack of mobility. That was the one thing humans had better than cats. Thumbs that could mess with latches easier. If he was a human, he'd probably be able to open it. But he didn't want to transform around these dirty humans who'd taken him. He hissed angrily, batting at the latch. The loud bang it let out startled the humans who looked at him. The yellow-furred one let out a long breath as he chuckled. "We're almost home. We'd let you out, but it wouldn't be safe. Especially if you try and claw me. I'm driving, in case you can't tell." "Hisashi, he's a cat. He doesn't care that you're driving." "Show Yuta, he's scared. I need to make sure he knows that it's safe." Wormneck rolled his eyes and slumped down in his seat. Izuku flicked his tail, annoyed. Dumb humans. Finally, after a couple more minutes, they truly stopped. Wormneck picked up his container and carried it out of the metal can and towards a building. He growled angrily, scratching at the gray blanket under his claws. At least it wasn't the gross smooth thing. They walked up a flight of stairs, Izuku still pouting in the corner of the container as the humans unlocked a door. As soon as they closed the door, Izuku threw himself at the side of the box. Wormneck yelped and fumbled with the box for a second as he clearly wasn't expecting that. "Don't be stupid. You're going to hurt yourself." Wormneck put him down and fiddled with the latch. It came undone and he quickly stepped back expecting Izuku to come screeching out. Defying the human's expectations, Izuku stayed in the box glaring at them, his fur ruffled in disgust. The weirdly named human, Hisashi, walked away after watching the box for a few seconds. Wormneck stayed. So Izuku stayed in the box. They stared at one another for a few minutes. Finally Wormneck backed down and stood up leaving the box. Content to stay in the box until he was sure it was safe, even though it stunk, Izuku sat down. This place seemed weird. It was too human. A new odd scent wafted through his nostrils and he looked up. A black cat was staring at him oddly. He hissed, "Wait!" The strange cat told him. Izuku felt his fur rise. Who did this cat think he was? The cat entered the box and Izuku pressed his back further into it as he hissed again, feeling his ears press backwards. "Hiro! Leave the new cat alone!" A human called. Izuku stared. "Hiro?" He muttered mockingly. The cat ignored that as he looked Izuku over. Izuku was feeling very judged. He did not feel the vibes. The cat leaned down to sniff him and he jerked. "Hey, stop the..." He froze as he finally sniffed the cat up close. He felt his ears come back up in astonishment. Cinder?" He gasped. The cat froze before looking at him. What's up, Peak?" Cinder flicked his tail nervously as he stepped backwards a few inches. Izuku got up from the back of the box and tilted his head as he looked his missing brother over. Then Izuku leaped at his face. "What are you doing, Dash?" Cinder yelped as Izuku launched at his neck. Unfortunately, with his injured leg and broken wrist, he missed and crashed into the floor outside of the box. That didn't stop him. "What is wrong with you?" He hissed at Cinder. "You leave us to go live with humans?" Izuku batted at Cinder's ear angrily. His brother was such an idiot. "No. Well, I mean yes, but I can explain, Dash." Izuku glared at him. "Then explain." He whacked his tail around, letting Cinder know exactly how he felt currently. "So, should I start from the beginning?" Cinder stalled. Izuku growled, annoyed. "No, start in the middle." "Yes, start from the beginning." Cinder sighed but finally started to tell his tale. "It all started when I was 8 cycles old. If Izuku remembered correct, that was a few weeks before he disappeared. I was hunting a mouse when I smelled something delicious. It was really good, so I went to investigate. There was the human with black hair crouched by a wall." Izuku hissed. "So that stupid human who tried to grab him when he was in human form was the one who stole his brother." Peak, why were you angry? I haven't even gotten anywhere yet." Izuku spat, annoyed. "Just continue." "Okay, so anyway, I cautiously approached the human. He didn't see me, so I climbed up the wall so I could examine the food up close. If Izuku had hands, he'd be face-palming right now. Yeah, he'd accepted food from multiple humans, but he hadn't gone up for fun. For all Cinder knew, Wormneck could have been a cruel human. He could get off by kicking cats. It smelled amazing, so when the human moved the food aside from his mouth to do something on his black box, I took a big bite." Izuku flinched when Cinder suddenly yelled. "It tasted weird but also delicious, and I was so excited about the taste I didn't notice that the human knew I was eating. It was only when he gently jerked it away because I'd eaten like 6 bites that I realized and ran away." At least Cinder used to have some common sense. "But why are you here if you ran away?" he asked. Cinder awkwardly shifted. "Well, I came back to the spot because I was gonna hunt. Not so I could get more of the tasty food." Izuku kinda doubted that. "I hunted a tiny mouse and then I ate it because I was really hungry. The human hadn't come, not that I wanted him to, so I left. I came back a couple times because it was great hunting there, but it wasn't until a few times later that he returned. And this time he had something that smelled even more amazing. It was wet and mushy like a dead rat's insides, except it was more gray and wasn't bloody." Izuku tilted his head, intrigued. That sounded tastier than the dry stuff Wormneck had given him that one time. "So anyway, I kept coming back and he kept feeding me until one day he grabbed me. I was startled and tried to escape, but he had a firm grip. He took me to a place where they gave me disgusting hard things and gave me a water and bubble bath. Then he took me here." And that's how I met the loud human. Izuku stared. And you never tried to escape? Cinder crouched down a bit. Well, at the start I did try and run out the door a couple times, but it's warm here and they're nice. I don't have to hunt and I never get sick. Izuku hissed, angered again. You can't just leave us for an easier life. We thought you died. Cinder's fur finally rose and he snapped back. At least I'm not still an ugly fur brain. Izuku yowled angrily, batting at Cinder's nose. Cinder lunged at him, them rolling over the ground. It was a mix of a play fight and an actual fight. Neither were aiming to severely injure or kill, but shallow scratches were not off the table. They wrestled, both trying to get on top of the other for the upper hand. Izuku hissed angrily, taking out his anger at Cinder's disappearance and it being in Wormneck's home. He batted Cinder's neck, causing him pause for a second. In that second, Izuku scratched his shoulder. Suddenly Izuku felt something grab his scruff and pull him off high up into the air. The yellow-furred human grabbed Cinder, also holding him in the air. Bad cats? No! Wormneck yelled. Izuku hissed, showing his displeasure at being picked up like a naughty kitten. Show Yuta. They fought as soon as they met. The loud human stated. Izuku understood it enough to be offended. He pulled his ears back. Cinder was acting like a newborn kitten. It's not his fault. Wormneck stayed silent for a little while before quietly muttering to himself, barely loud enough so Izuku could hear. Let's see if we can get them used to each other. If not, then we'll have to figure something else out. Was that a challenge? This was stupid. Wormneck and the other human, who he hadn't properly named yet, had decided to keep him away from Cinder until they were there to watch them. But they were busy or something, so he'd been locked into a room with weird rocks in a box, water, what seemed like food, and an object which looked like a human bed adapted for a cat. The rest of the room was fairly boring, dimmed lights illuminating light gray walls as the sun sank below the window above. The ground was soft. He chose to sit on the floor rather than the bed. He wasn't going to listen to any stupid humans. He hissed angrily to himself. What should he name the yellow-furred human? Big Fur? Yellow Fur? Screamy Bird? Bad Driver of Tin Can? So many options. While he sulked in the middle of the room coming up with rude names for the human, he barely noticed the scratching on the door. It was only once it turned to a screech that he looked up from the stain on the ground he was glaring at. Can you hear me? Are you ignoring me? Peek, 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 peek. Cinder started up. Izuku twitched in irritation. He ignored Cinder. That became hard when Cinder started to yowl like an idiot. Pia Tiuk. Why are you ignoring me? It's not my fault you can't hold a civil conversation. Izuku growled before spinning around and stalking shakily to the door. You're the one who ran off to go live with humans. Izuku thrashed his tail, punctuating every word. Cinder stayed silent for a moment before responding. Were you even listening before? I said I didn't try to. The tired human just picked me up. You're the one who went back to him for food. And you said you didn't even try to escape after he took you here. I did not. I said that I tried a couple times. Exactly. You gave up and left us to think you died. Izuku tucked his tail under, glad Cinder couldn't see him. Couldn't he understand the hurt he'd caused Izuku and his family? A kitten like you wouldn't understand. Cinder growled angrily. Any trace of his former childish tone had left. Izuku shrank back from the door. He felt a heavy lump in his throat. It quickly turned back into anger. Fine. I'm done with you. Izuku staggered away from the door over to the bedding. He half hoped Cinder would respond. But he didn't. Izuku felt Cinder's presence leave as he slumped down into the nest. Whatever. He didn't need Cinder anyway. He looked up at the window. The sun had left it, leaving the room colder than before. The reflection dimly reflected back into the room, faintly showing himself staring at it. He glared at himself. He wasn't staying here. He was leaving this place. He got back up and approached the window. If he stood on his back legs, he'd be tall enough to see above the bottom of the window. Unfortunately, he was unable to. He stared at it. If he hit it hard enough, would it open? He crouched down, ready to lunge. Worst case scenario, he'd slam his nose really hard into the window and it would throb for a while. He'd be fine. He leaped at it, immediately regretting it. His back leg cramped up, and in his distraction, he slammed head first into the glass, landing on his broken wrist hard. He would forever deny yowling like he was being murdered to his own death. Aizawa left Hizashi after the distress signal they'd received was ended. Some villain with a major strength quirk had taken nearly 45 people hostage, and they'd needed Present Mike there to help distract the villain. Aizawa was there to detain the villain by erasing his quirk and knocking him out. The villain had had most of the hostages in a back room and a child in his arms as he threatened their mother. It was fairly simple. The brute didn't know how to react when his quirk was erased, and in the next breath knocked out. As soon as he took the villain out, he hurried to Hisser's preferred grounds, hoping to find him tonight. Even catching a glimpse of him would be great. There had been no sightings of him since Aizawa had chased him a few nights ago. This wasn't out of the ordinary, but Aizawa had heard the yelp. Hisser had been injured, and judging by his temperament and the fact he'd met him with a broken wrist, he wouldn't be the type of person to stay inside and heal. Something must be keeping him. And judging by the kid's anger and fear around Aizawa, chances were he wasn't being kept inside by a concerned parent. Something was going on with the kid. He'd never seen someone react so viciously to him before. Not even most criminals did. He'd only had a few pitiful assassination attempts. Most of the rest of his fights were with small-time criminals who'd never heard of him or seen him until he had them in cuffs. Of course, there was always the chance he'd arrested the kid's parent. Anger was often brewed by family members hurt. He'd heard the stories. A small criminal arrested by a hero. A few weeks later, an angry sibling or child would attack the hero, often leaving more injuries than the first. As Aizawa considered the options, he patrolled the roofs, jumping down to help a cornered teenager from multiple bigger teenagers, and stopping a break-in on an apartment. But no matter how hard he looked, there wasn't a trace of Hisser. No glimpses, no criminals arrested. Aizawa was the only one patrolling tonight. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Izuku's face hurt. Maybe repeatedly throwing himself at the window was a bad idea. But in his defense, he thought it would work. Eventually. But right now his face hurt too much to do anything else. He turned back to the door and glared at it. As he did that, he caught a familiar whiff. "I smell you, Cinder," he announced. The scent wafted for a second, as if the cat had shifted before remaining still. Hoping that he'd forget. Well, tough luck, because he wouldn't. Too cowardly to speak up? Just what I expected from a stupid kitten. A frustrated hiss rose up. "What did I ever do to you? Why do you hate me so much?" Cinder burst out. Izuku rolled his eyes. "I don't hate you, I'm just mad that you're a stupid fur brain." Izuku huffed. He heard a soft plop as Cinder sat down. He approached the door and crouched beside it. "What do you want, Cinder?" He stared at the door, preparing himself to feel more hatred directed at his brother. Wait, maybe not hatred, what was it? While he pondered his feelings, he heard a bang. "Yaoya!" He shrieked, jumping up and away from the door. "What's going on?" "Peek!" Cinder yowled. His scent wafted to fear and worry. Izuku smoothed his fur out and firmly replied, "Nothing. Now what is it?" Impatient, Izuku lashed his tail as he stood up. He started to aggressively limp away from the door. "Can we please stop hating each other?" Cinder blurted, sounding desperate. Izuku paused before turning his head. He blinked, surprised. "Didn't I just say I didn't hate you?" he questioned. He heard a soft yelp from the door before Cinder quietly murmured something that even he could barely hear. "I'd hate me too if I was you." Izuku swiveled around. The sudden movement threw him off, unfortunately, and he ended up sideways on the floor. Instead of getting up, he laid there splayed out. "I said I don't hate you. I'm mad at you for making us think you were dead," he hissed, frustrated. Why was his brother such a stupid kitten? "But that's I-dash." Cinder started to splutter. Did he want Izuku to say he hated him? Why would he want that? Izuku weighed the options that would be most likely to get Cinder to not think Izuku hated him. Finally, he came up with a temporary solution that might calm him down for a bit. Of course it could backfire, but it was a tiny risk. "Cinder." I'll forgive you under one condition. He cut into Cinder's confusion, slightly smug when his brother cut off so quickly he choked on his own spit and hacked for a few seconds. Fine. What do you want? Cinder said, trying to sound haughty. Izuku flicked his ear, amused. Help me escape. He was greeted with a surprised mew before Cinder fell against the door. Whyy? Because I want to fight humans and see autumn and Nemophila and sunlight again. You can come live with us again too. Cinder stayed silent. For a second Izuku almost thought he'd left if it wasn't for his scent. I'll help you escape. Izuku cheered, happy. His brother would finally be coming home with him. Izuku had barely closed his eyes before a clink woke him up. He had swallowed his pride a few hours ago and gone to rest on the human bed. It was surprisingly comfortable. For some reason he'd always thought of humans' items as uncomfortable. After all, his pants that he wore when he was in his human form had been fine at first, but now they squeezed him slightly. It was fairly uncomfortable, but nothing he couldn't deal with. For that matter, why was his hood so hard to get on his head? It used to be big enough to be in his eyes when he fought, but now it was a multiple-minute-long endeavor just to pull it over his head. At least it didn't fall anymore. A quieter thud drew him out of his silent musings, and he lifted his head up. A man wearing a fancy-looking outfit with an odd face covering over his entire face had climbed through the window. He murmured something to himself as he stood up, dusting himself off dramatically. He didn't look like the stupid humans who lived here. Izuku might hate them, but he wasn't going to let this human attack them. The man strode to the door and opened it. Perfect. Izuku stood up before running at him. The adrenaline blotted out the pain from his leg, which he was glad for. He lunged at the man's pant leg and clawed at it, growling. Agach! The human started to bellow before trying to bite it down. Izuku yowled loudly. The man wanted to get in and out silently? Well, then he would scream. Cinder! He called out. He didn't want to involve his brother, but with his injuries he wouldn't be able to fight him off alone. Cinder sprinted out of the carrier Izuku had been in earlier that day and, with barely a second's hesitation, leaped onto the man's other pant leg. Good for someone who'd barely fought humans before. F of cats. Get off. The human grabbed Izuku's injured leg and pulled on it. Peak bit down harder in retaliation. The human let out a very high-pitched squeal before dropping to the ground. Cinder howled in pain and Peak narrowed his eyes, lashing his tail. He'd regret that. He scratched his way up the monster to his chest, the monster still hitting at Cinder and Peak, mostly missing. Izuku dug his claws in deeper as he scratched the monster's face. The human grabbed his front leg and pushed it, causing Izuku to slip and fall. He slid a few feet before stumbling to his feet. He growled, feeling his fur all messed up. It felt awful, the misplacement. Peak! Cinder wailed. Peak startled before sprinting back at the monster, who was struggling to his feet, Cinder's midsection gripped in his fist. Peak let out a caterwaul as he threw himself upon the monster's wrist. He bit down furiously. The iron taste of blood filled his senses. Lights sparked in his eyes from the force that he was biting down. He could hear a scream, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. A strong hand grabbed his neck before ripping him off the monster's wrist, skin and muscle coming with him before he was violently flung into a wall. He lay there stunned for a few seconds. He felt a furry presence gently nuzzling him, and he blinked his eyes open. Cinder leaned over him, worried. Are you okay? The human is escaping. Izuku jumped to his feet before falling to his side, pain flaring up his leg. Ugh! He gasped. Had he overexerted himself? Wait, maybe if he turned human he'd be better. He'd always fought while human, so that had to be the problem. He felt his bones shift as he turned. He stood up a bit easier before limping quickly to the room the human was in. His blood trail was great for tracking. The human was shoving things in his pockets, his formerly white gloves now red with his own blood. His whimpering spoke to his injuries. He grinned before leaping at the man. He slammed the man's head backwards into the human bed frame, the man yelling once before going still. He still smelled alive, so it was fine. Izuku looked around. He was out of the room, so he could try and find a way to escape now. This would probably be a bit difficult, especially with his injury. Izuku might hate them, but he wasn't going to let this human attack them. The man strode to the door and opened it. Perfect. He could open doors when he was human. Duh, why hadn't he thought of that? He could so easily escape now. He turned and hurried back to where Cinder was. Cinder was going to be so excited when he heard this. Izuku ran over to Cinder, who was liking his fur down. Cinder, guess what? He yelled. Cinder looked around wildly before looking at Izuku. He started to growl before pausing and taking a double look. Izuku laughed, feeling his vocal cords move painfully. Before he crouched down, a cat once again. Peek? Yeah. I guess it's been a really long time since I've seen you. I look so weird now. He gestured to himself with his head. Cinder looked at him before flicking his tail. Okay, was that what you wanted? To show me that you're still sometimes a furless human kitten? Izuku scoffed good-naturedly, too excited to tell Cinder about his plan for them to escape to be offended. No. I know how we can escape. Izuku's eyes must be worse than he thought after changing to human, because he could have sworn Cinder looked uncomfortable. I can just open the human's door. See? He hurried over to the door the humans had taken him in, turned into an human, and opened it. He looked back at Cinder while bouncing in place. See, come on. He sat down ready to curl back into a cat. Cinder stayed where he was. That's great. Peek. I'm staying here. Izuku stared in shock, feeling his bones move. See, I ender? What are you talking about? You promised. Izuku felt his voice drop into a whimper. But he couldn't stop it. His brother was leaving them again? No, I didn't. I said I'd help you escape, but I like it here. So esike it up. Cinder hissed with an sad undertone. But Izuku was too angry and upset to hear it. No. You can't. What about Autumn and Nemophila and Sunlight? What about me? Cinder looked uncomfortable now as he shifted. You could stay with me? I bet the humans would be fine with everyone else coming. Please. You're hurt, you can't possibly. Cinder trailed off, pulling his ears down as Izuku jumped up, glaring angrily at him. I can't what? Survive? Well, guess what, rat, I survived fine without you. So just shut up. Cinder recoiled at the insult, but Izuku didn't care. He turned around and strode out, feeling his fur painfully recede into his skin as he forcefully stood up, his tail lashing behind him. He growled as he jumped out the window next to the door. He landed painfully, feeling a rock get embedded in his foot. He ignored it as he ran blindly. Stupid. Of course Cinder wouldn't want to be with him. He wasn't even a real cat. He had human blood. He was nothing more than a monster. Whatever, he didn't need him. Cinder chose the human life, but he was still a cat. It was fine. He didn't need him. Cats were solitary anyway, their family was just an outlier. Of course Cinder wouldn't want to be in their stupid cat-human mixture of a family. But if that was so, why did it hurt so much? Could stop, please. A human voice rang out. He recognized the voice and turned his head slightly. It was one of the clowns who tried chasing him a while ago. He'd lost him easily. So Izuku just picked up the pace, sprinting towards an alley that looked somewhat familiar. And of course that was the moment that his leg decided to give out. He squealed, feeling his bone move in a way that was not an indicator that he was about to change forms as he stumbled to his hands. The weak fleshy things twanged painfully. As he got back up, ducking into the alley. Loud clanky footsteps sounded at the entrance of the alley and he cursed. He looked around, hoping for a way to escape. Finally he saw a tiny squeeze space, too small for a human, even a child, but barely big enough for him to fit. With barely a second's deliberation he transformed, shoving himself down into the hole. Almost a quarter of a minute later the human walked up right next to him. He watched carefully, ready to bolt. But finally the human left. He sighed, getting up and walking out of the alley. He didn't bother to change to human. He'd get less attention in this form anyway. Izuku staggered, his legs burning. But it was worth it. He'd finally picked up Nemophila's scent. After walking for hours until the sun was setting, he'd found a stale scent. He'd followed it until it was fresh. Nemophila! He yowled. Peek! A faint voice called. He sprinted in the direction of it until he painfully collided face first with his sister. Peek? You're alive? You're alive! Nemophila picked her tail up, curling the tip. Peek looked down. She'd be even happier if Cinder was here. They were very close before Cinder ran off to be like a human. Yes. And you're not going to like this, but so is. Izuku took a deep breath before rushing it out. Soy Cinder. He looked away from Nemophila before quickly looking back. She just looked bewildered. What am I not going to like? Izuku shifted. He didn't think he could tell everyone multiple times. Ask Autumn. He hurried towards the box and ducked in. There was a pause for a few seconds while Autumn and Sunlight stared at him. Then they bounded over purring loudly. Izuku awkwardly greeted them, still wondering how to properly tell them that Cinder had abandoned them. Autumn, I need to tell you something. He swallowed down the upset. What's wrong, Peak, and is that another broken limb? She stared down at his back leg. Izuku startled, then guiltily hid his leg behind the other. A maybe? But I've got bigger news. He tried to move on. But Autumn wasn't having it. The way you're going to end up unable to hunt properly like me. It's a miracle you haven't ended up that way yet. Peak, please take better care of yourself. What happened? Is this why you were gone for so long? Izuku shifted. He really just wanted to get Cinder over with. Yeah, it is why I was gone for so long. I got hit by one of those tinkin things. The human who hit me took me to a place where they fixed my leg. I mean, only kinda, it still hurts to run on. But my wrist feels much better, so it's not that bad. Anyway, I need to tell you something really bad and good. Cinder is alive, but he's living with humans and has no intention of leaving. Autumn's expression slowly changed from worry to a mix of relief, sadness, and anger. What? How do you know? Did those humans who hit you take you to him? Izuku nodded. Oh, she looked down. Izuku glanced at Sunlight. He was staring. Silently. This had to be worse for them than Izuku, after all they'd known Cinder for basically his entire life. Izuku turned around and hurried out. Nemophila tilted her head as she carried a bird in, but Izuku just ignored her. He needed to get in a fight. Help. Please. Perfect. Well, not perfect there was a monster, but perfect that he could finally stop thinking about Cinder and what he could have said to make him come with Izuku. Peak ran towards the commotion as he turned into his human form and peeked over to get a look of the situation. There were 3 young humans threatening another one. They currently were just using body language, but Peak knew how fast that could change. He jumped down onto one. They went down hard. He bounced off the monster, barely dodging a false claw that was swung towards his eye. The victim suddenly lunged at his throat, white ropes wiggling from his human fingers. What? He growled at the new monster as he jumped over the ropes. One entangled itself around his ankle, fortunately his uninjured one, yanking him back towards the ground. Peak used this momentum to fully take out the human he'd attacked before. He ripped the rope apart with his claws before dodging 2 false claws aimed at his chest. He lunged at the closest monster, making sure to keep his claws retracted. He squeezed the monster's neck tightly before swinging him in front of the rope monster's attack, restraining him. Suddenly something grabbed at his neck. Screaming in surprise, he grabbed the monster's wrist and pulled himself up before bouncing backwards into something fleshy. An angry scream came from where he'd landed before the monster scratched him with its pitiful claws. Izuku easily slammed the monster's head backwards into a pile of garbage. The monster screamed in rage again as he reached its hand out for Izuku's neck. Izuku shook his head, trying to get the monster's hand off. Finally, he just slammed the back of his head into the monster, finally taking him out. One monster left. Izuku jumped at him. The monster closed his eyes. Izuku took that opportunity to cut his ropes apart before using them to restrain their own controller. He stood up, looking down at the scene. How was he going to get someone to get rid of them? There were no victims to give a statement, they were all monsters. He punched a wall in anger. Stupid monsters, making his life harder than it already was. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Izuku wandered the streets. This time he knew what he was doing and wasn't half asleep. Mostly. He was searching for that human who'd fed him a few times. But he had no idea. He wasn't hungry at all, so it couldn't be he wanted food. He hadn't seen her in a while and he wanted to make sure she was okay. She got into fights with monsters a lot. He sniffed the air again. There was still no sign of her scent. Maybe she'd moved her territory over? He continued, walking. His wrist was barely bugging him thankfully, but his back leg was on fire. Thankfully not literally, but still. He decided to transform into his cat form. He had better smell, though it would take way longer to get places. Curse his injuries. While he explored beyond his comfort zone, he wondered what had happened while he was gone. His territory seemed so much more empty of monsters. And there were more clowns wandering around. Sure, it was only a few hours into the night, but usually they'd gone to sleep by now. They were all a bit duller than he was used to them being, but still brighter than Wormneck, which he was glad about. He didn't need a bunch of them chasing him. They usually left him alone, which was amazing. They talked to him a few times after he helped them with monsters, or they helped him. He didn't exactly understand what they were telling him. Why are you out here so late? Why don't you turn yourself in? Eraserhead is only trying to help you. You won't get in much trouble if you turn yourself in willingly. You're young, they'll go easy on you. I'd grab you if you were my case. Well, probably not. I wouldn't want to hurt you by mistake. Izuku just hissed at all of them before crawling up the nearest building's wall. They usually did not try to chase him. But this was so frustrating. Why wasn't the weird food human anywhere? If she was dead, he'd smell her body. Right? Brats were annoying. Hisser had been avoiding him, but the heroes who he'd gotten to change their patrol routes up a bit had all seen him. Now technically he had refused to answer questions and hissed at them, but it was still frustrating that he was able to avoid Aizawa but not Namuri, who wouldn't shut up. I'm just saying that it's funny that I was able to find him, but you haven't found him for weeks. Aizawa glared at her with red eyes. Aren't you glad the kid is alive? I know your father instincts were going off when he disappeared for a couple weeks and came back with a broken leg and the still only partially healed wrist. I do not have father instincts. Then why did you come here to rant about your kid being a brat? She started cackling when Aizawa left the room. He did not have father instincts. He didn't even like children. Sure, he can tolerate comforting child victims. It's not their fault and they deserve a somewhat comforting presence. And yes, he was a teacher, but he was just making sure those idiots didn't get themselves or others killed because they didn't take heroics seriously. That doesn't mean he's a dad. He sighed as he took down a purse snatcher. He sighed as he was mocked again by Tsukachi. The BSRD. One of these days he was going to lace his coffee with laxatives and not feel sorry when he got arrested. Not that he would get arrested. He was too smart to get caught. Peak was bored. It was an odd time to be bored since he was fighting a super set-off monster. But he was still bored. You little a-hole. Here. Peak was a bit too pleased that he understood all of that. He darted under the man's arm before stomping on his foot hard. The human screamed in anger and hesitated for a second. Izuku continued running towards the alley wall before kicking off. He felt his head collide with the human skull. The monster howled in pain and slumped forwards. Izuku winced as he gingerly shook his head. That plan had worked, but it still hurt. He turned to the sobbing human kitten and their mom. The kitten was tightly clutching their deathly still mother's pant leg. He swallowed down the painful memories and carefully crept towards the human. He crouched down and extended his hand towards the kid hesitantly. What was he supposed to do? He looked down at his hand and saw it had faint streaks of dried blood. He quickly drew it back, instead choosing to scooch closer. The kitten let out a strangled sound before throwing himself forwards. Izuku let out a muffled choke and barely refrained from scratching the human kitten. Help her. Why didn't you help my mommy? You're a bad hero. The human sobbed into Izuku's clothing as he clutched him tightly. Izuku shifted uncomfortably before carefully patting the kitten's fluffy head. He could feel his shirt getting wet from all the tears the human was letting out, but he didn't care much. The human sobbed for a while before his sobs got more subdued. Izuku carefully stood up, taking their hand gently. He'd take them to the blue-furred humans. They were annoying, but they helped. He started to walk before turning back to the monster. He couldn't leave him here for him to break apart another family. He scowled as he looked at the monster. He lay with his back turned to the human he'd killed. Izuku wasn't entirely sure when she died. She'd been fine before he started to fight. But either way, she was dead and gone. Beyond saving. Like a cat who'd been killed by a dog before being left to rot in a back alley until a human cleaned them up. He shook his head forcefully, turning away from the human and the monster. The kitten would probably show the other humans to the body and the monster. And if Izuku saw him free again, he'd have another human's blood on his claws. Izuku walked away from the humans with the kitten in their midst. He needed to get back to the monster before he woke up and left. He wouldn't let another human down tonight. When he arrived at the alley, the monster was still unconscious. Izuku glared at him, summoning all his hate. "I hope you get what you deserve, you despicable piece of absolute shit. If I knew where you lived, I'd burn your house down with you in before throwing you into a bunch of flames. How dare you kill a human and try and kill a kitten, you stupid rat-faced, feces-eyed, toenailless, pathetic dog." Izuku sighed and turned to look out of the alley towards the blue-furred humans' territory. What was taking them so long? Usually they were here by now. Had there been another bigger monster? Or was the kid too scared to remember where the monster and his mother was? He sat down on the edge of the roof, letting his feet dangle over. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Maybe he should just drag the monster to the humans? Though he'd pushed it tonight with the human child, they'd been so distracted in making sure the human was okay, and he hadn't hurt them to try and catch him. Stupid humans. He went to stand back up to pace. Fire erupted on his back and he screamed, stumbling forwards into the alley with the monster. He felt his knee crack on the pavement as he landed badly, twisting his head up to see what had happened. A huge human with fire all over his costume glared down at him. He jumped down the ground, shaking. Izuku twitched his tail as he cautiously backed away from the human. The monster looked down his nose at Izuku and showed his teeth. "Vigilantes like you deserve to burn." He threw his hand out, shooting fire at Izuku. Izuku screeched as he threw himself out of the way. The fire barely missed him, but Izuku could feel the heat it let off. He staggered to his hands and knees, trying to turn into a cat to run off. With a gasp of horror, he realized he couldn't transform. He curled in as the monster approached him, feeling his entire body shaking with fear. What kind of human was he? He looked like one of those clowns, but he acted like a monster. Even Wormneck hadn't tried to kill him on that roof. The monster lifted his foot and put it on Izuku's chest. Izuku gasped in pain as his back was grinded down into the pavement. The human lifted his hand to his ear and growled out, "I've got a villain on XXXXXXX. There's an unconscious man and woman here." Izuku frantically squirmed. From the monster clown's description, he thought the monster was a victim. And he couldn't allow that. The clown monster just pressed him further into the ground. Izuku's vision started getting a bit fuzzy as he wheezed. What was happening? Why wasn't he able to force the monster off him? "Stop, stop, EDP, stop. He choked out, flexing his fingers before digging his claws into the monster's heel as a last-ditch effort. The monster barely grimaced as he reached down, taking out something gray and shiny from his belt. Izuku tried to focus his eyes as the monster crouched down. He finally focused to see it was the object that the blue-furred humans used to trap monsters' hands. But he wasn't doing this. He wasn't. He growled, pulling his ears back as he pulled his hands away from the monster's leg as far away as he could get them as he kicked at the monster, lashing out desperately. The monster's hand passed close to Izuku's face and Izuku lunged forwards. He dug his teeth into the monster's wrist. He bit down harder than he had with even Wormneck. The monster yelled before flaring his fire up along his arm. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut as the fire jumped into his mouth. He pulled his face away, coughing. The monster raised his hand to his eyes before muttering something. In anger, his eyes moved to a spot just above Izuku's head. He started to reach out and Izuku jerked backwards. He slid for a second as the monster staggered. The monster turned around and shot fire directly at Izuku's chest. Izuku jumped up, crashing into an alley wall. He shook his head before staggering out of the alley. Loud noises registered in his ear, as did someone yelling. He picked up the pace, hurrying to another alley entrance that he knew was confusing to navigate. He felt heat at his back and ducked down. With a final burst of energy, he sprinted into the alley, ducking and dodging into different ones. After a while, he felt the energy leave as he staggered to the ground. He silently begged to be left alone. After a few minutes of lying there in pain, almost as bad as the time he was hit by the tin can, he regained the ability to stand. He clenched his teeth as he stood up, doing his best to not let the few scraps of remaining clothing to touch his back. He turned around and made his way out of the alley. He cautiously peeked out, but the monster wasn't there anymore. He sighed with relief and tried to change into his cat form. He still couldn't. Guess he would just have to make his way home like a human. He used the buildings to help prop him up as he made his way in the direction of the box. Maybe Autumn would know how to fix this. He'd almost made it back to the box when loud siren noises sounded. Surprised, he toppled sideways into an alley as the tin cans sped past. He cursed silently as he got up and glared at them. They pulled to a stop a few hundred feet away. He froze. That was right in front of his box. He quickly staggered over towards the box, ready to protect his home. A couple blue-furred humans hurried over towards a human with worm neck. Izuku glared at him, flexing his claws. The humans trapped her hands and started to lead her over towards the tin cans. Izuku huffed as he looked away from it. Suddenly, an extremely familiar scent reached his nose. He snapped his neck back over to stare at the human. He silently gasped. It was the woman he'd saved and been looking for. As she was driven away, Izuku stood there angered. Wormneck took something out of his pocket before using the worm to swing away. How dare he? Izuku felt hate rise in him as he clenched his fist. Wormneck couldn't just go away and mind his own business? He had to be a stupid meddling jerk. Izuku shook as he finally managed to turn into a cat. He wouldn't let Wormneck take away any more of those he trusted, however partially as he did. Tsukachi stared at the woman handcuffed to a table in front of him. She smiled back. Let me get this straight. He slowly said, looking up at Yukichi. The woman who'd made eye contact with Eraserhead smiled, then threw a FENG brick through a jewelry store window in front of him. You wanted to get arrested so you could ask to help catch Hisser? Why not call the police and leave an anonymous tip, or even come into the station? Mentally, he noted that if she really wanted to arrest him, she could have just used her quirk and gone full vigilante. So what was she playing at? Was she trying to get off lighter? No, that didn't add up. If she wanted to get off lighter, she wouldn't have thrown a brick through a window in front of a hero. Was she stupid? Yukichi's smile dimmed a bit as she slumped down in her seat. I don't want to arrest the kid, I want to help him. He's really skittish like a feral cat, which means he needs help. She said with complete confidence. Tsukachi massaged his forehead while trying to make it seem like he wasn't. But so what exactly was your plan when you got arrested? Yukichi smiled larger. I'm glad you asked. Why was she smiling like Nedzu? Why was she so happy about being arrested? Why couldn't he have a normal jewelry store robbery? Why was every night like this? Tsukachi sighed as Yukichi practically skipped out of the police station. She'd still have to have a trial, but for now she was essentially on probation under a few terms. First, no more throwing bricks through windows to get the attention of heroes. He'd told her that if she needed anything to just walk into the station. He was only 80% sure she would. Second, not to go gallivanting off to attempt to talk Hisser into turning himself in. He was 30% sure she'd listen to that instruction. Third, any information that technically could go public they'd give straight to her. Which was basically nothing, but she'd looked happy that she'd get something. And fourth, if she heard anything relating to him, to give it to them straightforwardly rather than whatever had just happened. Tsukachi really did not want to deal with two vigilantes running around. Hisser had already killed 2 villains and beaten up a number of other ones. The villains he'd killed had either been accidentally, according to witness statements, or had been necessary to save his life or civilians. But if the kid escalated, things could get bad fast. He'd already been noted to have a very black and white view of things, especially after his encounter tonight with Endeavor. He could easily be pushed off the edge and go full villain. Tsukachi didn't want to have to put him in jail. Izuku hissed angrily as he finished his story. Then he hissed in pain as Autumn gently liked his back again. Sorry, Peek. I'm almost done. How'd you get so much dirt on your back? Some clown monster. But I got away from them pretty easily once I got up. But aren't you worried about the human? What human? Autumn absently-mindedly asked as she backed away from his back. Izuku spluttered. The human who got taken by Wormneck. Why'd he mess with her? She's the only remotely nice human, it seems. He whined. Autumn gently cuffed him over the head. I don't want you going out tonight, Peak. The burns are fairly mild for burns, but for a few days it'll hurt badly. Preferably not tomorrow night either, but if you really need to go out and do your fighting thing, I can't stop you. Izuku jumped up, knocking his head into her shoulder enthusiastically. I promise not to go out tonight. Sunlight walked in, a rat in his teeth. He looked at Autumn and Izuku before huffing. Autumn, did Peak hurt himself again? Is this going to be a nightly thing? Izuku hissed at his brother, who flicked his ear in response. Sunlight bounced over, dropping the rat in front of Autumn. I ate already. And Peak, the sun is rising, which means you won't go out again, correct? Izuku drew his ears back, glaring at his brother. He couldn't stop rubbing it in, huh? Yeah, I just said that. Sunlight thrashed his tail mockingly. I'm deaf, how could I hear that? Izuku drew his ears back, glaring. Autumn just sighed and picked up the rat, taking it to the corner that they usually ate in. Izuku huffed and stalked over to the corner he enjoyed sleeping in grumpily. Then his stupid brain just had to remind him Cinder used to sleep right next to him here. He growled, clawing at the box aggressively. Everything was stupid. Izuku crouched down at the edge of a building as he watched a group of 7 humans wander along a street noisily, practically stomping. Izuku flicked his ear, annoyed at the incessant noise. If he was any younger and more hard-headed, he might have jumped down and hissed at them to get them to stop, but being loud and annoying wasn't the mark of a monster. Unfortunately, he huffed through his nose as one of them kicked an empty bottle into the alley to the side of Izuku. The loud shattering told the fate of the poor bottle. The humans found that hilarious as boisterous laughter rang from the group. Izuku rolled his eyes. Izuku went to turn away to look for real monsters when the group suddenly went as silent as most humans could be. Now a bit worried, as humans rarely went silent unless something was terribly wrong, he turned back to the humans and peeked over the edge again. They were all gathered around the door of another building. One human stood at the door, crouched over the handle. Izuku frowned as he leaned further over. What were they doing? He'd never seen humans act this kind of weird before. Did they get locked out of their home? He'd never seen the humans in that building use it as a home before. But humans were very unpredictable. Izuku jumped down, ready to help them unlock the door. It was a slow night and he was here to help the weak humans, when the door made a loud snapping sound. Izuku froze as he stared at the humans slapping each other's hands excitedly. That didn't sound very good. Good job, Kuriku. Now everyone put your masks on. The loudest yelled. The humans all pulled fabric from their clothing folds and put them over their faces before ambling casually into the building. Now a bit curious on what was going on, Izuku followed them in quietly. The humans wandered to shelves and started grabbing shiny rocks. The only woman in the group took a chain of white beads and slipped them on over her neck before posing in a mirror. Izuku must have breathed too loudly or something, because she suddenly swerved around and cried out, "Hano!" Izuku ducked as something whistled above his head. The humans all rushed at him. "I'm not going to jail. Get out of my way, Tsum." The girl shoved the shortest in the group out of the way as she raised her hand towards Izuku. Peak threw himself backwards, feeling something crack against his still tender back as he slammed into a display case. He hissed in pain as he threw himself to the side of a short stream of flames. They were nowhere near as hot as the monster from before were, so he took a breath and lunged towards one who'd been separated by a few feet. He kicked out, feeling his foot connect with his chest as he kicked the man backwards to the floor. He didn't get up again. Something whipped past his head and he flinched before realizing it was aimed at the fire monster. Hano raised his hands to send out another stream of fire before pausing to stare down at his hands. He was quickly taken out. Peak swiveled around to see Wormneck glaring past him, his hair raised in the air threateningly. But Peak wasn't scared. No, he was said. Who did this human think he was to do this? Peak wasn't sure what exactly he was trying to be mad at him about, other than he'd taken the seemingly only truly nice human. Peak was so busy glaring at Wormneck, he didn't see Tsum until he felt a pain like when a rat scratched at him on his arm. He grunted and flung the human who had small claws away from him before leaping at him. Tsum screeched and tried to jump backwards again but didn't get very far. Peak grabbed Tsum's short fur and used it as a handhold to slam Tsum's head into the hard floor. He gasped before his eyes rolled back. Peak jumped away from Tsum as a false claw slashed where he'd just been. The human who'd tried to slit his throat glared at him as she stood over her fallen friend protectively. "You stupid heroes always meddle," she screamed angrily, slashing defensively in front of her to keep Peak away from them. Peak crouched down ready to lunge. "Why aren't you saying anything? Too good to even spare a single word for the likes of me?" "You foo-worm," jumped past him, causing Peak to hiss angrily and slash at him before landing on her. He grabbed her fake claw and flung it away from her. While Wormneck was doing that, Peak turned around and clawed the monster, trying to sneak up on him hard. The monster yowled in anger as he clutched at his cheek. His hands lit up with light before he flung them outwards. Peak barely had a chance to blink before he was thrown backwards through one of the glass displays into the wall to exit the store. He whimpered involuntarily as the monster took the time to gloat. "What?" Scared. He ran at Izuku, his hands lit up again. Izuku tried to get up, but his only half-healed leg screamed in protest. He grunted, gritting his teeth as he tried to stand to face the monster. Then there was a crunch. Izuku snapped his head up to stare at Wormneck, who'd broken the monster's nose. His face was screwed up in anger, which was something he'd never seen him look like before, even when Izuku took a chunk of his wrist. What was he so mad about? Wormneck kicked the monster to the ground before taking out the metal object to trap his hands. Then he looked up at Izuku almost immediately after that, shooting his weapon at him. Izuku squawked in surprise, somehow dodging it again as he ducked behind a shattered glass display. He had to move almost immediately after as Wormneck vaulted over the display, throwing the weapon at him again. Izuku ran towards an unconscious monster, yelping every step as glass dug into his feet. The weapon grabbed at his ankle, thankfully the uninjured leg, tripping him. Izuku landed on top of the monster hard, feeling all the air exit him. "Hisser, stop resisting. I'm not trying to hurt you," Wormneck yelled, and Izuku glared at the ground in response. He kicked his free leg along the fabric wrapped around his leg, trying to rip it to shreds. It didn't work. He looked around for another way to escape. He didn't know what would happen when he got caught by a human, but he definitely didn't want to find out. He'd heard the tales from other alley cats. He didn't want his ball cut off. He saw a black weapon with yellow on it. Wormneck was still talking, but he was barely listening. After making sure it wouldn't kill Wormneck, he grabbed it and aimed it at him. "Still young, you've got your whole life ahead. Hey, put that down." Izuku didn't listen and clicked the trigger, hoping it would work and not kill Wormneck. The dart struck his arm and the weapon loosened almost unnoticeably. Wormneck froze. An expression of pain crossed his face as he fell down to one knee. Izuku wasted no time in unraveling the weapon as quickly as he could. He carefully walked past Wormneck, who was still wheezing in pain. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, feeling a little bad for shooting Wormneck, before he ran out the door into a nearby alley. He shook the weird feeling off, sneaking a look back over his shoulder. He hadn't seen anyone get up yet, so Wormneck would be fine. Probably. Izuku felt the excursion of the night finally catch up to him after he'd wandered the alleys away from Wormneck for a bit. His back was on fire, thankfully not literally this time, and likely had some glass in it, judging by the pricking feeling. His leg was pulsating painfully, and his wrist was twisted in a way that he couldn't fix by moving it. He shifted more of his weight to his other leg, deciding he'd go back to the box for tonight. Autumn would flip if she found out he was willingly continuing to run around like this. He turned around to head back towards the box when someone came around the corner. Izuku stiffened, fearing for a moment that Wormneck had followed him somehow. But then a familiar and much more friendly scent then. Wormneck's sweaty worry smell, don't ask why he always smelled worried, Izuku had no clue, came to him a moment before he fully registered the human standing in front of him, softly smiling. "Hey there, Hisser." The woman softly greeted him. She held something that smelled amazing in her hands, and Izuku twitched, wanting to take it. "You look hurt. What happened?" the woman continued. Izuku tilted his head, trying to decipher what she was trying to say. "Hisser? Wait, can you hear me?" she gasped and took a few steps forwards. Izuku flinched and took more backwards. "Oh, sorry." The woman tilted her head, looking at Izuku almost thoughtfully. As she did that, she opened the food and put it in front of her. But she didn't step back. Izuku huffed as he stared at the food a foot away from her. Well, she'd never heard him before and he was a bit hungry. It couldn't hurt. He cautiously approached, reaching a hand out for the food. He grabbed it quickly and pulled it towards himself, proceeding to dig in. He didn't even notice the woman approaching. When she did, he barely moved away, too excited by the food to be scared or cautious. The woman carefully crouched down and examined his wrist. Apparently, she was happy with what she saw when she nodded to herself. She went to stand up before staring at his leg. "Kid, did you break your leg? Why have you been running around?" She choked out, staring at his leg. Izuku wanted to look down at his leg that he knew was still a bit crooked after running around so much, but the food was much too important. "I've been researching proper medical techniques than what I already know with my quirk. I can try and make it better. I won't make it worse at the least." Izuku blinked at her. "Oh right. Sorry. Blink once if you're okay with me trying to fix it and twice if you don't want me to," she confidently told him. Then she paused. "Oh wait." Then she turned to look him directly in the face before pointing at his leg. "Do you want me to fix that?" He winced at the loud tone, tilting his head back away from her. She seemed to take it as an agreement of some kind as she started poking and prodding his leg. He finished snarfing the meaty meal down, doing his best to not grimace when she poked a sore spot on his leg every now and then. As he finished the last of the food, he suddenly had a horrible thought. He wasn't scared of this human at all. He was warming up. He shuddered. Wasn't this what Cinder had done? He was so mad at Cinder for running off to be a pet, but he was allowing a human to mess with his injured leg? What was wrong with him? "My name's Yukichi, by the way, little vigilante." The human, whose name was apparently Yukichi, chirped. Izuku nodded, then paused. Since when did he nod like a human? This was horrible. Yukichi looked surprised for a second before clapping her hands once. "And something tells me that you're not getting all the things like proper food that a kid like you needs. So I'm going to help you." Izuku stared off into the distance as Yukichi wrapped a bandage around his leg that would fall off as soon as he turned into his cat form. He sullenly sat there for a bit as Yukichi admired her handiwork, talking to herself about how good she was at medical sheet. Finally, she left his leg alone and picked up the container where the food had once been. She waved over her shoulder before walking off. Izuku stood up and climbed up onto a roof to take a shortcut to his box as the sun was rising. Then he climbed straight back down as Wormneck jumped over the roofs, in his view quickly approaching. Had he seen him? He didn't want to find out, and so he ran away again. He didn't make it back to the box until the sun was half in the sky. Izuku winced in pain as his family yanked glass out of his back. "The way you're going to become bald on your back before you finally become full-grown." Autumn scolded as she roughly yanked a particularly large piece of glass out of his back. Izuku bit down another yelp as he dug his claws further into the box floor. "Are we done yet?" he whined, drawing out the "yet." His answer was a claw dug into his back as Nemophila clawed a piece of glass that had gotten buried deep in his tender skin. Sunlight cuffed him on the neck, avoiding the half-healed burn and the phantom pricks. "You're a fur brain, you know that, right?" his sister told him. Izuku whined again in protest. "I'm not. It's not my fault that the monsters were stupid and somehow made me get thrown into glass and stuff." He yelped again as another piece of glass was pulled out of his shoulder blade and tossed into the pile. "I think we got them all, Peak. Can you not get into fights for a night, please? You used to be so much more careful and came back with scrapes at the worst. Stop being so reckless." Autumn scolded as she backed away, liking her paw that had a few traces of Izuku's blood on it. Izuku reluctantly nodded, knowing she was right. He used to be much better at avoiding head-on fights, but recently, with the increase of clowns and Wormneck searching for him, it was harder to avoid them. As an unfortunate bonus, the monsters tended to work in groups of 2 or more now. At the start of his work, they usually traveled alone, which was certainly a viable option. Izuku hadn't seen any clowns fight them. As far as he knew, he was the first to challenge their territories for years. They'd gotten comfortable, but now they were on guard. At least any clowns who were in the area weren't only for him now. He'd seen a few take down a monster holding a kitten hostage. He tried to ignore the pain still shooting up his back. It would fade eventually. The sun had set, and now Izuku was weighing the pros and cons of going out. Cons, he hadn't slept at all. He was still injured. Wormneck was still wandering around. With his injuries, the chances of him getting killed or captured by a clown or Wormneck were twice as likely. Autumn would probably yell at him if he did. Pros. He might see that human and get food. He was going out. Izuku snuck out past Autumn, decimating some rat that had gotten too close to her favorite ambush area and quickly turned into a human. He put his clothing on and frowned at the back of his hoodie. It was completely shredded, barely being held together by a few threads. He was fine with this tonight with the still fresh injuries on his back, but on the future it could be problematic. Maybe if it hadn't been destroyed by the clown's fire, he wouldn't have gotten as much glass shoved in his back. He carefully put the clothing on, only wincing once before hurrying off. He kept an eye out for any monsters, but tonight was surprisingly quiet. He only kicked one human in the ball on his way to where he'd last seen the human. Finally he arrived crouching on the building. He could feel his tail twitching in hope of the food from last time. He forced it down. The woman might not even come and he shouldn't be so excited. He wasn't even a human, why was he so invested in them anyway? He froze, nearly toppling off the edge. What was he doing? Coming back to a human for food? He felt acid rise in his throat. What right did he have to get so mad at Cinder when he was such a hypocrite? Sure, he had no plans of becoming a pet, but he was still a traitor to his family for getting human food for himself. He clenched his fist, feeling his claws dig into his palms painfully. He winced but ignored it, he'd felt worse. Izuku took a small breath in before retracting his claws. He shuddered at the weird feeling of his skin moving back towards the correct direction. He looked down, sniffing the air. A faint scent of something familiar entered his nose and he bit his tongue. The human was here. He looked backwards. She wouldn't be able to tell if he left right, but she smelled like she'd brought food, which was why he'd come out here in the first place. He sighed as she entered the alley. The food did smell really good. He jumped down, making her jump a little bit before showing her teeth. Izuku blinked before reminding himself that humans usually did that when happy. They were weird. She put the food down before taking a few steps back. Izuku approached the food and she nodded sharply as if to herself before beginning to talk. Izuku allowed it to become background noise as he ate. A few of the words he recognized, but the others were rather foreign to him. When he finished the meal, the human also seemed to finish whatever she was talking about. Well, little hisser, I've got to get back to my job, you know. Work all day, pay the bills I got to pay. She stood up and Izuku held the container out to her. She looked surprised for a second before smiling and taking it. Thank you. Well, now I've really got to go. The sun is about to rise. Izuku looked up and sure enough the sky was starting to lighten. Izuku looked at her, hesitating for a second before nodding. For some reason she looked really happy about that and practically skipped away. Izuku clambered back onto the roof. That would be the quickest way back to the box. He started to hurry on his way back. Autumn might be mad that he went out, but at least he didn't get in any real fights. He flexed his rather sore legs, sitting on the floor while human was really uncomfortable, and started to hurry back. Suddenly he heard the sound of something zipping towards him and instinctively he rolled to the side. He could feel rocks dig into his back and he hissed. He swiveled his head around to his left to glare at Wormneck, who was standing in a ready position, his hand gripped tightly around the worm as he drew it back around his neck. I'm only here to talk, hisser. I swear. To demonstrate his point, he pointedly put his hands in his pockets. Peak drew his ears back and stepped to the side. Wormneck sighed. Look, kid, I've said this before, but what you're doing is dangerous. I've tried bringing you in by force, but maybe I should have tried other tactics first. Wormneck went silent as if he was waiting for a response. Izuku pet his head in response and Wormneck sighed again. I know you think you're helping and you somewhat are, but you're untrained. Someday you're going to mess up and get the person you're trying to save killed or yourself. If you come with me, we could potentially get you properly trained and lower the risk of that. Izuku processed what he said slowly. He understood Wormneck much more than the first time Wormneck had tried to talk him into stopping his night activities. Wormneck took his silence as an opportunity to continue. If you're in a situation in which you need help, we could help you. You don't have to resort to vigilantism. Izuku frowned as he heard the final bit. He'd heard the clowns call him a vigilante before, and vigilantism was probably another word for it, but he still didn't know what it meant. Wormneck removed his hands from his pockets and Izuku stiffened ready to bolt. But he simply took a pouch of something from his pocket and tossed it with an underhand throw to Izuku. The pouch smacked Izuku's arm and he grabbed it before it fell to the ground. He looked at it confused. It's a food pouch. That flavor is banana. Wormneck took another one out of his pocket and opened it before eating it. Izuku stared at him puzzled. He looked down at the pouch and back at Wormneck. Then he took off. Aizawa jolted as Hisser ran off with the fruit pouch clutched in his hand. He could chase him, but that would ruin what he was trying to achieve. Aizawa frowned. The kid was really jumpy. And sure, that might just be because he was a vigilante and Aizawa was a pro-hero and had attempted to arrest him on numerous occasions. But it had seemed like he was getting around to him at least a little. Hisser had seemed to be paying attention when he tried to talk him out of vigilantism, badly, but he'd had that look on his face right before he tossed him and strolled out of the jewelry store, so it was hard to tell. Why was it so hard to read him? At least he'd gotten a bit more information. Sure, it was only his hair color, but it was recognizable enough that if he saw him on the street in civilian clothing, he might be able to recognize him. After all, green fluffy hair with seemingly random streaks of white-gray through it wasn't that common. Aizawa pinched his nose in an attempt to ward off the sudden thought of potentially fostering Hisser. Why had he even thought about considering that? Hisser could have a family that was loving, just really oblivious. Hisser didn't even like him that much, and neither did Aizawa. Hisser was a pain in the neck, and it was incredibly dangerous with both his and Hisashi's careers. Sure, Hisser could protect himself more than the average 7 to 10-year-old, but Aizawa and Hisashi had both made some powerful enemies. Most were in prison, but if they ever got out and got a whiff of Hisser, he could be killed. So he couldn't even consider this. It was illogical. Yet he continued to wonder what having Hisser as a son would be like. Then he pinched himself before jumping off to take out some criminals to take his mind off the illogical emotions. Nope, wasn't going to even think about that. Nope. He was honestly kind of surprised he'd gotten away with stealing a new hoodie and a shirt from the same store again. He didn't really feel bad for doing it. After all, they'd hit him in the rump one too many times. Most of those times he wasn't even stealing anything. He was just walking by in his cat form and suddenly got smacked with a broom. He glanced down at the new hoodie he held tightly in his jaw as he dragged it back towards an alley to make sure it would work for him. This time he'd grabbed a dark green hoodie. This one had long strings coming out of it which he planned to chew off later. The smarter monsters might try and use them as a grip to take him down. While he was thinking, someone barreled into his side, knocking him over and causing the hoodie to fall out of his jaws into a puddle. He cried out, mentally frowning about his ribs. Hopefully they were only bruised. He glared up at the person who'd tripped over him only to not see anyone there. He looked around to see them sprinting off into the distance. He tilted his head in confusion. Then he ducked down as another human leapt over him, crying out for another. He turned towards where they'd come from and saw a small stream of people fleeing. He narrowed his eyes before ducking into the alley. Thank everything his pants were in this alley. He quickly got dressed before climbing up onto a roof, going the opposite way of the panicking humans. Soon he arrived at a small building. It would have looked pretty cool if it wasn't for the unnatural fire coming out of a window while the walls were at the beginning of crumbling into nothing. Screams rang from inside and Peak quickly got to work. He climbed in through what probably was once a window before landing as quietly as he could when there was smashed glass. He glanced around quietly, wondering how there was so little smoke. His eyes landed on a small cluster of humans who weren't moving, half under a chunk of ceiling. He quickly jumped over, smelling death. Only a few still had any life smells. He carefully removed those that did and took them out through the window he came in. Loud noises rang in his ears and he walked a bit faster. The blue-furred humans might leave him alone until he finished, but once he finished, chances were that they'd immediately try to convince him to come with them or simply just attempt to grab him like a few times. He smelled the air again. A few scents of stale life filled his nose while charred flesh nearly overrode it. There was only 2 more scents of life left in the building. In the back. He carefully walked around the tables that had been split in half and thrown across the room and pointedly ignored the corpse that had been skewered by a splintered chair. He shuddered as the smell of fear from one of the humans rolled over him. It was heavy. The other's emotions smelled familiar. Too familiar. He ran into the back room, pushing the monster away from the terrified human. The monster stumbled away but didn't fall. He looked up at Peak and grinned, showing all of his dull yellow teeth. Got a wannabe hero here? Think you can beat me? Ha! The monster threw his hands at Peak and the building vibrated. Peak stumbled as he looked to the shaking human next to him. The human's green hair was flailing around, and it took a second for Peak to realize that they were snakes. He huffed before moving away from the human so the monster couldn't see them as easily. Then he slashed at the monster's neck. As he thought, the ground vibrated so hard his vision went white and he missed. A punch hit his stomach and he choked on his spit as he stumbled to the ground. He heard a cry and he flapped his hand in the direction of the human who had yet to flee. He wheezed as he rolled to the side as the monster slashed a fake claw. What was he thinking, trying to fight? He should have just grabbed the human and ran. It was too late now. Regretting it now? You should. The monster cackled as he grabbed Izuku's ear tightly. Izuku screamed as suddenly his entire body started vibrating. It hurt. He blindly reached out and grabbed the arm. He dug his claws in until he felt himself hit something hard before continuing to dig in. He heard screaming. It took a moment to realize it was both his and the monster's voice. Peak lunged forwards out of the loosened grip and sunk his teeth into something soft and fleshy. His vision cleared enough to see he was leaned over the monster's body. He released the monster, who was feebly moving before staggering to his feet. Something warm and tasting of iron filled his mouth as a liquid dripped down his chin and down his throat. He brought his hand to his chin and wiped it away. New blood streaks stained his hands, and he was sure his hoodie had gotten new stains. He turned back towards the human who was staring in fear. He grimaced at the taste of blood. Not because he hated it, but because it was probably a bit scary for the human in front of him. It's okay, human. I gonna, you now. He took a step forwards and the human scuttled backwards. He froze. He'd never had someone be so scared of him before. He took a smaller step forwards and the human flinched. Izuku glanced back to the monster, who was still shaking. He won't hurt you, human. Come with me so I will get you out for this PLL place falls. The human let out a low keening sound. Izuku tilted his head. Are you scared? I see dash. A loud whistle hit his ears and he staggered away confused. He turned his head to see a blue-furred human holding an oddly shaped whistle in his hands. He blew on it again and Izuku hissed as he skittered away, shaking his head to stop the vibrations. I'm sorry for this, hisser. A voice murmured. It sounded like it was underwater. Something small and sharp hit his arm and an artificial wave of calmness hit him. He staggered backwards, throwing his arms out for defense. His ankle hit something and he fell down like a bag of bricks, his head bouncing off the floor hard. He cried out as he pushed himself to his hands and knees. Through blurry spots over his eyes, he could see the blue-furred human checking over the monster before minutely shaking his head. The human shook and cried off the arm of another blue-furred human as the one with the whistle began to approach Izuku. Don't resist. Your ears can't take another blow of this whistle, and I don't want to hurt you. I'm sorry, I have already. Izuku dug his claws into the floor as he tried to drag himself away. His claws suddenly shrunk until they were nubs. He gasped as he clutched his head as a wave of pain came over his head before fading, taking with it some of his awareness. He shook his head, trying to stay awake. He couldn't go out like this. What about all the humans who needed help? What about the monsters who'd take advantage of them? What about Autumn, Nemophila, and Sunlight? What about Cinder, who was still convinced that staying with Wormneck was the best course of action? He could feel his muscles shaking against the poison that was trying to make him relax. OWOU. He could feel something cold wrap around his wrists before tightening slightly. He flinched as he tried to throw himself away from the human, but they held him down firmly. He bit out blindly as consciousness faded. He would never know if it had landed. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are reading hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Small-time vigilante, Hisser, caught after Penny's Cake's attack. This young vigilante who's been on the scene for over 3 years was caught after fighting the S-ranked villain Shatter 1 in a terrible hostage situation. He brought 5 people out of the burning building, one of which succumbed to their injuries on the way to the hospital. According to eyewitness accounts, he just went back in before even the police arrived. After he got all of the alive victims out, he went to the back to confront Shatter, who was threatening Chikako-kun, who's asked for their real name to remain anonymous. According to Chikako, he pushed Shatter away from them before something horrible happened. Click here to learn more about vigilantes throughout Japan's history. Shatter attacked Hisser with an incredibly powerful attack, and something just snapped in Hisser. He dug his claws in before lunging for the kill. "I really thought I was going to witness a murder," Chikako exclaimed. Chikako then went on to exclaim that Hisser leaned over the villain for a prolonged period of time before getting up with blood all down his front. Hisser tried to talk to Chikako, but the blood down his face wasn't exactly comforting. And that was when the police finally arrived. Hisser was already injured and there wasn't anywhere for him to escape to. The police quickly detained him and took him to an unknown location to heal his injuries. Overall, in this horrid attack there were 6 injured, 2 of which are currently in the hospital in critical condition, and Shatter himself succumbed to his injuries before made it into the ambulance. So far there has not yet been any report of Hisser's condition or identity. I am forced to wonder what would have happened if Hisser hadn't arrived. Would less people have died or been injured? Or would Chikako and their customers have all passed away that day? We can only speculate. Takahashi Yui. Tsukachi barely stopped himself from breaking the speed limit as he drove to Sasetsu Hospital, where Hisser was currently being treated. He clenched his hands tight enough around the wheel that his knuckles started to turn white. For all his determination to catch Hisser, he hadn't expected it to be so soon and under these circumstances. From what he was told by his superiors, Hisser had a 39% chance of dying this day from the injuries he'd sustained, and a 61% chance of a full recovery and a 30% chance of dying in a few years depending on how his recovery went. If Aoki hadn't managed to arrest him then Hisser would have almost certainly succumbed to his injuries within the day. And now his job was to figure out Hisser's identity and other information, suggest the best punishment for his actions should Hisser survive the year to his superiors. FING sheet. He finally pulled into the hospital, fumbling his phone before speed-walking in. A young man smiled at him as he hurried to the desk. Tsukachi Naomesa. He held his badge out to show the receptionist. She examined it for a second, her lips pulled together into a thin line. "Who are you here to see?" she asked, an odd tone to her voice. "The vigilante Hisser. Need to ask him some questions when he wakes up." Her lips thinned even more. "You'll be waiting for a while. He won't wake up for another day at the least." "But he will wake up? Unless something unforeseen comes along." Everything she'd said came as true, but he felt she was deliberately holding information back. Whether that was a good or bad thing he'd have to see. He bowed respectfully. "Thank you." He left the hospital and went back to the police car as he booked a stay at a cheap motel a few miles away. If when Hisser woke up he needed to be there as quickly as possible. Before Hisser could get the bright idea to attempt to escape and worsen his own situation. Though Hisser was great at running away, there was no way he'd be able to get out of a high-security hospital for heroes and civilians caught in the crossfire of fights. He took a breath, finally slowing his racing heart. Yet he still felt like he was forgetting something important. Izuku woke up. His head faintly pounded through the pressure around his head. He groaned as he tried to struggle to his feet, but something kept him down. Was Cinder sitting on him again? Or Nemafla? Honestly, he wouldn't put it past Sunlight too if he'd been told to by Autumn. What had he done to get so injured? He liked his chapped lips as he tried to think back on what had happened. But his mind came up blank. He bared his teeth as he tried to think, but he was too tired. He closed his eyes again, settling back into the thin nest. Thin nest? He jolted up again before hissing as a headache came back in full force. And with it came back his consciousness. He flailed about in the human bed. Rat brains. He'd gotten caught by the blue-furred humans after he'd challenged that monster. He whipped his head from one side to the other, his migraine getting worse with each rapid movement. The room was a clean white, and something that looked like electrical wires poked into the crook of his arm. He frowned down at them. He could think of literally no reason they'd be there. He reached over with his unwired arm and poked them. It pulled on the wires a bit and he winced. He looked around the room again for an escape route. There was a door but no window. Which was fine, he still didn't know how to get out of the windows without getting glass stuck in his face. Quickly he pulled the wires out of his arm, ignoring the blood starting to pool as he climbed out of the human bed. He nearly stumbled over his feet but quickly recollected himself as he tried the door. It swung open with the force crashing loudly into the wall opposite him, and startled voices rang out. Izuku wasted no time as he ran in the opposite direction of most of the voices. A human in a white coat rushed out of a door and grabbed at his wrist while yelling something in a barely contained calm voice. Izuku paid no mind as he shouldered the human out of the way. He was fairly sure these weren't monsters, but he didn't have time to figure out what they were. Needed to escape. He ducked into a room as he noted a few white-coated humans sprinting towards him, one holding something to her head. He closed the door behind him as he looked around. A human in a long light blue coat stared at him horrified. Izuku noted he had a long gash down his face nearly cutting through his eye. "Who are you?" the human gasped. Izuku ignored him as he looked to the window next to his bed. He ran over and started to struggle with it. The sounds of footsteps grew closer. He had only a few minutes. He yanked on the window, pulling his lips back as it refused to budge. The door to the room swung open and the human let out a squeak. Izuku abandoned his attempt to throw himself out the window and tried to run past the human in the doorway. He didn't get very far. The human reached over and grabbed both his arms, holding them behind his back in a firm grip that was vaguely uncomfortable. He thrashed forwards, doing his best to pull his forearms away. The human didn't give as they carefully yanked him from the doorway, closing the door behind him before dragging Izuku back towards his room. Izuku turned his head to glare at him before doing a double take. It was Wormneck. Without the worm. Izuku frowned as he realized he hadn't smelled him coming. Usually by now he would have realized. To test, Izuku sniffed the air again. Everything smelled much weaker. Wormless Neck didn't have a discernible scent and he couldn't smell anything he could identify. Izuku reached over to sniff Wormless Neck's wrist, wondering if he could smell him closer up. Wormless Neck startled and pushed his face away. Izuku flinched in protest as he tried to bite his fingers. Wormless Neck drew his fingers away quickly. Izuku continued his struggles in earnest as he silently freaked out. His claws wouldn't come out and everything was wrong. He kicked out at Wormless Neck's leg, but he didn't even flinch as he sidestepped, dragging Izuku along with him. Then Izuku stomped on his foot as hard as he could. Wormless Neck didn't even bother to dodge as he continued walking, dragging Izuku back to the room. In a final act of desperation, Izuku decided to try and wrench his arms out of his grip. He jumped forwards and backwards as he threw his body weight around. Finally, Wormless Neck started to look annoyed. He gripped Izuku's forearms tighter while Izuku tried to worm his way out. Wormless Neck turned his head to properly look at Izuku as he glared at him, hissing through his teeth at him. "Stop struggling, brat." Izuku threw his head back into his shoulder, ignoring the spiking pain that hit his head. Wormless Neck reached Izuku's door and Izuku dug his heels into the ground as he flopped over forwards, making himself dead weight. "The F-dash? Are you a toddler?" was Wormless Neck's comment as he forced Izuku into the room. Izuku made sure to hook his foot around the door to make it harder. Finally, he was wrenched into the room where Wormless Neck closed the door behind himself, leaving Izuku in the room by himself again. Izuku immediately tried the door, finding it locked. He growled angrily as he kicked the door. He dropped down to the ground next to the door as he pouted. As soon as that door opened, he'd be escaping whether Wormless Neck liked it or not. Izuku had been in the room for about an hour when the door started to jiggle and a distinctive click rang. Izuku quickly stood up and as the door opened a crack, he pushed through the door and started to run. Almost immediately something wrapped around his torso, pinning his arms to his side. Wormneck placed him back into the room and a brown-coated human entered the room. Izuku glared at him, crossing his arms defensively as soon as Wormneck released him. He stuck his tongue out at them, earning a long-suffering sigh from Wormneck. Hisser, my name is Detective Tsukachi. I've been the detective on your case for a year or so. Do you mind answering some questions for us? Izuku stared at them both before sticking his tongue out at them again. Wormneck pressed his lips together as he brought his hand to the top of his nose. Detective What's-His-Name took a notebook out and looked at him. The first question is, who are you, Hisser? Neither you nor your Quirk are in the database. Izuku frowned. There was that word he'd heard a few times before. Quirk. He didn't exactly know what it was, but it seemed to be important in some way to humans. Tsukachi stared at him for a bit before turning to Wormneck. He might respond better to you, Eraserhead. Try it. Wormneck muttered something that Izuku couldn't hear before turning to Izuku with a slightly annoyed look. What's your name? Tsukachi rolled his eyes slightly. Izuku blinked as he considered what to say. He'd been asked this a few times already, so he knew what it meant. Just not what to say. He peeked. Tsukachi looked surprised to actually get an answer before he frowned. Who is your guardian? Izuku wordlessly snarled, suddenly annoyed by the questions. The humans didn't seem to be surprised as they glanced at each other. What's your Quirk's name? Izuku drew his ears back as he lashed his tail angrily. Could they not shut up? Furless dog breathers. At least they were starting to look a bit exasperated. Do you know your guardian's address? If Izuku's claws were properly working, he'd be flexing them in and out. But he simply settled for digging his nails into the ground. The humans stared at him for a bit while he twitched in irritation. If you cooperate more, we can work out a deal for you. Either way, you'll have to stop your vigilantism, but if you cooperate, if you choose to do so, perhaps one day you could apply for a hero school and get your license to legally help people. Izuku glared harder at them as they stared directly at him. Finally, the humans shifted as they began to leave. Izuku didn't make a move to bolt when they opened the door, and the door closed with a note of finality. Izuku flexed his hands as he tried to work off the anger and twitchiness. It didn't work. He let out a frustrated shriek. Tsukachi yelled politely into his phone as Aizawa watched from his position on Hisser's door. Their questioning of the young vigilante had not gone well at all. It would seem like Hisser was just being contrary for the fun of it if he wasn't so visibly angry the entire time. They'd gotten his name, but it seemed more like a code name than his actual name. And now Tsukachi was trying to convince his idiotic superiors that whatever idea they'd come up with was stupid. He ignored Hisser's enraged scream, though shifted so he could burst into the room if something went down in there. Hisser was more unpredictable now than before when he was cornered. And he didn't have very wise ideas. Who tries to break out of a high-security hospital while on the 3rd floor? Tsukachi hung up looking like he just essayed on a lemon. Aizawa raised an eyebrow pointedly. Tsukachi cleared his throat uncomfortably. I just got off the phone with the police chiefs. They think it would be best to... He paused as if finding the right words. Give the HPSC custody. The HPSC? Aizawa choked. Why would they be interested in a child vigilante? He hadn't hurt anyone innocent and he hadn't gotten in any major fights besides. Shatter. He clenched his fist as he scowled at the thought of the deceased rank villain. It was because of him that they were in this mess. He'd been hoping that he'd be able to quietly catch Hisser and hopefully get him help of some kind, since people don't just become mildly popular localized benevolent vigilantes with what seems like a mild hatred of law enforcement without a motive, but with the almost national news on the death of Shatter and the vigilante who caused it. Everyone knew that Hisser existed. He glowered at the floor, only stopping when Tsukachi awkwardly cleared his throat. What exactly are we going to do, AI Eraserhead? I have a heavy feeling that if he were to go to them, something horrible would end up happening to something. Aizawa clenched his jaw as he thought about Hisser's track record for biting and running away from basically everyone as soon as he finished his goal. The HPSC would either hate that and try and crush it out of him or manipulate it into the perfect hero persona. And Hisser would almost certainly refuse to allow himself to be changed unless he wanted to. And that would only result in pain. I don't know. He snarled as he lifted himself from the door and began to pace. What would he do? Tsukachi watched him, almost seeming like he wanted to pace with him. A million thoughts flooded through his mind as he tried to think of one that would work. But they were all nonsense. Hisser shrieked again and Aizawa ignored the scratching on the door. Was the kid a cat that wanted to go do something stupid or something? He growled under his breath as he pulled on his capture weapon in an agitated manner. Why couldn't Hisser have left the building alone? There were plenty of heroes on the way, and Shatter was known for keeping his main victims alive after destroying everything they'd worked for. He tried to ignore the fact that a few more of the bystanders still trapped in the building may have possibly died or been in even worse conditions. He stopped in his tracks as something dawned upon him. He turned to Tsukachi. This could only work with him. Otherwise he would be arrested for tampering, even though their plan was the worst idea he had ever heard in his entire career, including his former students who were complete idiots and came up with the idea of blowing up an entire training area to drive the villain out with her hostage. The two students had gone to Recovery Girl with horrible injuries that could have killed them if she hadn't been within 30 minutes. There was no way he was keeping those students around to injure civilians and potentially kill them. That year he'd ended up with only 4 students at the end, the villain and hostage in that simulation, a student who'd gotten in through the sports festival, and the only one of the heroes in that simulation who'd tried to talk the others out of it but had gotten overruled and been unable to control his classmates who'd purposefully cracked his kneecap for trying to stop them. He refused to have new, and possibly worse, endeavors in his class. Anyway, he had to convince Tsukachi to agree with his plan, otherwise he'd be removed from the case and Hisser put into the custody of the HPSC. Tsukachi, I'm sure you agree that Hisser going to the HPSC is almost certain to ruin something, whether that be Hisser or the HPSC. Tsukachi hesitantly nodded, seemingly unsure of where it was going. Let's fake Hisser escaping and give him a new identity if his guardian doesn't show up and prove that they are a good guardian to Hisser. Tsukachi started choking on his own spit. What the hell, eraser? Izuku dug his nails into the door as he left more shallow claw marks on the door. He could hear them talking outside his room, but even if he could understand everything they were saying, his ears weren't working properly. He still wasn't sure why they felt fine. It was just that with his smell and his claws their quality had left slightly. But it was still fun to sharpen them on the door. Maybe they'd open the door and then he'd be able to run out. And this time he's sure he could escape. He knew that Wormneck had his worm again, which Izuku had dodged a few times, and the other human looked kinda weak, so he bet he could take him down easily. It couldn't be that hard. Izuku clawed the door again, enjoying the scraping sound. His nails were finally getting stronger again, and soon they'd grow back out into claws. Then he could scratch whoever annoyed him into oblivion. He couldn't wait. He moved away from the door to perch on the human bed. Maybe if they saw him there they'd let their guard down a little and he could sprint out? That would probably work. Humans weren't that smart. He curled up on the bed, keeping an eye open for when they opened the door. As soon as the door was open wide enough and they'd relaxed even slightly, he'd jump up and sprint out of the room. Would he turn right or left? He thought on that. Last time he'd gone left because he'd heard a lot of people to the right, but maybe the reason there were so many people on the right was because that was the way out. He flicked his whiskers, curtly nodding to himself. He was going left, no right. Izuku heard loud footsteps head his way and he perked up, ready to jump off the bed. They approached his door quickly. The footsteps nearly hesitated next to his door before continuing on. He sighed, dropping his head back in the crook of his arms. This was so boring. When would they come back? He twitched, trying to wake his arm up that had fallen asleep. Why wasn't anyone coming? It had been so long and he was bored. He yelled at the stupid humans who were ignoring him, not expecting them to respond. Izuku repositioned himself so he was laying belly down, his arms and legs splayed out at odd angles. Izuku grunted as he pressed his face into the surprisingly comfortable human bed. It wasn't long before he dozed off, his face still shoved into the bed far enough the next person who came in almost thought Izuku had suffocated himself if it hadn't been for the loud snoring. Izuku was warm, but the warmth wasn't familiar. The weight of the warmth was too light. He opened his eyes, turning his head to look for the source of the warmth, half hoping it was just Nemophila sleeping with her head on his spine again. But instead of fur, he found a somewhat soft human half-bed over his body. He blinked, hoping for the image to leave his eyes. But it didn't. An involuntary sob exited his throat as he scrambled out from under the mockery of comfort. Where was his family? He wanted them. He needed them. His eyes started watering before cool, salty tears fell down his face. He sniffled as he crouched down, rolling under the human bed, curling up in the middle. This wasn't fair. Nothing was fair. He wanted autumn. He lay on the cold floor, his back pressed somewhat uncomfortably against the wall he'd migrated towards. He took a shaky breath, ignoring the saliva that dripped out of his mouth. He closed his eyes, picturing his family curling up next to him. Phantom brushes of fur ran along him, and he relied slightly. Then the slamming of a door brought him out of the mental image. He grunted in annoyance as he opened his eyes again, looking for the human who'd disturbed him. Sheet. Aizawa, he's not in here anymore. There was a short pause as someone faintly responded. Izuku strained to hear it, but the combination of the distance and his ears not working made it impossible. There was faint shuffling that grew larger as the human approached the human bed. Cautiously the human dropped down before their face ducked down to look under. You were right, Izzy, Racerhead. The human cleared his throat and Izuku took the opportunity to kick out at his face. The human dodged and backed away from the bed. Eraser, can you come in here? We need to tell Hisarpeak what's going to happen now. There was a quiet murmur that got louder until Black Boots entered the room. Why is he under the bed? The human that Izuku was almost certain was Wormneck said. Why would I know? Tsukachi said with an unfamiliar tone. It sounded rude. There was a quiet huff before the rustling of paper. So Hisarpeak. After a while of searching, we've been unable to find your guardians. Because you've refused to tell us who they are, for now you'll have to go into the foster care system until we can find them, if they're around, and if they're deemed safe, turn you over to their custody. Judging by what we believe your age and the severity of your crimes are, you cannot go to any form of a detention center. We have a few foster options for you to temporarily house with. Izuku's head hurt from all the words. So he chose to remain silent, not even a hiss escaping him. Tsukachi waited for a moment as if expecting an answer before continuing. Once you're discharged, we'll take you to one of the homes. That'll be later today, so please get ready. The human quickly left and Wormneck lingered for a little longer. Hisser, if your guardians are dangerous, protecting them won't work for long. We'll do our best to not let them find you if they are dangerous to you, but we can't know or do anything if you don't tell us. Then he left as well. Having no idea what was going on, Izuku just blinked as the door firmly shut. Then he wiggled out from under the bed to see if the door would open. It didn't. Rats. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Izuku sat on his new human bed. It was more comfortable than the first he'd been on, but still nowhere near as comfortable as sleeping in a pile of siblings. The humans, Wormneck included, had practically dragged him out from under the bed. Then from the wall that he clung to, then the doorframe of his old room, then the doors to exit the old building he'd been in before, then the door of the tin can he'd been put in. The humans had tried to convince him to come casually with them, but he wouldn't. He still didn't trust them not to remove his ball. He'd heard the horror stories. Then they tried to convince him to voluntarily trap himself in the tin can with a rope. He'd again tried to refuse that one, but their annoying insistence had forced him to. Once they'd looked away, he tried to untie himself, but a red head-on glare from Wormneck had broken his resolve. So he chose to pout on the way to wherever they were taking him in hopes that they'd let their guards down and he could escape when they opened the doors that had no grips. Spoiler alert, he couldn't. As soon as he tried to run out and into some bushes, someone had grabbed the scruff of the human coat he was wearing, thus keeping him in place. On the good side, he could hear, see, and smell properly again. His claws were slightly smaller than they usually were, but just as sharp. But when he tried to turn back into a cat, a sudden wave of nausea had nearly made him fall over. Worm, the dog-haired feces that he was, just rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath that Izuku could hear but not understand. Right? Act surprised that using your quirk as frequently as you have been with your tiny child self makes you sick. Has no one taught him anything about quirks? After the humans had taken him to the building, one of them knocked, and an older human woman with green skin answered. As Yumika, correct? The blue-furred human asked, sounding a bit off. Izuku huffed. What were they doing now? He's Peak? Izuku hissed as they said his name. How did they know it? He never told them. Oh right, he did. He paused for a second, hoping to come up with something else to be mad about right now. Correct. He's a flight risk, so keep an eye on him. We'll have officers in the area, so if he gets out, call us. Azum nodded her head and waved at the blue-furred human holding Izuku's scruff. You can let him go now. I'd hate to keep you here any longer. Izuku was gently pushed forwards towards the doorway, and he stepped through the door before realizing what he was doing. He turned around ready to dash out before the door slammed in his face. He whimpered involuntarily, pawing at the door. Azum's raspy voice called out for him. He tilted his head slightly as he continued pawing at the door. I've never worked with anyone like you before, not in a bad way, I just don't want to make things worse for you. So if you need anything, tell me. She awkwardly said. Izuku squirmed a bit, trying to decipher her words that were like a new kitten trying to speak proper cat for the first time. Azum spun on her heel and strode off. Izuku went back to trying to open the door. After a while, Azum had come back and taken him to the table where she'd made him some food. It smelled really fishy, which Izuku appreciated, but the weird green thing wrapped around it made the fish taste wrong. Overall, it had tasted okay. That was how he'd ended up on the bed. The room he was in had a window, but Izuku couldn't figure out how to open it. He squirmed on the bed uncomfortably, his heart heavy with missing for his family. He looked out the window where he could see a blue-furred human loitering across the land where the tin cans roamed. The blue-furred human was watching the human building he was in non-discreetly. But he was far enough away Izuku could easily escape and sneak past him. Once his cat form recovered, of course. For now, Izuku would settle for being stuck with a human. Things couldn't be that bad with humans, right? A sharp slamming of a door startled Izuku out of his dozing sleep. Quickly after, an angry male human voice rang out. Rising to meet the angry tone, Azum started yelling back. He sat up, blinking the sleep from his eyes. The sun hadn't even risen yet. Weren't most humans diurnal minus the monsters and whoever they caught and made a victim? He groaned in annoyance as he wandered out of the room. Staying out until the crack of dawn, I've been besides myself with worry. Where have you been? Why do you care? Want to set a good image for the kind heroes dropping off a poor traumatized baby. Excuse me? What are you implying? Nothing much. Which? An outraged shriek rang from the next room and a loud slam. Izuku ran over, wondering if he'd have to tackle someone. When he entered the room, he paused. The two humans, Azum, and the unnamed male human were glaring at each other. A gray light ebbed from the male human's ears like smoke, and a vein was twitching in his forehead. Azum looked back at Izuku and forcefully relaxed herself. I'm sorry. Peep, we were just talking. Why don't you go back to bed? It's only 6 a.m. She glared at the male human. Kasai. You woke up Peak with your entry. Kasai growled, and Izuku looked up at him in interest. That was the closest he'd seen any human come to growling properly. No, you woke him up. I didn't slam any doors until you stuck your nose into my business. I wouldn't yell at you if you wouldn't stop wandering around the city at night. One of these days you're going to get yourself killed or in deep shit, and I won't be able to bail you out. Shut up. You're not my mom. I'm not your mom, but I'm your guardian. Can't you get that through your thick skull? Izuku's head was starting to hurt. They were yelling at each other but weren't attacking each other? If only he could understand what they were saying. The tones sounded familiar, but he couldn't place his finger on what. Kasai stormed away from Azum, slamming his shoulder into Izuku, knocking him aside. Izuku hissed in surprise as he wiped off his human coat that was contaminated with angry human. Azum rubbed her face before looking to Izuku. You just going to stand there, or will you move and do something? She rasped as she walked to an artificial waterfall. She got a cup and drank multiple cups of water without taking a breath. She looked back at Izuku, who was still watching her. Smoke breather, she said in a tone that felt like Nemophila trying to teach him how to spin attack, but really just succeeding in giving him a headache from all the spinning into things. A sudden pang of homesickness hit him, and he ran out of the room. Azum was left behind, wondering what she'd said. He crashed into the room he was temporarily sleeping in, slamming the door into the wall. A loud crack came from the wall, but he ignored it as he ran to the window. He desperately grabbed it, trying to yank it out of the way. This wasn't right. He wanted to go back to the box. He wanted to go home. He scratched the frame, leaving thin marks on the softwood. He turned away from the window and ran to the door he'd come in through the day before, twisting the handle. It opened and he rushed out. "Peek!" Azum screamed after him, but he ignored her as he ran away. He stopped in an alley when his legs started pulsating painfully and sat down, intending to rest for a few minutes. He didn't know where he was, but he was getting back to autumn, Nemophila, and sunlight even if it killed him. "So you ran here. So you ran here." Izuku snapped his head up, pulling his ears back as he wordlessly snarled at Kacchan. Kacchan stared at him as he exaggeratedly raised his hands up in surrender. "Kinda stupid thing to do. Don't you know about the rules that you have to follow?" Izuku stared blankly at him, ready to sprint away. Kacchan continued staring at him, and he twitched angrily, letting out a soft warning growl. Kacchan didn't seem worried at all. "I don't really care what happens to you, but as you made me go look for you, since it's my fault for leaving the door unlocked." He rolled his eyes before taking a step forwards. Izuku inched backwards, hissing at him. An unreadable expression flitted over Kacchan's face before it smoothed back out into calm. "Oh, Azum. Azumi. I found the brat." Izuku stiffened as he shot up to his feet, half snarling at Kacchan. "Shut up." Kacchan grinned at Izuku, seemingly reveling in the power he held. "Come on, little baby, why don't you go back to the house?" Kacchan spat out with considerable venom. Izuku froze. Was Kacchan a monster? Why was he so angry? Or did he think Izuku was the monster? He stepped backwards, feeling a rough lump in his throat. Of course Kacchan would think he was a monster. Who wouldn't? "Yeah, he's here." "No, I didn't do anything. Why do you always think I did something?" Izuku blinked as he stared at Kacchan. He was talking to someone out of the alley. He was distracted. Izuku carefully backed away before turning on his tail and sprinting further down the alley. Kacchan didn't seem to even notice. He reached out for a ledge to pull himself up to a roof. Deep in his once injured wrist, a horrid itching started. When he pulled himself up, he bit the itch to make it go away. Then he sprinted over the roofs as fast as he could. He needed to get as far away as he could before they noticed. If they noticed, they'd chase him, and since he still couldn't turn into a cat, he wouldn't be as fast as usual. Just to check, he tried again. Almost immediately, a powerful wave of nausea washed over him, and he nearly stumbled off the edge of a building. He regained his balance and tried not to dry heave. As he staggered away from the human home, he took the chance to look back over his shoulder. Faint lights flashed. He swallowed thickly as he clambered down into a dark alley that smelled faintly of blood. They couldn't find him. 2 days later, Aizawa stared at Tsukachi incredulously. "What do you mean Hisar escaped from his foster family? Didn't you schedule 3 police officers to be on duty at all times surrounding the foster home?" Tsukachi rubbed his forehead agitatedly. "Yes, I did. But somehow he slipped past them, and when Azum's other ward found him, apparently he ran away when he got distracted." Aizawa clenched his jaw. He knew that it wasn't fair to blame Tsukachi entirely for this, but if Hisar got caught again, he'd only have 2 chances left before he was put in juvie for what could be years. And that was leaving out the risk of the HPSC getting their grimy hands on him. "Any clues on where he may have gone?" he quietly asked. He could already feel a massive migraine coming on. Tsukachi's lips thinned, confirming what Aizawa was already certain of. "Well, he possibly originally ran east, but we have no other clues other than that." Aizawa rolled his eyes. Possibly originally. It sounded like Tsukachi was just grasping for straws. Though Aizawa couldn't blame him. Hisar was a massive headache, and any measure of control made them feel better. "So, am I on the case again?" Tsukachi nodded quickly. "Yes. Just, once there's a sighting of him, you will be." Aizawa nodded, doing his best to not look longingly at the coffee machine next to him. At least until Tsukachi brought out the paperwork he was behind on. Izuku woke up cold. He shivered violently. He started to call before stopping. He looked around at his surroundings. It looked similar to the alley with his family. The ground was cold and thought he could tell the sun was somewhere in the sky. The alley was darker than the surrounding areas. But this alley was cold and unfriendly and had an almost stale scent of human blood. His remaining fur raised and he rubbed his arms as he sat up into a crouch. Izuku groaned softly as he reached up to his neck and scratched it. Where to go to now? He sniffed the air, doubting he'd smell anything familiar but checking regardless. He left the alley soon after, not liking the horrible feelings he got in his stomach from it. Izuku wandered up and down the streets aimlessly. The humans around gave him curious looks but eventually dragged their eyes away. He frowned, wondering what exactly they were looking at. He was wearing a human coat, he wasn't covered in blood, his own or someone else's, and he wasn't that interesting looking by anyone's standards. He started to walk faster. Suspiciously, he looked around, half expecting Wormneck or another clown to leap out at him and drag him flailing and hissing back to Azium or a completely new location even further away from Autumn and his siblings. But the few clowns on the street barely glanced at him. One pulled their lips into a frown, but that was all before he walked away. He relaxed slightly, consciously making sure not to run. If he looked suspicious, that could end badly. As he walked, he brought his left hand up to his face, flexing his claws in and out. They had recovered immensely since the kidnapping and looked almost as healthy as usual. Just wished that he'd turn into a cat. He flicked his tail in annoyance at the thought of being permanently stuck like this. He despised that idea. Why would anyone want to be stuck like this? It was cold and lonely, he was itchy, and his face didn't work properly. He hissed at some poor human who'd looked at him too long and they edged away. Cowardly human. He huffed, crossing his arms. It was a bit cold outside. Usually he wouldn't mind that, but currently it just brought him memories of cuddling with his siblings and stealing delicious-smelling food from humans on snowy days when most of the prey was away. He shivered, a mixture of cold and longing. He huffed, shaking himself slightly. There was no point in wishing. He'd just have to go find them himself. He winced, guiltily. This was the second time in such a short period of time he'd gone missing for a while. They had to be a bit worried. He wondered what they were thinking right now. Was it like when Cinder vanished and everyone panicked for a while until they finally had to come to the hard conclusion he was dead, only to find out much later he'd run off to live with humans? Or would it be that they were starting to get desensitized to constant disappearances? What if they stop caring because you disappear so much? He flinched, grinding his teeth. They cared. Where had that thought come from? His human-lookingness? Did humans think stuff like this? That was stupid if they did. He was amazing, his human looks couldn't stop that. He dragged himself out of wherever that line of thought had been going and ducked into an alley, sniffing it to see if it was familiar in any way. It wasn't. So he left the alley and continued walking through the human city. People had stopped noticing him and he was able to walk without random sideways glances now. He yawned as he wandered into another alley, sniffed it, and left. He hadn't made any progress in the last hour to find his family. They were still nowhere to be found. But he would find them. No matter what. He couldn't be alone. He needed them. And he sorely hoped that they needed him as much as he needed them. Aizawa had been searching for Peak for days now. Originally, there'd been a few sightings of him wandering aimlessly, sticking his head into alleys before continuing on his way, but when he left the area most people who knew about him were in, no one had noticed him. Why would he be sticking his head into alleys? Was he looking for people in danger? Was he checking to make sure no heroes, police, or villains were going to leap out at him? Or was it something completely different? He did a double take at a glimpse of green from the corner of his eye. Unfortunately and unsurprisingly, when he swiveled around, it was just a short green-haired girl with some kind of mutation quirk sitting with who seemed to be her parents. Minute. He let out a soft stream of curses as he swung his capture weapon out, wrapping it around a railing and hurtling himself towards it. He leaned down, looking into an alley, holding onto a faint glimmer of hope the idiot child would be in there. No such luck. Why did I have to be put on this case? He gripped. I'm too young to have a full head of gray hair. He swiveled around again at another glimpse of what looked like civilian hisser. It was a sign. Stupid fish sign. He burst out. I am going to put laxatives in your Ife coffee, Tsukachi, just you wait. At a police station somewhere across the city, a detective shivered and pulled his coffee mug closer to him. Izuku missed his family so badly. A tugging sensation in his gut had been distracting him for hours, and tears had been streaming down his face for half of that. He was shockingly not thirsty yet, but it had to be an odd sight for the humans passing him. He curled his tail into his hands and gently pet it, a habit he'd picked up after accidentally killing his first human. He glanced into an alley before quickly continuing on. He was too tired to spend more than a second in an alley just to not find them. A sharp tug on his heart made him yelp, and he bent over in the middle of the sidewalk. He carefully breathed in and out until it soothed out. He stood up and continued walking. After he'd walked across a few roads, he suddenly realized he hadn't tried to turn into a cat for a while. Quickly ducking into an alley, he leaned against a wall and clenched his jaw. He forced his body forwards. A weak wave of nausea came over him, but he easily ignored it. His body slowly started shifting, and he felt proceedingly more sick as he got further into the transformation process. He swallowed thickly, acid rising in his throat as he squeezed his eyes shut. His bones twitched and shrunk, moving about slowly. His muscles shrank and condensed, and he could feel his feet changing sizes. After a few agonizing minutes that were almost worse than his first transformation, he finally opened his eyes to be small again. He jumped excitedly, looking over himself. His fur was slightly different from before. It had been a darker gray, but now the gray was almost white in some places. His fur was longer and more matted than it had ever been, and so he set to work cleaning it. It was tough work, and he was probably going to spit up more than one hairball later, but it was worth it in the end. His fur was almost as sleek and shiny as usual, and he felt almost better. Almost. He continued on his way, this time through the smaller areas he couldn't get into as a human, and found he covered way more ground this way. Humans looked at him and occasionally made high-pitched sounds at him like they were trying to call him over. He easily ignored them. Except for the man with a bag of something green. He couldn't help but run over and rub himself on the bag. It wasn't his fault. It was a happy bag that made him want to play with the human's fingers. Finally, he calmed down enough to get embarrassed by his behavior. He backed away from the tricky man and hissed at him for good measure. The man just chuckled and put the bag away, apparently satisfied. Izuku noticed white fur on his fingers. He barely refrained from screaming in horror that a human had pet him. After that embarrassing incident, he hurried along, not daring to even look at any humans in case they decided to try and trick him too. The sun felt nice on his fur and he purred slightly, almost content. Then he shook his head. He couldn't be getting caught up in his head. Not right now. Autumn, Nemafla, and sunlight were still waiting somewhere out there. By now they probably thought he'd decided to become a human's pet like Cinder did. They were going to be so excited to see him back. He trotted along, his tail held high despite himself. He was so happy to be in his proper body again. Izuku's paws hurt. They'd been coarse and tough for most of the time he could remember, but ever since the humans had kidnapped him and he'd struggled to get into his cat form, they'd softened. It was almost painful to place his paws down. Well, they'd heal, and so he ignored it in favor of avoiding getting stepped on. He'd rarely gone out when he was a cat when people were around, and so was unaccustomed to their lumbering feet. A few that he didn't manage to fully avoid would do some kind of weird leap over him right before they walked into him, and others would actually trip and nearly take him down with them. It was kind of annoying, and he silently vowed to himself to never go out by humans during the day again once he found his family. As he walked, he realized it was also annoying not being able to truly understand them. If he understood what they were saying, perhaps it would make fighting them easier. If he understood their words, maybe they'd leave him alone. He vowed to practice once he was human again. Whenever he passed humans, he made a point to listen in on their conversations and memorize the words. He forgot most of them, but he wasn't willing to turn into a human and get chased or not be able to turn back into a cat again. Did you hear? Dato is back with Kay again. Again. That's the 5th time they've gotten back together this month. I know, right? He says it's true love and sheet. I have never heard of 2 real people who've broken up as many times as they have and ended up together happily. That's what I said, but he just cussed me out. He left those 2 humans behind, doing his best to remember the words. He was doing this to make his life easier in the future. He had to remind himself multiple times when he got sick of listening. Oh, shut up. You know you love me. Oh, stop that. Angry words. Possibly against mortal enemies. But the undertones could tell a different tale. And so I sat there, barbecue sauce on my ties. Why are you like this? Clearly those two were friends. He knew humans smiled when happy and they were all grins. Mommy, watch this. Mommy, mommy, mommy. That was easily translatable. Exactly what that meant. He remembered faint memories from his own kitten years about the human who had been his mom before she died. He knew he'd done something like that to her a few times. He got another sudden feeling of longing. He lowered his head and walked faster. The scraping on his feet didn't bother him anymore. Not doing. Yebu. Go oh. Why. He walked past multiple conversations, still listening in but unable to tune out before he got out of earshot. Wormneck always ruined everything. His happiness, his time, his life. Why couldn't he just butt out? Here kitty kitty dash. Izuku wasn't having it. He spun around and snarled at the man who blinked in shock before Izuku turned into an alley and walked into it. He plopped down next to a dumpster and put his head between his legs as he pouted. Loud footsteps started approaching him and he sat up ready to claw the man's face. Humans don't know when to leave someone alone. He looked up properly at the human in front of him before freezing. That wasn't a human. That was a dog. A huge mangy dog that was salivating with a somewhat vacant look in its eyes. He jumped to his feet, sprinting out of the alley with the dog on his heels. There was no chance of scaring this one off. It was too far gone for that. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Izuku sprinted the hot breath of the diseased beast on his heels. He wasted no time in worrying about his slightly fragile claws, instead digging them into the ground as to run faster. The dog was creepily silent, its brain likely heavily deteriorated from the disease. There was no gleeful barking from the chase, only mindless determination to catch him. Izuku hated dogs, but he felt some pity for this creature. No being deserved this. But he couldn't dwell long on the fact of the dog's suffering. He needed to make sure he wouldn't be ripped in half, bitten and later unable to control himself as he became frantic and attacked anything at random or left to bleed out. He needed to live. He scrambled under a thorny bush hoping to take refuge there. But it didn't last long. With no regard to itself, the dog crashed into the bush, a growl escaping at the pain. Izuku barely was able to scramble back away from the jaws snapping at his neck. He flattened down and crawled out from under the bush and continued running as fast as he could. He could hear the dog struggling to get out of the bush before continuing chasing him. This dog was persistent. He made an abrupt left turn, nearly falling onto his side as he continued running. He heard a human yell of shock as he streaked past them, but he didn't look to see. The dog was slowly gaining on him. The only thing keeping him from being caught was the adrenaline of knowing what would happen if he was caught. He panted quickly, his eyes dilated from the stress. If he made it out, he was sure he was going to be losing fur for ages. He made another abrupt turn, this time keeping his footing better. Where were all the trees? He gasped for air, looking around for an escape route. He found a fence that had a small hole in it and he ran for it, praying he would fit. He dove for it, wiggling through. He felt his fur rip, but he didn't care when it ripping meant he'd almost gotten through to safety. Unfortunately, apparently the fence wasn't enough to keep the dog away. The dog jumped over the fence, sending vibrations through Izuku's paws as it landed. He squealed and turned around to run again. What was wrong with this dog? Shouldn't it have stopped by now? Unlike before, it was now barking angrily at him, which didn't help Izuku's heart, which was beating so fast he half expected it to rip from his chest. Run, 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 he mentally chanted. Surely the dog had to get tired at some point? But tree on your left. Someone yelled. He decided to trust them. He took a hard left and looked up, noticing that there was in fact a tall tree. He sprinted even faster, using the last bit of strength he had to throw himself at the tree. He dug his claws into the bark and dragged his way up and onto a branch about halfway up the tree. And not a moment too soon. The dog paced around the bottom of the tree, occasionally standing up on its two back legs so it could get closer to snarl at him. It didn't seem to be able to reach him, so he closed his eyes and began to control his breathing as to get it back to normal. He sat in the tree for a while, waiting for the dog to leave him alone. Finally, the dog stopped harassing him. But not because it left. A loud bang rang out and the dog keeled over sideways, knocking dust up off the ground. It twitched once, then once again before going still. Blood pooled around its neck as its eyes started to dim, and Izuku nearly lost his lunch at the gruesome sight. Two humans wearing long blue gloves walked up to the dog and dragged it into a cage. One of them mumbled something that Izuku couldn't pick up, and the other responded loud enough that he could hear. "I hope it didn't hurt for too long." They lifted the cage into a car that Izuku only just noticed by the side of the road. "Hey, do you think we should kill that cat he was chasing?" Izuku stiffened at the word kill. The other frowned and hummed. "Well, we probably should. He might have bitten the poor thing. It'll be less painful for the cat if he did. I really hate this part of the job." Izuku gasped in shock as one of them turned around and started to aim metal death at him. He jumped up from where he'd been crouched and bolted higher up the tree into the leaves where he cowered. "Dimin, I can't see it anymore." They both looked around for him on the ground and in the tree. He silently hid, hoping that they wouldn't see him. Finally they gave up and turned away. He must have slipped away. They both got into the truck and drove away, the dog's corpse bouncing slightly as they got off the curb. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Humans were insane. While he thought about that, he remembered that he hadn't truly found the tree of his own accord. Someone had yelled for him to climb the tree. He poked his head up out of the leaves and looked around. A flash of something caught his eye and he followed it. It was definitely a cat or something similar to it that had just gone into an alley. He debated with himself for a bit before jumping down and carefully trotting after it. He was curious. He couldn't help that. He walked into the alley and looked around for the cat. He'd about given up and thought of it just being an optical illusion when a clattering came from further down the alley. Then a cat who was almost exactly Izuku's size jumped down from on top of a trash bin. He had dark brown fur that was so dark it was almost black, that stuck up slightly as if he'd cleaned himself the wrong way and hadn't bothered to put it back. But the most striking feature of him were his blue eyes that had a hint of yellow around his pupils. He looked over him with a slightly cool and wary expression before taking a step towards him. He backed away, hissing nervously. Next, a slightly larger cat, about an inch taller than both of them, with reddish-brown short fur and faint brown tabby stripes through her coat, approached him, coming to stand next to the unnamed previous cat. She looked faintly excited about him, but mostly just curious. "This the cat you think is part of it? He's barely more than a kitten." The dark brown cat spat. Izuku bristled and began to retort when the other cat spoke up with an amused tone. "So are we, Weaselpaw." She turned her attention to Izuku and flicked her tail friendlily at him while Weaselpaw grumbled, his tail thrashing randomly. "Hey there. I'm sure you're confused about what's going on right now. Well, I saw a fellow cat in trouble and just couldn't take the idea of a mangy beast ripping your fur off." Izuku stared at her. "Come on, he's a kitty pet. Smell him." The girl cat continued to casually look at him before reaching a paw over and smacking Weaselpaw over the ear. "Oh, what was that for? Be nice." She hissed at him before looking back at Izuku again, annoyance now visible on her face. "As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by Weaselpaw, I couldn't take the idea of you getting your fur ripped off. I'm glad you've still got all your fur." Izuku opened his mouth to thank her or politely leave the conversation, but somewhere along the way what he'd meant to say got lost and changed into, "Who are you again?" He winced, but she didn't seem offended. Of course. I'm Adderpaw of ThunderClan, and this is Weaselpaw of WindClan. And this is Kitty of Kitty Pets." Weaselpaw muttered. Adderpaw didn't hold back this time. She jumped over onto Weaselpaw and attacked his ears. "Don't they teach you manners in WindClan?" She howled. Weaselpaw screeched loudly as her sharp teeth dug into his left ear. He kicked her repeatedly in the stomach, his claws out. A hiss was all that told Izuku it hurt her. Finally, after they had rolled around on the ground for a while, they broke apart, A truce silently called. That was entertaining, Izuku thought. But why is Adderpaw defending me like that? Izuku knew that most cats wouldn't defend someone unless they were extremely close in some way. And even then most wouldn't step in unless it was extreme circumstances. It rarely was worth the energy to get in between another cat fight, verbal or physical. So why was Adderpaw doing just that? Adderpaw and Weaselpaw grumbled as they liked their wounds. Weaselpaw had a puncture wound in his ear that looked like it probably would close in a while, and Adderpaw had shallow scratches across her stomach and a claw that looked half ripped out. The fight had clearly not been to seriously injure or kill, but it wasn't anything like the play fights Izuku sometimes had with his siblings. Even when he'd attacked Cinder out of anger for his abandonment, it hadn't reached this level. Adderpaw looked at him and continued as if nothing had happened. "Don't mind Weaselpaw, he's a grump. I don't think I ever caught your name." "It's Peak," he shortly said. Adderpaw looked to Weaselpaw, who just huffed. They had a whole conversation with their eyes that Izuku couldn't understand, and also made him wonder how they were able to do that if they hated each other so much. "So Peak, what circumstances brought you here?" Adderpaw said awkwardly as if she was trying to play something off. "The dog chasing me?" he said, now even more confused. No, I mean you being here." She tried to clarify. "Mouse brain. Hasn't it occurred to you that he lives in this area?" Weaselpaw growled. Adderpaw showed her teeth but refrained from attacking him again. "That wasn't what I was asking. I was asking why he followed us into the alley." "Well, why didn't you just say that?" Weaselpaw huffed, looking away. Adderpaw continued as if he hadn't said anything. "So how come you followed us? I expected you to avoid us since you're a loner." Weaselpaw jolted. "Loner?" Izuku asked. "Again, I'm pretty sure he's a kitty pet. He smells like 2 legs." Weaselpaw said. But this time the venom in his voice had left, as if he'd given up his anger. Instead he just sounded resigned, as if he was speaking facts that Adderpaw was purposefully ignoring. Adderpaw gave him a slightly sympathetic look before continuing on. "Loner. Cats who live by themselves and aren't a part of a clan." Izuku frowned. By that description he probably wasn't a loner since he lived with his family still, but if he denied it then they'd probably assume he was a kitty pet, which sounded like something bad. Oh yeah, I guess. He was starting to regret talking to them. Why did he feel so awkward? While he was thinking, Adderpaw and Weaselpaw shared a look. They both seemed to know something but not want to share it for some reason. Weaselpaw was losing his aggression towards Izuku slowly, as if he was accepting Izuku in some way. "Hey Peak, this might seem odd, but do you know where we are?" Surprisingly, Weaselpaw asked. Izuku stared before slightly shaking his head. "No, I am not supposed to be here. Humans caught me and so I fled, but without the knowledge of my location or how to get back to my home." He'd expected some kind of reaction, but not the slight confusion and curiosity. "Human? Do you mean 2-leg?" Izuku almost immediately answered with a no, but after thinking for a second he realized that humans did only walk on 2 legs, which could have been what they meant. The furless, fleshy, annoying things? He clarified. "Yes," Adderpaw said. "Then yes, that is what I mean." Adderpaw's pupils narrowed a bit and her tail twitched slightly. "Is that why you smell of them?" Izuku's tail bristled slightly and he smoothed it out quickly. He knew that most cats would not like that he could turn into humans. In fact, he was pretty sure Autumn and his family only were fine with it because he'd done it to protect them at first and then occasionally near them, so they were used to it. And Autumn was a bit of an unusual cat anyways and passed that trait on to her adopted kittens, so there was no way he could ever trust these cats with that secret. They'd be scared of him. Besides being human SED majorly. Sure, humans occasionally would kick or throw rocks at him when he was a cat, but they never harassed him as much as they did when he was human. Yep. They were not very good at keeping me there though. It was an easy escape. He smugly boasted. What? He was proud of it and he wouldn't deny it. Adderpaw had no trouble in hiding her curiosity, and even Weaselpaw was barely hiding excitement in the story. "How'd you do it?" Adderpaw eagerly said. Izuku puffed up in excitement at getting to tell his great escape. He made sure to leave out most of the human parts though. So basically I was fighting and got injured badly by a human. Some blue-coated humans decided to take me and I ended up in a human heal room. I tried to escape but Wormneck caught me. Then they talked at me until they got bored and took me to a human house. They left the door open and so I slipped through and ran away. I almost got caught by the angry annoying human from the house but I escaped him too. I've been walking for days trying to find my way back to my family. Whoa! Weaselpaw said. Adderpaw was apparently speechless. Izuku puffed up his chest slightly. Wait, you're trying to find your family? Like a small clan of just them? Izuku groaned internally. Why were there words he still didn't understand when he was a cat? I guess. He said, slouching slightly. I don't think loners describe groups of them as clans. Weaselpaw said to Adderpaw. Then what do they call them? Adderpaw asked Weaselpaw. He looked at her funnily. She coughed and moved on. Izuku watched them. It made him miss his family again and he cursed at the feelings. What was it with him lately? Did he really care this much? Would they? Was it weird he cared so much? Cinder didn't seem to care when he'd left and when Autumn had found out she hadn't cared much either. Was he just doomed to always be odd no matter what form he was in, human or cat? He looked back up, forcefully dragging himself out of the odd thoughts and looked back up at the two cats. They hadn't noticed his thinking and were having a conversation so quietly even Izuku's sensitive hearing couldn't pick it up. Hey! He started and they looked at him. He swallowed nervously, hoping they wouldn't take it as something to be upset over. Where are you two going? They glanced at each other again before Adderpaw eagerly spoke up. Oh, we're going on a quest. To find something in the two-leg place. Weaselpaw calmly cut in, casting Adderpaw a meaningful look. She huffed and thrashed her tail once. Yeah, that. Izuku bit his tongue, hissing quietly as it sunk in deeper than he'd meant to. Would you? Could I? He paused and took a breath, choosing his words carefully. It's dangerous here. Though I don't live in this area, I likely have more knowledge of humans than you do. Do you need advice or a guide? He was lonely. So lonely. He hoped they'd allow him to come or at least converse for a bit longer. Why would CK? Weaselpaw started to spit at him but Adderpaw knocked two of his paws out from under him, nearly sending him toppling to the ground. That sounds great. Adderpaw brightly said. Izuku perked up. Don't scare him off. Adderpaw then hissed at Weaselpaw, who glared at her. If he got scared off by that, then there's no way he was a part of it. Weaselpaw grumbled but again backed off. Izuku was too excited to mind the oddness between the two young cats in front of him. He shot up to his feet and with a flick of his tail eagerly said, Then lead the way. Adderpaw's whiskers twitched as if she was amused and Weaselpaw didn't say anything grumpily, instead just getting up and stretching, popping going up and down his spine. Let's goo-goo. Adderpaw howled as she sprinted off down the alley. Weaselpaw followed her at a trot and Izuku galloped into the middle of the traveling party. This was going to be fun. This was not fun. Adderpaw and Weaselpaw wouldn't stop bickering constantly over small things and Izuku often had to act as a barrier between the two. It was quickly getting old. Why did the two even hate each other so much anyway? He was pretty sure it was something to do with clans, but he still didn't quite understand it. There were a lot of things he didn't understand. Maybe he should fix that. After all, his lack of knowledge could lead to him being caught or killed by a human. Maybe that's why ThunderClan is better. Adderpaw yelled. What do you mean by that? I said that you're all horrible at chasing prey. You sneak up on it and then grab it. That's not skill. Any furbrain could do that. Well, then you do it. Fine. Fine. Weaselpaw slowed down to walk behind Izuku again, and he sighed in relief that that spat hadn't turned into another claw fight. Hey, Adderpaw. He called as he quickened his pace to walk next to her. Where are you headed specifically? Adderpaw turned to look at him and bristled her whiskers friendlily at him. Hey, Peak. We're headed deeper in. I know the approximate location, but we'll definitely need you for finding the exact location and getting what we need. She tilted her head before bouncing away. That wasn't what I asked. Izuku thought to himself, confused. He waved it off quickly with the thought of she'd just taken what she'd thought he'd meant and rolled with that, but an uneasy feeling still remained. But I'm hungry. Let's stop and hunt now. Weaselpaw grumbled before turning towards a more natural area, not even waiting for confirmation or denial. Adderpaw sighed in annoyance and turned around to go back. Izuku ducked under the thorny bush Weaselpaw had just gone under and poked his head out. A small red bird hopped along on the ground and Weaselpaw was intently staring at it. He crouched down lower and tensed his back legs. For a second he crouched there. The bird looked up from where it was pecking at the soft muddy ground and Weaselpaw lunged. He ran at the bird and jumped to catch it, but the bird was too fast for him. It flew between his claws and up onto a building where it chirped mockingly at Weaselpaw. He let out a long stream of curses that Autumn would have smacked Izuku over the ear for, and stalked angrily into another corner to wait again. The bird came down a few minutes later and Weaselpaw jumped at it as soon as it landed. The bird fluttered up again, but a flash of red-brown shot at it and with a death squawk took it down. Adderpaw clutched the bird's corpse tightly in her jaws. "You should stick to the rabbits," she said through her prey, looking tauntingly at Weaselpaw. He huffed but didn't push the argument, which Adderpaw looked a bit disappointed at. She quickly shook it off, however, and started eating the bird. Izuku dragged his eyes off the display and hurried off to find his own meal. He saw a scrawny rabbit rotting next to a waste holder but left it. It was definitely poisoned in one way or another. He didn't need to be sick on this trip. Soon after that he found a rat scrambling up a wooden board towards an underground dirt water place. Izuku knew in another few seconds it would be in a location he was unwilling to follow, so he acted fast. Before he knew it, the rat's spine was in his teeth, and with a quick bite the spine snapped and the struggling rat went still. He dragged it away from the smell-contaminated area before starting his feast. The rat was smaller than he was used to in fresh prey, but he could survive off it. The rat's guts slid down his throat, some warm enough he could almost imagine it was gained by rolling around with one of his siblings, trying to steal the prey they'd brought back. It was quickly finished, with nothing but an eyeball and most of the bones left behind. He liked his chops and turned tail before running back to the two other cats. When he made it to the area they were just in, he was greeted with them punching each other next to a half-dead rabbit that presumably Weaselpaw had caught. "It's mine!" Weaselpaw shrieked before head-butting Adderpaw. Yes, this was going to be a long trip. They'd been walking all day and Weaselpaw and Adderpaw had mellowed out as they got more tired. Izuku, being used to being awake for over 24 hours much to Autumn's chagrin, was fast enough and far enough ahead he'd had to turn around and wait multiple times for them to catch up. "Dude, how are you not exhausted?" Weaselpaw asked. "You got chased by a dog with white mouth and have been walking just as long as us today." Izuku smugly perked up. "Well, I'm used to it. I do stuff like this all the time." Adderpaw muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, "What do loners even do with all that time?" Izuku ignored that and looked up at the dark sky. The sun had long since left and it was a bit cold outside. He couldn't really tell with his longer fur, but both Adderpaw and Weaselpaw were noticeably gravitating closer to each other while shivering slightly. He'd ask if they wanted to sleep for tonight, but the last time he'd asked something like that Adderpaw had walked into a metal post and Weaselpaw had hurriedly yelled, "No." So he didn't feel like watching that display again. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about them falling asleep on their paws or anything else, as Weaselpaw spoke up just then. "Hey Adderpaw. Let's find a place to sleep for tonight. I've got a weird feeling about this place." Adderpaw slowly nodded and walked even slower somehow. Izuku sighed and looked into an alley. There was a tiny box, a third of the size of the one he lived in with his family, but it would probably do for the three of them if they agreed to it. "Hey, there's a place to sleep over there." He tilted his head towards the box. Weaselpaw ran over and looked at the box. He visibly slumped. "That's tiny," he exclaimed, looking at Adderpaw as if she'd agree. "I don't care as long as I find a good spot," she mumbled before walking into the box and curling up in a corner. Weaselpaw looked grumpily at Izuku, and for a second he thought Weaselpaw was going to spit angrily at him. Weaselpaw looked away and walked into the box and lay down towards the middle. Izuku sighed. Guess that meant he was going to be sleeping by the opening. He curled up, facing out of the box, as to keep an eye on the alley's entrance. There was not a sound rustling by, the city was silent. Usually he enjoyed silence, but recently with silence usually meaning something was wrong and Weaselpaw mentioning something weird, the silence just unnerved him. Someone shifted behind him and he shot out of the box hissing. Turned around to see it was just Adderpaw, who was now looking blearily at him. Sorry," he said, getting back into the box and trying to settle down again. He closed his eyes and tried to relax. He must have, because soon he realized that he'd been asleep for a while. He pushed up into a crouch, looking around for what had awakened him. A soft murmuring from outside rang into his ears and he left the box. He glanced back to see if Weaselpaw or Adderpaw were awake and had heard it. The box was empty. With a sinking feeling he hurried towards the voices that were distinctly feline. Him was what he'd heard. He peeled his head around the corner and heard his two companions having a hushed conversation. "No, we can't have anything go wrong," Adderpaw said patiently, as if she'd said that multiple times. "What if he finds out by himself and leaves?" Weaselpaw protested. "That won't happen." "How would you know?" Weaselpaw hissed, his tail thrashing. "He doesn't know now. As long as we continue traveling together, it'll be being fulfilled," Adderpaw said, glancing towards the box. Izuku ducked back behind the wall and backed away, ready to run if they came back. The conversation continued, and so he moved back closer to listen. "We still don't know if he is even with us," Weaselpaw mumbled so quietly Izuku had to strain to hear. "He has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense," Adderpaw yelled. Then more quietly she continued. "If he isn't, then I don't know what we're going to do. We can't return with nothing." Weaselpaw was silent. Then he sighed. "Let's go back to the box. We're both too tired for this conversation right now. If Peak wakes up, he'll start questioning our absence." At that, Izuku backed away quickly and hurried back to the box, making sure to stay out of their line of sight. He made it to the box and practically dove inside, curling up and trying to even out his breathing for when they arrived. Soft footsteps approached the box and he relaxed, acting like he was asleep. "Good," Adderpaw said to herself before stepping over him and back into her spot. Only a second later, Weaselpaw squeezed past him. Deciding to play up his unconsciousness, he grumbled slightly and shifted. Weaselpaw inhaled sharply and went still like a rabbit who was a second from bolting. Izuku went back still again and Weaselpaw sighed in relief, making it the rest of the way into the box. He settled down and after a little while Adderpaw and Weaselpaw's breathing both evened out as they fell back asleep. But Izuku couldn't sleep for hours. The conversation Weaselpaw and Adderpaw had remained center of his mind until the sun was barely peeking over the distant horizon. It was then that he finally fell into a short, dreamless sleep. "Wake up, Peak." Izuku shifted and peeked a blearily eye up at Adderpaw, who was cheerfully hovered over his face. "Come on, lazybones, Weaselpaw and I have already eaten. Weaselpaw even brought you a bluebird." "No, I didn't," Weaselpaw protested. His protest was made meaningless by the blue bird near his feet. He mumbled, trying to roll back over. "Come on," Adderpaw yelled in his ear. He groaned and got to his paws. "Why are you so tired?" she giggled. "You were so energetic yesterday." Izuku paused at the reminder of yesterday. He swallowed at the odd memories and looked up at her. "I'm always tired in the mornings," he lied. She tilted her head and then shrugged. "Okay, then hurry up and wake up so we can leave." Izuku staggered to his sleep and approached the bird, looking to make sure it was okay. Weaselpaw had walked away, so he grabbed the bird and ate it. He'd never liked birds much. Their feathers were usually too thick and it took forever to pull them off, but today it tasted delicious. Once he'd finished, he was more awake. He stood up and walked over to them, indicating he was ready to go. And so they continued their trip, friendly conversation often being made between Weaselpaw and Adderpaw, who'd come to a polite understanding at some point and were avoiding arguments. Occasionally Adderpaw would try and pull him into one, but he couldn't concentrate for too long. The question he'd been wondering since the conversation he'd heard last night ricocheted around his mind, distracting him from all else but his extreme curiosity. What is going on with them? This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Izuku trailed behind the clan cats. Adderpaw was talking at him, apparently explaining clan terms despite Weaselpaw's protest to that. Okay, Peek, listen. What you call humans are usually referred to as two legs. I honestly have never seen anyone call them humans, but to be fair, we are extremely far from our clans. How far? Izuku inquired, suddenly much more curious than before. We've been traveling for many moons. She simply answered before moving on. That just left Izuku more curious. He knew moons meant about 30 sunrises and sunsets, but many when Adderpaw said it could mean at the very least 2 moons and possibly much more than that, but without any more knowledge he could only guess. Why had they left their clans? When they spoke of them they'd been very proud, so why would they leave them? And they were only 7 or 8 moons, so how on earth could they have been traveling for many moons? None of it added up, and an answer to one question only raised more elsewhere. Weaselpaw nudged Adderpaw gently with his shoulder before leaning over to whisper something in her ear. She narrowed her eyes at him. He ducked his head at Izuku meaningfully. Izuku raised an eyebrow. We've been traveling for 3 moons because we need to find something. It's really important we find it. We have an idea of what it is, but there's still some time until we can solve it completely and make it back. We can't rush it even if this is serious. She glared at Weaselpaw. He anxiously lashed his tail. Izuku sighed. This was somewhat ridiculous. Sure, that was mostly because he was curious, but the way they were speaking was like giving him half of a rabbit's body when he was starving and then holding the rest above his reach. Is there anything else you want me to do? He grumbled before muttering. Because me coming with you seems pointless. I might as well leave during the night. Adderpaw snapped her head back around to look at him. What? No, there's a point. Like I said, we need you to lead us through the Tullig place. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You seem to be doing just fine without me. Weaselpaw hurried in front of Izuku, blocking his view of Adderpaw before she could respond. Don't mind her, she's a mouse brain. Instead, let's talk about your feelings. What? Izuku asked, astonished. What was going on? Weaselpaw did not seem like someone who cared about talking about feelings. I want to talk about my feelings. Adderpaw cut in. Weaselpaw huffed. I know. I'm bored. She ummed, dramatically leaning towards the wall. I know, Adderpaw. Izuku laughed, distracted from before. I didn't take you for the type to care about feelings. He teased. Weaselpaw good-naturally growled. What do you take me for then? Adderpaw whacked him over the ear, ignoring the surprised hiss. A grumpy paused. Have you forgotten your first impression? It was a totally normal reaction to a new cat, especially one that smelled like a kitty pet. No, it wasn't. You didn't even give him a chance to introduce himself. This isn't even our territory, so we can't defend it. Are you saying if a kitty pet trespasses on your territory you greet them and introduce yourselves? No, that was nowhere near to what I just said. I said that we defend our territory when on it, but we don't have to defend territory here because we're traveling through. So if someone attacks you, you're just gonna roll over like a kitty pet because you don't live here. No, you foxbrain. Are you listening? Or are you putting moss in your ears so you can say whatever you want? Adderpaw screamed, enraged at the cutting remark. Izuku winced at the loud noise. Wow. No need to get so mad. Weaselpaw snorted. Adderpaw growled and Izuku stepped to the side of the fight in the process of starting. I'm not mad? You're mad. Adderpaw lunged at Weaselpaw and they rolled over each other, fur flying. Izuku flattened his ears. Something was wrong with this fight. But he couldn't figure out what. By their standards, it was an average fight. There wasn't any ripping of the ears, and fur seemed to be the only thing getting misplaced. You look pretty mad to me. Weaselpaw taunted when they separated slightly. Adderpaw lunged at him again and Weaselpaw kicked her away. There was the problem. The ground started to shake as Adderpaw tumbled head over paws into the path of a huge white tin can. It lumbered along, showing no signs of stopping even once it was barely a tail length away. Weaselpaw gasped at the same time as Izuku startled forwards a step. Adderpaw! Adderpaw! Look out! There's a tin can dash! Monster! Weaselpaw and Izuku both screamed at her. She startled and started to turn her head towards the approaching death. Run! They yelled as one, Izuku digging his claws into the pavement as he subconsciously debated between running to grab her and staying in safety. Adderpaw! Adderpaw glanced at the truck before scrambling to her feet and scurrying further in front of it. The tin can kept coming and it was clear she wasn't thinking to get out of its path. Move, you mouse brain! Weaselpaw shrieked. He shifted from foot to foot, clearly wanting to lunge after her. Adderpaw didn't respond and continued skittering away in her panicked state. Izuku couldn't take seeing her in danger, unable to find a way out of it anymore. He sprinted into the street, ignoring Weaselpaw's panicked yelps, and grabbed her scruff like how Autumn used to. She was too old for it and they were too similar in size, but it was better to cause her some pain than for her to become a bloody pancake on the stinky path. OW! Adderpaw yelled as he dragged her sideways to the other side. Her paws scratched at the rough rocks below them, and it was only a second after he'd pulled her out of the way that the tin can moved past at a significantly faster pace than before. They weren't out of the woods yet. He let Adderpaw go, trusting her to not panic again, and turned around, glancing across the path. A few tin cans were coming, but they were far enough Izuku and Adderpaw could both make it. He gestured with his tail, not looking behind him before zipping across the road. He looked back and saw Adderpaw hurrying along as well, wincing in pain. Izuku sympathetically winced. Had he hurt her more than he'd thought when he'd grabbed her scruff? She made it out of the way of the tin cans with plenty of time to spare. Once she was safe, she flopped down onto her stomach and panted. Her scruff started turning a darker color. Izuku's tail drooped in shock. What had he done? He hadn't meant to. Get cobwebs! Weaselpaw barked out. He approached Adderpaw and examined the wound. Izuku continued standing there until Weaselpaw snapped his head back around. What are you doing? Go now! He hissed before leaning down to carefully lick the fur away. Izuku jumped into action. He ran around like a headless rabbit as he looked into secluded areas for cobwebs. He found a few, but they were so disgusting that it would be worse to put them on it than leaving the wound open. Finally, in a rock-covered human area, he found a large cobweb that was almost perfect. The spider was nowhere around. He carefully pulled the cobweb off the wall and put as little of it in his mouth as he could without dropping it. He nearly gagged at the sticky and flat taste but pushed through it. He was careful not to let it touch the ground when he ducked under the broken rock wall he'd come in through and hurried back to Adderpaw and Weaselpaw. Adderpaw was looking much less tired, but the blood was still welling through her fur, albeit much slower. Izuku winced in sympathy and dropped the cobwebs by Weaselpaw. He caught them before they touched the ground. Izuku watched as Weaselpaw pressed the cobwebs into Adderpaw's scruff, ignoring her yelp of pain. Adderpaw pushed down harder and muttered something. Then he carefully removed his paws. I don't know that much about medicine, but I think you should keep it on for a bit, he told Adderpaw. She nodded. Once he'd left, Izuku went up to Adderpaw. I'm really sorry for hurting you. I didn't think my teeth would pierce through your skin. He apologized, bowing his head slightly. Adderpaw snorted. Whatever. I wouldn't have gotten hurt any. I mean, I can see why you were freaked out and you were just helping, but yeah, thanks. She stuttered over some of her words, her tail whipping nervously. Izuku bared his teeth, reminded of the nighttime conversation between the two clan cats by her oddity. What were you saying? He asked somewhat bitterly. Why were they keeping stuff from him? Sure, he could see it if it was something about them, but so far it seemed to be something to do with him. If it was something to do with him, then they should tell him. It wasn't fair if they were lying to him about something to do with him. Nothing. Adderpaw protested confidently. Izuku's vision went red for a moment and he hissed angrily at her. Just like the conversation last night was nothing? Adderpaw and Weaselpaw gasped. You heard that? You were listening in on us? Weaselpaw incredulously asked. Izuku hissed as an answer. That's an invasion of privacy. Adderpaw growled, her tail lashing. Izuku hissed again. So what? It sounds like you're keeping something important from me. Do you not trust me? If you don't trust me, then why are you dragging me along with you? What the hell is going on? I don't like not knowing what you two foxbrains are up to when you're complete strangers and I'm by myself. Do you even understand how that makes me feel? You've been keeping stuff from us too. Why do you still smell like two legs even though you've been with us for ages? I've seen you take many baths but you still reek of them? Are you sneaking off to get kitty pet food? Weaselpaw took a threatening step forwards, his fur standing on end. How dare you? I am not a pet. He screamed, lunging forwards at Weaselpaw. Adderpaw threw herself in front of Weaselpaw and hissed back at him. We're untrustworthy? You're attacking us. She protested. Izuku hissed at her. Why don't you tell me what you're hiding if it has anything to do with me? My secrets don't hurt you too, so I don't need to tell you anything. But you mentioned me during your conversation, so your secret has to have something to do with me. Doesn't it? Adderpaw smacked at him, but he dodged back, his ears pinned down. Who's attacking me now? He growled, lashing his tail. Why would we tell you anything if you're hiding things too? All we have to go is your promise it has nothing to do with us, but we know that doesn't hold water. You think I'm a liar? For all you, even if I told you my secret, I could be lying. So what do you meant by that? Izuku's vision was red. He was barely holding himself back from attacking them. So you're saying you'd lie? How is that to make us think we should trust you? Weaselpaw taunted. That wasn't what I said. You're not listening to me. If Izuku had tear ducts that worked like humans' tear ducts, did he be crying right now? But he settled for his tail bristling and smoothing soothingly. Please calm down, you two. Adderpaw hopelessly said. Izuku ignored her and took a step towards Weaselpaw. You don't know anything. You don't. So stay out of my business. I am done with you two. He turned around to walk away. He needed to find his family. He shouldn't have gotten distracted in the first place with them. He heard pants from behind him and Adderpaw jumped in front of him. Wait, you can't leave. She begged. Izuku tilted his head dully. How are you to stop me? He crouched down, ready to attack and flee. If you stay, we'll explain what we were talking about. She desperately said. How do I know if you aren't lying? He said in a mockery of what they'd accused him of. She flinched slightly but stood tall despite it. Trust us. We shouldn't have lied and continued trying to lie. You're just as much a part of it as we are, and it was wrong to lie. She looked to Weaselpaw, who approached her from the side. Izuku took a step back but sighed. Fine. But make it quick. She looked back at Weaselpaw, relieved before sighing. It's a long story, but I'll try to condense it. And so Izuku stood in disinterest as she started to tell the tale. Weaselpaw nervously pawed at the ground and she wouldn't look him properly in the eyes. Whatever they were to tell him was sure to be a doozy. Maybe we've been looking at this wrong all along. Tsukachi stated. Aizawa looked up from the papers spread across the table he was working at. Looking at what wrong? Hisser's case. Aizawa sighed as he glanced back at the papers before abandoning them. They'd had conversations like this before and it always took all of the concentration they had. In what way? We've looked at it from every angle. Tsukachi shook his head as he stared down at his papers. No, we're biased. We need to clear our minds and try a fresh new angle. Aizawa sighed but tried to clear his mind as if he'd only just joined the case. Fine. He appears to be a preteen boy, due to his height and knowledge. Tsukachi nodded before writing it down. Do you think he could be selectively mute? Tsukachi muttered. Aizawa turned to counter the sudden question before opening and closing his mouth. He'd only heard him speak a few things, hadn't he? But that didn't exactly fit with him. He didn't seem to be scared of talking or want to talk but couldn't. However, with how little they knew of him, it could very easily have been an act or simply who he was. There were so many things they didn't know. Maybe. He tapped his pen on the table. Why else could he act like that? Did he simply hate heroes? That didn't make much sense though. If he hated heroes so much, he would have fought back at least once or twice when they attempted to arrest him instead of simply fleeing. Aizawa could name at least 5 instances where he could have come out of a fight less injured or with less close calls to be arrested if he'd fought back. The worst injury he could think of that peak had caused to a hero or a police officer was when he'd bitten Aizawa the first time they'd encountered each other. Most of the time the heroes and officers would have bruises or shallow cuts at the worst. What about being hard of hearing? Aizawa suggested. Tsukachi shook his head almost immediately. No, he's been recorded to have better hearing than people without hearing-related quirks. We don't know how good it is, but it is definitely there. How do you know that? Aizawa asked, ensuring it wasn't a misunderstanding of one sort or another. When Akamatsu arrested him, he used the whistle against him. The type of whistle he used are usually used to disorient or distract criminals with sensitive hearing. Aren't those banned? Aizawa asked. Those whistles sometimes caused deafness in those with extremely sensitive hearing. Not in our prefecture. Tsukachi grumbled, his distaste for the use of them clear. Aizawa agreed. It was bordering on cruel and excessive force. They sat in silence for a long while trying to figure out other scenarios. He doesn't speak Japanese, Aizawa stated as a suggestion. But he knew enough to tell us his name. Tsukachi argued. When people learn new languages, simple sentences like that are the first things they learn. Aizawa argued. Tsukachi chewed on his cheek thoughtfully. That could be it. He grabbed a pencil and wrote something down. They sat in silence for so long Aizawa almost went back to his paperwork. Maybe he doesn't speak because he thinks we could trace it back to him? Tsukachi suggested, mentioning the first point. And we can't trace him through the fact he doesn't wear a hood up and never wears a mask to cover facial features? Aizawa dryly asked. Well, he's 10, do they think things through? But you have a point. Tsukachi trailed off, his eyes minutely widening. Aizawa barely noticed it. What? He asked, sitting upright slightly. Hisser doesn't cover his features. And yet, despite that, we've never been able to find him in databases or on the streets during day or when he's not doing his vigilantism. Aizawa nodded. They'd established that. Where exactly are you going with this? Tsukachi minutely shook his head. I'm not sure, but I need to look something up. He stood up and hurried out of the room. Aizawa watched him leave. His fingers twitched as he wondered if he should follow. He shook his head and somewhat reluctantly turned back to the paperwork. If it was something bad, then Tsukachi would alert him. DMN children with no self-preservation. Adderpaw liked her chops before beginning her story. As you know, me and Weaselpaw are from ThunderClan and WindClan. About 9 moons ago, before either of us were born, a cat called Mothflower became leader of RiverClan due to their leader dying of green cough. She'd remained silent and kept appearances up as a good leader who followed StarClan until 5 moons ago when we were only 3 moons old. It was at that point that she rapidly started to increase her territory lines into ShadowClan. It was during a rough time, so they weren't able to stand up as well. No one expected it because she and her clan had kept to themselves so well. Our clans made the mistake of not helping ShadowClan. A moon later, she started to extend her borders into ThunderClan and killed our deputy, Rosefeather, and an elder, Blacknose. WindClan's med apprentice ended up getting severely injured when they came to help us. Weaselpaw nodded and shifted his feet. He looked extremely guilty, although why Izuku didn't know. After that, our leader Maplestar had to make the hard decision to promote me to an apprentice even though I was only 4 moons old. Izuku chimed in at that. Hey, didn't you say that one of your rules was that kittens can't fight and have to be protected and stuff? Adderpaw fluffed up and hissed at him. Are you implying my leader broke the warrior code? Izuku sighed. This was going to take forever. No. Good. Well, where was I? Oh yes. Bluepaw, the WindClan med apprentice, got hurt. After that, WindClan and ThunderClan came together. ShadowClan, the cowardly mouse brains, and RiverClan accused us of conspiring, and another attack was launched. We came out fine, but that night Willowberry got a vision from StarClan. Willowberry? Izuku asked. Who was that? Oh, ThunderClan's medicine cat. She got a... What did she? I dashed. Adderpaw stopped and started kneading the ground. What? Izuku asked, annoyed. They were still keeping secrets. It's not very important anyway. We dash. Izuku stamped his foot angrily. No. You said you were going to be truthful and you're still lying. Is that what your clans are? Are they built on lies? Weaselpaw and Adderpaw both showed their teeth, and Weaselpaw hissed grumpily at him. What do you know of clan life, kitty pet? Izuku snapped and lunged at him. Stop calling me a kitty pet. He screeched, his front paws slamming into Weaselpaw's shoulders. He shoved him off balance for a second, but Weaselpaw quickly regained his composure. He whipped a paw out and smacked Izuku over his still weakened head. Izuku shook his head as he backed away, stars appearing in front of his eyes. Only a second later Weaselpaw slammed into him, pinning him to the ground. He leaned to bite at Izuku's neck, but a shout from Adderpaw stopped. Weaselpaw! Stop that! We need him to listen. You attacking and belittling him is not helping. Get off him right this instant. Weaselpaw hesitated but finally jumped off Izuku. Izuku sat up but didn't bother to stand, instead curling his back legs under his belly. Continue. He grunted. Adderpaw continued. You're right. If you're a part of this, then you should know what's going on. Willowberry had a prophecy. Listen well because this is a longer one. Right. Cursed claws will tear into the clans. 2 outcast by name kits must carry the truth from a new summit or the clans will fall on the day the dark comes early. Adderpaw looked at him for his reaction. Izuku just stared at her incredulously. It sounded nonsensical, as if they'd strung words together in a way that fit. Adderpaw flicked her ear and continued. Well, after Willowberry got that prophecy, she told my leader about it. Maplestar mostly figured out what it meant. I was almost 5 moons old and had been training for a long time, so it was safe. Maplestar and Rootfur, the new deputy, took me to WindClan where I met Weaselpaw. He had been training for a moon at the time, but he was pretty strong anyway. After that, Willowberry guided us past the pool of stars where she had to leave us. That was when we truly started our journey. Weaselpaw nodded sagely. You know why was Adderpaw telling this story? Why wasn't he contributing at all? And well, we traveled here and that's basically it. She somewhat lamely ended. Izuku stood up properly and stretched. So what does it have to do with me? Adderpaw looked offended at that. Weren't you listening to the prophecy? A new summit? Like a mountain peak? Your name is Peak, which has to mean you have something to do with the prophecy. Izuku shook his head. No, I don't want to. I'm going back to my home and not with you on some weird trip for fun. You're in the prophecy. You have to go. Weaselpaw protested, his tail whipping back and forth once. No, I don't want to uphold some stupid tale for dead losers. Weaselpaw gasped in shock. StarClan aren't losers. They sound like losers. Why can't they go do their dumb prophecies instead of making you cats do them? They're dead, they can't unless it's in StarClan. I thought they were all-knowing. He mocked in a low-pitched tone to mock Weaselpaw. They're all-knowing, not all-doing. Adderpaw hissed. Don't disrespect our ancestors like that. Your ancestors, Isekai. Besides, they're not mine, so why should I have to come with you? Your clans have nothing to do with me. I'm trying to get back to my home and you're wasting both our times when I'm not coming anyway. What? Wait, no. Izuku started backing away and Adderpaw hurried over. Please, we need you. Just come with us for a few more days. Izuku hissed and walked further away. Who were they to lie to him and then expect him to calmly come with them like a flea? Stop! Weaselpaw skidded in front of him. We need you. Our clans are going to die if you don't help. Izuku hesitated at that. Weaselpaw saw an opportunity and jumped on it. It won't even take long. There isn't anything in the prophecy that says you have to come back with us to the clans, so you could just come with us while we look for the truth. Come on. At most it'll take a few days. Izuku thought for a second before opening his mouth to agree. Then he closed it. No matter how dire their situation was, he had to get back to his family. But was it true they'd die if he didn't help? Or were they exaggerating or lying? Weaselpaw and Adderpaw looked nervous enough to appear as if they believed it was true, but was it? He needed to get back to his family, but they'd be fine, right? Cinder had already abandoned them. He couldn't leave. Autumn was still strong and caught most of her food for herself, but she was definitely weakening with her aging and leg. Sunlight would never leave, but he was the worst at catching prey, mostly because he was so impatient. If Nemophila stopped dropping by then, the two would struggle, especially during the winter. Despite the fact Sunlight was white like snow, his fur was short and he got cold faster. During winter the prey didn't make vibrations on the concrete that he could feel, so that was another point against him. Autumn didn't like sunlight going out during the winter much anyway because he didn't pay attention and more than once almost got eaten by a starving and desperate fox that snuck up on him. If he didn't come back and then Nemophila left or was killed, sunlight would have to take up the majority of the hunting for the both of the remaining cats soon. He couldn't leave them. No matter how much danger the clans were in, they would be fine without some random cat coming to help. I am very sorry about your clans, I am. But I need to go to my family. They could die without me. I can't come with you. I won't. He calmly and firmly told them. Adderpaw uncharacteristically grinded her teeth. Why dash? Adderpaw. We can't force him. We don't even know if he had been a part of it. It could just be a coincidence. Weaselpaw said, the voice of reason for once. No. Adderpaw cried. We've already wasted so much time trying to find mountains. What are we supposed to do if he's just another dead end? Weaselpaw soothingly brushed against her shoulder, but she pulled away. Then she ran at Izuku. Adderpaw. Weaselpaw cried, attempting to pin her to the ground. Izuku easily dodged out of the way of the panicking cat. Shut up, Weaselpaw. You've got it good there. I can't fail at this. They'll hate me. They already do. I can tell. Izuku inched away from it. This seemed personal, he shouldn't listen in. Adderpaw, calm down. He knocked her to the ground. You're going to get hurt and then it'll take longer. Weaselpaw hissed in her ear. Adderpaw screamed and flailed. Izuku took that opportunity to leave guiltily. Maybe he would have been able to stay in a different world. But he needed to get to his home. Come back. Adderpaw begged, but he continued running away. But why couldn't he stop hurting others? Tsukachi slammed his hands down onto his desk as he pushed away from the computer. Sheet. Why didn't I? No, it can't be. But there hadn't been a body found. Could it be? Demenit. Tsukachi ran out of the room holding onto his hat so it didn't fall off. He needed to talk to Aizawa about this as soon as possible. Izuku was itchy. He felt bad for that being the only thing on his mind after the previous display, but he couldn't help it. His head had been pounding for a while, but worst of all was the itch that ran up and down his spine and legs and even in his skull. No matter how much he itched it, it wouldn't go away. The itch was much like the time when Autumn hadn't let him go outside and fight monsters once when he'd gotten badly injured at the start of his career, and was the reason why he was much more careful later in it, and it was better than the first time it had happened, although it was slowly getting worse. He irritably itched at himself again. This didn't make sense. Those two instances of this insufferable itch had nothing to do with each other, at least that he could find, and it was so distracting. How was he supposed to find his family if he couldn't properly look around without wanting to collapse to the ground in a frantic itching frenzy? He was sure he didn't have fleas, his family had had them a while back, and this felt nothing like them. It felt like his bones and muscles were itchy. It wasn't fair. This itchy. He dug his claws into his front leg again, wincing and pulling back when he accidentally tore skin. I'm fine, everything's fine, I'm fine. I'll get back home and continue fighting monsters and this will go away. It always goes away. He muttered to himself. He resolved to ignore the itch until he got back. And so he did. After a while he was able to ignore the itching. But he wasn't able to ignore the piercing headache. A few times he'd pushed his head into the concrete and squeezed his eyes shut just so it would feel slightly better for a little bit. But whenever the headache subsided, he thought about Weaselpaw and Adderpaw. Their desperation. Was it true? Had he killed their families? He never wanted it. He never wanted to be a part of some stupid prophecy. Had that been the only reason she'd helped him? So he could go follow them around like a lost duckling with no clue of what they were doing? Well, he wouldn't do that. They should have left him to the dog and then he'd have either escaped or been eaten, but have never had to deal with these feelings. He sighed, shaking his head slightly. His stomach growled and he resolved to get a quick meal before turning in for the day. He was too distracted to look much anyway. He looked around before darting into an alley. He followed the bend until he came into a grassed area. He sniffed the air. A thin scent of rabbits, birds, and rats greeted him, and he twitched his tail. He crouched down and crept into taller grasses, making sure not to rustle the grass too much. As he walked, he caught a glimpse of brown fur. He turned his head and saw a young meaty rabbit grazing in the middle of a grass patch. He licked his lips and stalked towards it. Once he was a few feet away, the rabbit twitched and he froze, tightening his muscles as he prepared to lunge. The rabbit relaxed slightly and he waited a heartbeat before leaping for it. A sudden burst of pain overcame him and he landed hard on his front paws, crashing forwards and skidding slightly. He could feel the vibrations of the rabbit running away, but he didn't focus on it for long. Instead, he focused on the debilitating pain that overcame him where the itching had been before. His head pounded and he went to reach both paws up to carefully touch it, but flinched back at a spark of pain. He tried to take deep breaths, but each breath sent another spark of pain up his spine. Was he dying? Could this be death? But how? He didn't understand this. He let out a whimper as more pain struck him, sinking deeper into his bones. Something pulsed in his mind, telling him to do something, but it hurt too much to figure out what it wanted him to do. Was this some kind of karma for refusing to go with them? Or was it for mocking their ancestors? Were their ancestors somehow doing this? No, that was stupid. Another wave of pain came over him and he curled in more. Holy Rat King, was Starklin real and doing this to him? He threw his legs out and felt his body shifting involuntarily. At first he fought turning into a human, but he noticed as he got further along the process, the less he started to hurt. So instead he let himself transform. Only a few seconds later he was gasping on the floor, the itching and pain gone, and his head dully throbbing. He curled up slightly, catching his breath. His stomach gurgled, but he ignored it in favor of thanking everything he could think of that he was alive and the pain was gone. He opened his eyes. Not much had changed from when he'd collapsed. There was some grass, presumably flattened by the fleeing rabbit, that was slowly popping back up, and a few faint voices of humans conversing. He sat up into a crouch and looked over himself. He jumped slightly in shock. He was wearing the human clothing he'd been wearing just before he shifted. He didn't recall that ever happening. He stretched slightly before poking his head cautiously out of the grass. A few humans walked along the path, and so he ducked back down and waited until their voices were faint. He could turn into a cat, but even the thought of that made him itchy. So he chose to instead creep back the way he'd came, flattening himself whenever he heard any humans until he made it towards the alley. He wasn't sure why he was hiding, since most humans would not attack him, but most of his experiences with them made him cautious. He walked through the alley, poking his head out towards the area with many humans. He checked around to make sure no blue-coated humans or wormneck were around before he disappeared into the crowd, walking with a newfound purpose with the disappearance of the pain. He could do this. He was going to find his family. A woman screamed. "Someone help. Please. Help." He groaned quietly. "Rats. Help. My baby. My baby. Someone help my baby." The woman wailed. Izuku pushed through the crowd that was starting to gather around the spectacle. Izuku made it to the middle, where a human woman was crouched over an unconscious human kitten, her hands twitching by his head. The unconscious child was barely 4 feet tall, and a puddle of blood was slowly starting to form around the left side of his head. Izuku hissed quietly. He couldn't help with this. He looked around. He'd seen clowns help people in situations like this before. And these other humans were of absolutely no help. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any clowns on this street. He cursed quietly before slipping out of the crowd. Useless humans. He faintly recalled catching a glimpse of some annoyingly bright colors, and so ran in that direction. It was a good place to start. The woman's cries slowly began to fade until he could barely hear them. And that was when he stumbled upon a clown. He winced and recoiled. This clown monster. He knew. His back itched, remembering when he'd burned him. He swallowed thickly. But he would surely help that kitten and her mother, right? He had to at least try to get him to help. He took a deep breath before scooping up a rock. He turned around slightly so he could start running as soon as the flame clown noticed him. Then he flung the rock. It struck him on the neck, and the clown whirled around, flames shooting up his shoulders in a mix of what appeared to be shock and anger. Izuku stuck his tongue out in a way he tried to make mocking before turning and running. The sound of heavy footsteps told him that the clown was following. Izuku swerved to the side slightly, fully aware he was leaving his back open. "Stop now, vigilante!" The clown screamed at him. Izuku ignored him as he turned the corner and looked back at him before backing into the crowd. "Oh my god, is that Endeavor?" someone asked excitedly. "He is." Someone else responded. "Where did that vigilante go?" he demanded, moving through the crowd, towards the woman who was quiet now. Izuku backed away, keeping his head ducked down. The clown moved into the clearing with the woman and her child and paused. He bared his teeth before moving to the human's side. "Don't touch his head," he barked out, moving her aside slightly. "What happened here?" I looked away for a second just a few minutes ago, and Riku was playing some silly game and I heard him yelp before a thud and I turned and he was lying there. "Please help him, he isn't waking up." The clown made a noise before he pulled a small black box from his pocket and spoke some odd words into it while carefully looking the kitten over, for some reason being careful not to touch his head. "Has he woken up at all?" the clown asked. The woman shook her head nervously. "No, Endeavor sir, he's been unconscious the entire time." Endeavor clicked his tongue before snapping his head to the crowd. "Well, stop gawking like the idiots you are and move along," he snapped. The crowd grumbled and started to shift. Izuku followed along with the biggest group as sirens started to sound in the distance. A few humans grumbled at Endeavor's rude tone, but Izuku's respect for him went up slightly. After all, they were all being idiots, he thought as he slinked into an alley. He glanced down at himself. This felt weird. For some reason, being a human right now felt fantastic. Much better than the last times he'd been a cat. Quite odd. But at least he could probably fight some monsters and burn off some energy like this now. He flicked his tail as he went humming a quiet tune. Yes, he could do this now. It would take his mind off his weird homesickness and get him back in the flow of fighting. He couldn't wait until he found a real monster. Izuku climbed up a building as night slowly started to fall. He could feel a wild excitement pulling his lips into a human-like grin as he thought about hunting monsters. It had been so long since he had the opportunity to. With being taken by the stupid humans before put in that building and then have been trying to find his family, he never fought anyone. This had to be the best thing, if the only good thing about being human, being big enough to beat rat brains up. The hunt was fantastic. Especially during the night. He always felt so alive during the night. Besides, most clowns weren't around to bother him. And at least in the first few weeks they ignored him. Then something had changed. He wasn't sure what, but it didn't matter. He hummed a tune he'd picked up as he paced on the roof. People started to trickle into buildings. Unlike in his usual territory, there were many more people on the streets. A few clowns who looked slightly brighter than Wormneck did walked around more in the shadows. He backed away from the street and hurried on his way. He didn't feel like seeing if they were as experienced on roofs as Wormneck or him were. He jumped over the roofs until he was in a more secluded section of the city. There were still quite a few people on the streets, wobbly and tired, but not a single clown that he could see. For that matter, there weren't any monsters either. It seemed like a quiet night. He crouched on the edge of a building, hanging a leg and his tail over the edge haphazardly. While he did that, he sighed to himself. Maybe he should go scream at a few clowns and get them to chase him. No, probably a bad idea. Some of them were shockingly good and it would suck to get them off his tail. He was sure he could, but it was just a waste of time. He lay down on the side of the building and clicked his tongue as he inched closer to the edge. He hummed as he rolled back and forth half off the edge, keeping his claws dug in. What to do? He really wanted to fight someone, but this place was quiet. He shot up into a sitting position, nearly tumbling off the roof. His territory was usually packed with monsters. Sure, lately they'd been disappearing with the emergence of clowns hanging out in his area, but there had still been at least 5 monsters every night. Usually they had been in groups, so only 1 to 2 fights in a normal night. But if he followed monsters, then he'd be more likely to find his home. He jumped from the rooftop, landing in a crouch on the pavement hard. His paw hands hurt slightly from it, but after shaking them out it disappeared quickly. He slinked out of the alley and walked along the edge of the sidewalk as far away from the tin cans as he could be. He walked, but the only time he heard a scream, a clown had already arrived to help the other human. And the clown was not familiar, so he was certain he wasn't in his territory yet. He'd tried sniffing the air, but he hadn't caught a trace of his own or his family's scent, so he was almost certain he wasn't near his home yet. He half wished he'd see Worm, just so he'd know that he was nearish to his destination. God, wasn't there a way to find where he was going? Like a line on the ground guiding him? That would be nice. Someone help. The young-sounding human girl's voice cut off before a thunk was heard. Izuku scampered over towards where the ruckus had come from. A young human, possibly still an older child, was held in the grasp of a monster. The side of her head looked wet and a scent of blood came from her. Before Izuku could react, the monster threw her in his giant tin can before getting in. Izuku gasped at the tin can, pausing for a few moments. In those moments the monster started to drive. Izuku snapped out of his shock before he ran over to the tin can. The can was still driving and he couldn't think of anything to do to get the human out of it. The tin can started to speed up and in a split-second decision, he jumped onto the top of the tin can, scrambling carefully onto the top of it, doing his best to not make noise. The tin can shook slightly as it hit holes and Izuku flattened himself against it. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he was going to stop this monster from hurting this human anymore. Another pothole knocked all the breath out of him and he coughed. Once this tin can stopped, of course. He perked his ears up as he caught a faint sound. The monster was talking on a box quietly. He couldn't make out what he was saying no matter how he strained. Well, it probably didn't matter much. He was going to beat the dirt out of this loser. He bared his teeth in excitement at the thought. He could not wait. It had been so long. Too long. Izuku lay on top of the tin can for so long, more than once he considered just jumping off and leaving. Then he shook his head, cursing himself for even considering leaving the poor human to this fate. He didn't know what these monsters were doing, but if their scent and actions told anything, it wasn't something good. He pressed himself down lower as his back scraped against a lower bridge. His back twinged with phantom pain but left as quickly as it appeared. He glanced up at the road in front of him as his stomach churned with every bounce. This was horrible. Why did humans travel in these things? He'd much rather walk. He squeezed his eyes shut and took a few deep breaths. The tin can jerked and he retched quietly, holding his breath. If this thing didn't stop soon, he was going to just try and fight them from the roof. Screw any semblance of safety. The tin can made a sudden swerve and he yelped, digging his claws as deep into the metal as they could go. Which wasn't far. The metal was shockingly strong. Then the tin can slowed down slightly before turning again. Izuku picked his head up and saw a clutter of small buildings that didn't look like actual buildings. In fact, they simply looked like blocks. A large body of water loomed in front of them as the tin can sputtered to a stop. Izuku flattened himself back against the tin can as more humans came hurrying over. Even he knew that fighting off nearly 30 humans with a victim in the midst was impossible for most, including him. This would have to be something that he was sneaky about. Which was fine because sneaky was one of his middle names. Izuku Peak, they switched depending on his moods, Hiss or Sneaky, which he was now adding in, Vigilantism Quick Dory. He felt like that was once his name when he had a human family but wasn't entirely sure. He thought it was cool anyway, from the cat family box. A bit of a mouthful, but you should see Nemophala's full name. Or Cinders. At least the last time he mentioned his name anyways. Cats would usually be given one or two names by their parents or humans that they'd go by, but then most would add on more names or remove them as they developed their own personalities and life. Izuku had heard that Autumn's brother had once had 36 names, none of which he made up by himself. He had been a real homehopper. Autumn didn't like talking about him much. Her family was a bit of a sore subject. A few had either been hit by a tin can or stolen by one, she'd never clarified. Others had starved since her litter was unfortunate enough to have been born just before winter. He glanced up before cursing. He'd been so distracted thinking about himself that the monsters had dragged the human girl and a couple other human women out and started hauling them towards a larger box. Izuku quietly jumped down and ran over to a nearby box and scaled it. He perched on the top as he edged towards the group of humans. They threw the door open and muffled shrieks and screams started, echoing from within. Izuku hissed at the strong stench of terror. Why did monsters like picking on other humans? He couldn't sit still anymore while he heard the crying. He jumped from the top of his box and landed on one of the taller monsters. He screamed as Izuku knocked him over and jumped backwards towards another group. They still held a captured human in their midst, so Izuku sprinted towards the monster, clutching the unconscious human as if she'd protect him from his impending injuries. Izuku grabbed his arm, wrenching it away from her, letting her fall to the ground before he stuck a foot out into her chest so her head wouldn't bounce. He dropped her the rest of the way before he scratched the monster hard enough blood hit Izuku's face. He liked a drop near his mouth before pushing the howling monster, who was bleeding heavily from his face, into a small group trying to run at him. The weight of the man knocked most over, and the two who remained standing staggered. Izuku kicked one hard enough for his eyes to white out and collapse sideways before biting the other's ear and tearing a chunk off. For a brief second he considered swallowing it but chose to spit it out onto the dirty floor. He abandoned the still struggling group on the floor, bouncing off them before landing on a shorter monster. She screamed as he bared his teeth, snapping at her neck. He wasn't actually going to rip her windpipe out, but she deserved some fear. He punched her in the face and ran off, not checking to see if he'd knocked her unconscious, and sprinted towards the other half. He moved to claw one in the face but suddenly bounced off something hard and landed on the ground. He hissed in shock and looked up. He bared his teeth and flattened his ears out slightly. A burly human with one hand held out while something glowed from the palm. He bared his teeth back at Izuku and he scrambled to his feet. "You're going to regret challenging us, hisser." The monster snarled. Izuku hissed in return and jumped at him, ready to claw his throat out for putting his name in his dirty mouth. The monster brought his hands out as if to defend before a loud explosion rang out. Izuku was thrown backwards, twisting frantically as he tried to get his feet under him, as he clasped his hands to his ears before landing hard on his side on the ground. His ears rang and his vision swam slightly as he looked up at the monster. Two more stood next to him on opposing sides with matching cruel grins. One stood with a fiery glow that randomly flashed, and the other looked like a large bird with sharp claws and a curved beak. Izuku shakily stood to his feet before glaring at them. This seemed like it would be hard, but these monsters were gonna lose. He twitched his ear as he heard more people approaching from all sides. He crouched down before grinning wildly. This was going to be as fun as chasing a mouse down a straight path with no escape route. Izuku climbed up a building as night slowly started to fall. He could feel a wild excitement pulling his lips into a human-like grin as he thought about hunting monsters. It had been so long since he had the opportunity to. With being taken by the stupid humans before put in that building and then have been trying to find his family, he never fought anyone. This had to be the best thing, if the only good thing about being human, being big enough to beat rat brains up. The hunt was fantastic. Especially during the night. He always felt so alive during the night. Besides, most clowns weren't around to bother him. And at least in the first few weeks they ignored him. Then something had changed. He wasn't sure what, but it didn't matter. He hummed a tune he'd picked up as he paced on the roof. People started to trickle into buildings. Unlike in his usual territory, there were many more people on the streets. A few clowns who looked slightly brighter than Wormneck did walked around more in the shadows. He backed away from the street and hurried on his way. He didn't feel like seeing if they were as experienced on roofs as Wormneck or him were. He jumped over the roofs until he was in a more secluded section of the city. There were still quite a few people on the streets, wobbly and tired, but not a single clown that he could see. For that matter, there weren't any monsters either. It seemed like a quiet night. He crouched on the edge of a building, hanging a leg and his tail over the edge haphazardly. While he did that, he sighed to himself. Maybe he should go scream at a few clowns and get them to chase him. No, probably a bad idea. Some of them were shockingly good and it would suck to get them off his tail. He was sure he could, but it was just a waste of time. He lay down on the side of the building and clicked his tongue as he inched closer to the edge. He hummed as he rolled back and forth half off the edge, keeping his claws dug in. What to do? He really wanted to fight someone, but this place was quiet. He shot up into a sitting position, nearly tumbling off the roof. His territory was usually packed with monsters. Sure, lately they'd been disappearing with the emergence of clowns hanging out in his area, but there had still been at least 5 monsters every night. Usually they had been in groups, so only 1 to 2 fights in a normal night, but if he followed monsters then he'd be more likely to find his home. He jumped from the rooftop, landing in a crouch on the pavement hard. His paw hands hurt slightly from it, but after shaking them out it disappeared quickly. He slinked out of the alley and walked along the edge of the sidewalk as far away from the tin cans as he could be. He walked, but the only time he heard a scream, a clown had already arrived to help the other human. And the clown was not familiar, so he was certain he wasn't in his territory yet. He'd tried sniffing the air, but he hadn't caught a trace of his own or his family's scent, so he was almost certain he wasn't near his home yet. Wished he'd see Wormick just so he'd know that he was nearish to his destination. God, wasn't there a way to find where he was going? Like a line on the ground guiding him? That would be nice. Someone help. The young-sounding human girl's voice cut off before a thunk was heard. Izuku scampered over towards where the ruckus had come from. A young human, possibly still an older child, was held in the grasp of a monster. The side of her head looked wet and a scent of blood came from her. Before Izuku could react, the monster threw her in his giant tin can before getting in. Izuku gasped at the tin can, pausing for a few moments. In those moments the monster started to drive. Izuku snapped out of his shock before he ran over to the tin can. The can was still driving and he couldn't think of anything to do to get the human out of it. The tin can started to speed up and in a split-second decision, he jumped onto the top of the tin can, scrambling carefully onto the top of it, doing his best to not make noise. The tin can shook slightly as it hit holes and Izuku flattened himself against it. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he was going to stop this monster from hurting this human anymore. Another pothole knocked all the breath out of him and he coughed. Once this tin can stopped, of course. He perked his ears up as he caught a faint sound. The monster was talking on a box quietly. He couldn't make out what he was saying no matter how he strained. Well, it probably didn't matter much. He was going to beat the dirt out of this loser. He bared his teeth in excitement at the thought. He could not wait. It had been so long. Too long. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Izuku lay on top of the tin can for so long, more than once he considered just jumping off and leaving. Then he shook his head, cursing himself for even considering leaving the poor human to this fate. He didn't know what these monsters were doing, but if their scent and actions told anything, it wasn't something good. He pressed himself down lower as his back scraped against a lower bridge. His back twinged with phantom pain but left as quickly as it appeared. He glanced up at the road in front of him as his stomach churned with every bounce. This was horrible. Why did humans travel in these things? He'd much rather walk. He squeezed his eyes shut and took a few deep breaths. The tin can jerked and he retched quietly, holding his breath. If this thing didn't stop soon, he was going to just try and fight them from the roof. Screw any semblance of safety. The tin can made a sudden swerve and he yelped, digging his claws as deep into the metal as they could go. Which wasn't far. The metal was shockingly strong. Then the tin can slowed down slightly before turning again. Izuku picked his head up and saw a clutter of small buildings that didn't look like actual buildings. In fact, they simply looked like blocks. A large body of water loomed in front of them as the tin can sputtered to a stop. Izuku flattened himself back against the tin can as more humans came hurrying over. Even he knew that fighting off nearly 30 humans with a victim in the midst was impossible for most, including him. This would have to be something that he was sneaky about. Which was fine because sneaky was one of his middle names. Izuku Peak, they switched depending on his moods, hiss or sneaky, which he was now adding in, vigilantism quick Dory. He felt like that was once his name when he had a human family but wasn't entirely sure. He thought it was cool anyway, from the cat family box. A bit of a mouthful, but you should see Nemafala's full name. Or Cinders. At least the last time he mentioned his name anyways. Cats would usually be given 1 or 2 names by their parents or humans that they'd go by, but then most would add on more names or remove them as they developed their own personalities and life. Izuku had heard that Autumn's brother had once had 36 names, none of which he made up by himself. He had been a real homehopper. Autumn didn't like talking about him much. Her family was a bit of a sore subject. A few had either been hit by a tin can or stolen by one, she'd never clarified. Others had starved since her litter was unfortunate enough to have been born just before winter. He glanced up before cursing. He'd been so distracted thinking about himself that the monsters had dragged the human girl and a couple other human women out and started hauling them towards a larger box. Izuku quietly jumped down and ran over to a nearby box and scaled it. He perched on the top as he edged towards the group of humans. They threw the door open and muffled shrieks and screams started echoing from within. Izuku hissed at the strong stench of terror. Why did monsters like picking on other humans? He couldn't sit still anymore while he heard the crying. He jumped from the top of his box and landed on one of the taller monsters. He screamed as Izuku knocked him over and jumped backwards towards another group. They still held a captured human in their midst, so Izuku sprinted towards the monster, clutching the unconscious human as if she'd protect him from his impending injuries. Izuku grabbed his arm, wrenching it away from her, letting her fall to the ground before he stuck a foot out into her chest so her head wouldn't bounce. He dropped her the rest of the way before he scratched the monster hard enough blood hit Izuku's face. He liked to drop near his mouth before pushing the howling monster who was bleeding heavily from his face into a small group trying to run at him. The weight of the man knocked most over and the two who remained standing staggered. Izuku kicked one hard enough for his eyes to white out and collapse sideways before biting the other's ear and tearing a chunk off. For a brief second he considered swallowing it but chose to spit it out onto the dirty floor. He abandoned the still struggling group on the floor, bouncing off them before landing on a shorter monster. She screamed as he bared his teeth, snapping at her neck. He wasn't actually going to rip her windpipe out, but she deserved some fear. He punched her in the face and ran off, not checking to see if he'd knocked her unconscious, and sprinted towards the other half. He moved to claw one in the face but suddenly bounced off something hard and landed on the ground. He hissed in shock and looked up. He bared his teeth and flattened his ears out slightly. A burly human with one hand held out while something glowed from the palm. He bared his teeth back at Izuku and he scrambled to his feet. "You're going to regret challenging us, hisser." The monster snarled. Izuku hissed in return and jumped at him, ready to claw his throat out for putting his name in his dirty mouth. The monster brought his hands out as if to defend before a loud explosion rang out. Izuku was thrown backwards, twisting frantically as he tried to get his feet under him, as he clasped his hands to his ears before landing hard on his side on the ground. His ears rang and his vision swam slightly as he looked up at the monster. Two more stood next to him on opposing sides with matching cruel grins. One stood with a fiery glow that randomly flashed, and the other looked like a large bird with sharp claws and a curved beak. Izuku shakily stood to his feet before glaring at them. This seemed like it would be hard, but these monsters were gonna lose. He twitched his ear as he heard more people approaching from all sides. He crouched down before grinning wildly. This was going to be as fun as chasing a mouse down a straight path with no escape route. This really was not fun. Why had he assumed this would be? Well, maybe he was exaggerating a bit. It was fun to kick and bite the monsters when they tried and grabbed him, but as time went on and he grew tired and their disgusting hands scraped against him, he felt like vomiting. He jumped backwards, his tail rippling in agitation at the hideous feelings of their fingers or things they threw at him coming in contact. He turned around and ran off a short distance, but when a monster grabbed hold of his tail, he spun back around again, scratching them so hard they screamed and froze for a second. He kicked them down in the moment they had paused. He backed off from the rest, not turning his back to them. The few remaining monsters made angry sounds and glared at him, but he stood tall, staring unblinkingly at them. Another explosion pushed him back and he yelped. Mouse dung. He'd forgotten about the leaders of the monsters. He spun towards them but immediately had to jump back as a false claw swung dangerously close to his neck. Was this something he could even win? Wait, where'd that thought come from? He was Peak. Not someone who would just give up when facing scary monsters. He was no coward. He sprinted at the exploding monster and lunged at their face. An explosion exploded directly in his face and pushed him back a few feet. Somehow he managed to keep his footing this time. Were the explosions growing weaker? He screamed in rage and jumped from his place, not bothering to try and run at the monster. He landed on the monster's stomach and wasted no time in wrapping his human fingers around the monster's neck as they fell so he would not lose this advantage. The monster landed hard. Izuku's body shook with the impact, but he didn't waste time in wincing. Instead he tried choking the monster out while he was stunned. Something shot in front of his face, grazing his nose and leaving a sharp stinging pain. It was easily workable though. He snapped his head to where the object had come from. In his second of distraction, the monster he was choking out slammed his fist into his cheek and threw Izuku off him. Izuku skidded along the hard floor and coughed in shock. I had not seen that coming. A foot with a scrap of metal stuck at the edge slammed into his stomach and threw him back another few feet. He wheezed in pain but quickly stood to his 2 feet so he wasn't in a weakened spot anymore. He looked around cautiously at the angry monsters who were converging back into another smaller-than-before group. Out of the corners of his eyes, he could see the monsters he had brought down laying on the ground. He hissed in an attempt to scare them and glanced around for an opening to get to a higher location. Jumping on monsters often took them down quickly and would lighten his own load. He dodged a monster's fist, nearly lunging towards it to bite before backtracking. He didn't feel like losing his hard-earned teeth today, thanks. Instead he swung a claw out towards it and scratched the back of the monster's hand, a location he knew was vulnerable. Like he'd expected, the monster screamed and howled in pain as it brought the hand towards his body to cradle it. Izuku jumped up and kicked him in the head before using the momentum to lunge back towards the most aggressive leader. It exploded something again, and this time the explosion was white-hot. Izuku worked through the pain and landed on the ground before jumping towards the monster again. His claws aimed for the monster's eyes, and the monster's eyes widened in fear and anticipation of the blow. Suddenly a black blur flashed in front of him, and his arm was kicked away at the same time as the monster was knocked to the side. Izuku spun to the human who'd messed up his shot. He narrowed his eyes. Hisser, don't scratch people's eyes out. I swear to God, Hisser, leave. Wormneck yelled at him. He sounded angry. And something else? Whatever, Izuku didn't care. He spat at him and turned to go fight another monster. Something wrapped around his body, pinning his arms to his side, and he started to turn to attack Wormneck. Suddenly Wormneck spun him out of the way, dizzying him, and leaving him on the ground out of the monster's path. Izuku shot to his feet, frowning at the way the world tilted thanks to Wormneck's little trick. He took a step in the monster's direction once his vision went back to normal before his eyes widened. Wormneck had taken down more than half of the remaining monsters in the time it had taken him to regain his surroundings. He stared for a second before realizing that he should probably start running away or at least check on the human victims. Rat brain. He'd completely forgotten about the human who he'd been fighting to protect on the floor before. He looked around wildly and saw her laying prone on the floor. Fortunately, no monster were near her, having been distracted by him and Wormneck. He ran over to her side and checked her over. She seemed fine. He could see her chest rising and falling at a normal-looking pace. There was blood on her, but he already had seen that before and it didn't seem to be much worse. He looked around to see Wormneck finishing off the last monster and then looking around for something. Or someone. He'd spent too much time checking on her. He had to leave. He stood up and started to run back the way that the tin can had come. He heard a shout but chose to ignore it in favor of running as fast as his exhausted body could take him. Izuku followed the road, wincing when the rocks dug into his feet. He glanced around at a two-way turn before shrugging and following the left side. It didn't matter, did it? He heard a soft sound from just in front of his right side and he glanced over towards it. Something shiny pointed at him caught his eye and he frowned as he peered towards it, trying to get a glimpse of what exactly it was. Hisser! Someone yelled. Izuku was sure he recognized the voice, but before he could place it, a loud pop pierced the air and Izuku heard a scream. You know what? The same person, Yuriko Fanfics, has uploaded my work again. Apparently they had just privated it before because it is back up again, and I am so sick of this. I've looked at YouTube's terms of service and I don't think I can report this for copyright since I am obviously not making money off it and it is on a completely different website. I honestly don't know what to do anymore. At the time of writing this, I had been considering just deleting or orphaning all of my works because I could barely take the drama anymore and was thinking about distancing myself. This is not what I am going to do anymore. I was just super angry about this. I am on a short break just to recuperate, but I should be back soon. Everything in italics after this is something I wrote when I originally posted this chapter and doesn't necessarily reflect what I will currently be doing with this FIC. Except my anger about the stealing. Again, I will not be deleting, orphaning, or abandoning anymore. If you'd like to save them, download them, but I honestly don't give a shit anymore. I am so done with this. My works have just enough hits. People feel the need to steal my works, but not enough they can't steal them without people noticing or them getting shamed into deleting them. Again, I don't care if you do stuff with my work as long as you credit me and ask permission. Thank you all so much for reading my works. You were all so nice and I hope you like my fix. I won't delete my works for a bit as I want to make sure I won't be regretting it, but I don't think I can take this and my other problems in my personal life. If you recognize other authors that your eco-fanfics has stolen from, please let them know. I feel they deserve to know, and if I hadn't seen this before I would want to know as well. I somewhat remember seeing one of the other authors they've stolen from and will try and alert them. I am so sorry to all of you for what I will possibly end up doing, but you all deserved a warning. I will not be deleting this part of the chapter anymore, even if I decide to keep my fix and even if they private or delete their videos again. Again, I am sorry for disturbing the flow of your reading. To be honest, now that the shock of seeing it again is a bit more gone and I've calmed down, I don't think I will delete these works, but I'm going to have to go on a break. I don't know for how long. Honestly, I'd delete that part, but I don't have the patience for editing this right now. In a few hours I'll probably edit this to be less angry. To be honest, I really don't know why I am so mad. I don't know why it matters so much to me about them stealing this. I think it's more because they didn't even ask, much less credit me, but still. Probably just another reason why I should distance myself from my works at least for a little bit. I don't know if there's really a point in confronting them about this work again, since they obviously don't care and will either keep it up or private it until they think people have given up on it, and they haven't even deleted the comments. Thank you all so much for that, by the way. Saying it wasn't theirs and was stolen and don't care, but other people should get their own choice. So again, if you recognize a stolen work, then you should tell the proper owner about it. Here's another chapter. It may be kind of short. Izuku ran towards the screams and fighting sounds. He gripped his capture weapon in his hands as he heard a shriek that sounded like a cat and a child mixed together. Hisser. Well, Peak, now that they knew his name. God, he'd been hoping to find Peak before he got into any altercations, especially some kind of major criminal ring. He looked around as he landed on the ground, keeping his ears peeled for any changes in how the battle had gone. Did villains always have to have their fights deep into places like these? He heard an explosion and unconsciously pushed himself even harder. He tried not to let himself get tired already. Who knows how many villains he'd have to fight. And that was leaving out Hisser. He had to make sure. This time he caught him before he could get himself even more badly hurt. Hisser was so lucky that his head injury that Shatter had caused turned out to be nothing. But Izuku feared that if Peak pushed himself any further, then Hisser would abruptly hit the ground. He skidded around a corner and sprinted towards a downed possible criminal. It didn't seem like the fight had been over here, rather that this criminal had started dragging himself away for some unknown reason. He briefly checked to make sure he was still alive before continuing to sprint towards the increasingly loud fight. Izuku practically ran into the middle of the fight before he realized it. There were about 15 or 20 people scattered around in clumps on the ground with varying levels of disarray and blood on them. A quick once-over identified the main sources of their injuries being claw marks, further evidence that Hisser was here, and the fact he was fighting a villain. Hisser lunged at the man's face, his claws extending towards his eyes, and Izuku's eyes widened. He acted before he even fully grasped the situation, kicking Hisser's arm out of the path towards the villain's eyes and kicking the villain back at the same time. Hisser spun towards Izuku, narrowing his eyes in disgust, but Izuku hardly cared. Fear for both Hisser and Hisser himself bloomed in his throat, but he pushed it aside. Hisser, don't scratch people's eyes out. I swear to God, Hisser, leave. He snapped. As expected, Hisser just hissed at him and turned to leave, but Izuku was done with him. He snapped his capture weapon around Hisser and threw him nearly 20 feet from the villains. He immediately spun around and dealt a kick to a criminal's face after his attempted murder attempt on the hero. There were about 15 remaining and he took them down as quickly as he possibly could. About halfway through he glanced over to see Hisser checking over the presumable victim. And in his moment of distraction earned a punch to the face. He focused back on the fight, taking them all down as quickly as he possibly could until he finally had only one left. They'd all been rather easy, probably worn down by Hisser. Right? Aizawa looked around and saw Hisser sprinting off along a path. Stop! He yelled, not expecting him to listen. He looked around the criminals who were all out and judged that in the time it would take to either catch or lose Hisser, the police and paramedics he'd called just in case or him would have returned. So he sprinted after Hisser. Hisser hardly seemed to notice Aizawa gaining on him as he glanced between two paths and took the left path. Aizawa caught the glint of something shiny a second before Hisser did, and something in his gut told him it was something bad. He pressed his pace as Hisser paused, idiot, to look at what Aizawa had now identified as a gun. With the last burst of energy, he pushed in front of what would have been a killing shot to Hisser and took the bullet in his own shoulder. He screamed in shock at the extreme pain he'd felt and stumbled to the side. Hisser still stood, seemingly frozen as the villain cursed and started quickly reloading his gun. In the flash of an eye, Hisser was stood next to Aizawa, and then on top of the villain who was screaming like he was getting murdered. Aizawa hoped the police were arriving with their sirens off as he tried to keep his blood inside his body and an eye on Hisser. Hisser turned back towards him and tilted his head with an almost worried look. Why you? You? Hisser hissed, and it took a second for Aizawa to realize he was trying to say something. I'm good, Aizawa said, hoping that had been what Peak had been talking about. Peak looked skeptically at the bullet wound and Aizawa grimaced. It's fine. But Peak, where were you? We were worried. Aizawa winced at his word vomit. This gunshot wound was making him irrational. I'm good. Hisser mumbled in an eerie imitation of him. Then Hisser stiffened and snapped his head to the path. The police were finally here. But they had their sirens off, even Aizawa couldn't hear them. How could enhanced hearing? Hisser started backing away from the path and Aizawa stiffened at the realization he was about to attempt to run. Without thinking, he threw his capture weapon out with his good arm and tightly wrapped it around Hisser. Hisser screamed and looked at him with shock, and Aizawa grimaced in a reminder of when he had given him the fruit pouch and promised to not try and catch him like this for a while. Did Hisser still remember that? Or was he just shocked that they had been sharing polite words and Aizawa had suddenly turned on him? It was not important right now. What was important was making sure he didn't get himself needlessly hurt anymore. While Hisser slowly started freaking out more, Aizawa started thinking about what they knew of Hisser. Now he knew for sure that Hisser wasn't deaf, in fact had good hearing, as told by the police cars he could now hear. Hisser looked extremely unkempt right now, as if when they'd caught him and promptly lost him he'd lost whatever he'd been using to keep himself clean and mostly fed. Did that mean he had always been homeless and had lost his sources, or they'd taken him from his home and he hadn't found his way back yet? If so, crap. No. Hisser screamed coherently and Aizawa snapped his head to him. Hisser looked like he was in the middle of changing in some way, and without a second thought Aizawa erased his quirk and started dragging him towards him. Hisser stopped struggling in shock at suddenly being completely transformed back to human and looked confused. And also a bit fearful. In Hisser's moment of distraction, Aizawa managed to get cuffs around his wrists. The sound Hisser made Aizawa always remembered on nights that he thought of all his failures. The sound was like that of a cornered animal that was slowly dying but wasn't prepared to die yet. He let go of his wound to try and calm Hisser down, who was crying? He hadn't seen that before on Hisser. He looked around nervously, not completely sure what to do. What the hell would he even say? It's not your fault. No, he still had no idea about why he was doing this and didn't want him to think it was him telling him to continue his vigilantism. Don't cry? No, that was weird and didn't fit. It's okay? Yeah, that's probably good. It's okay. He quietly said, carefully patting his shoulder. Hisser let out another sob. Yeah, he was not good at comforting children like this. He was better when it was a student who'd messed up or someone else had messed up in their training and gotten themselves injured and he had to comfort them until recovery bots came, or when he needed to worry about a littler kid. He was not good with these kinds of situations with a sort of victim, sort of criminal child were. He had no idea how to tread here. Well, there's no time like the present to figure this stuff out, right? Izuku couldn't believe it. Wormneck had tricked him and caught him. He'd just been trying to check on him, return the favor for him, probably saving his life, and Wormneck had backstabbed him at the first opportunity. Izuku didn't really know why he was so mad and hurt at this. He'd never liked Wormneck. He hadn't. He hadn't hated him, but he'd always disliked and mistrusted him. But his chest hurt when, as he turned to run at the sound of tin cans approaching, Worm had immediately wrapped that stupid worm around him. And then he had the gall to stop paying attention but not give Izuku any opportunity to escape. Izuku flailed around, desperately yelling words that sounded human before he started turning back into a cat. Wormneck had spun towards him and raised his hair like an angry cat, and Izuku had stopped changing. His claws that he'd been using to try and rip it off of him had retracted, not that they'd been much use here. In the next heartbeat, Wormneck started yanking him towards him. Izuku froze in fear and confusion. What was going on? Why was he stuck? Wormneck trapped his hands, still keeping him trapped with the worm. Against Izuku's will, he let out a keening noise as he tried to suppress it and get free. Then something that hadn't happened in years started. Izuku started crying. He shook in fear and confusion, his mind all a muddled mess. He wasn't even thinking of a way out. His thoughts were still there, but he couldn't reach them through what was best described as a sort of static-like fog that had seemed to form between his current state and them. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and Wormneck muttered something that sounded like, "It's okay." If it was possible, Izuku started to cry harder, and Wormneck's heart picked up slightly. Izuku brought his hands up to his eyes and rubbed at them fiercely until lights flashed before his shut eyes. How could he be so stupid and get caught like this? He needed to get back to his family. Before they forgot him, before he had nowhere to go to. Before he was like Cinder, a name hardly mentioned, and when it was in sadness as they mourned their lost brother and son. But he wouldn't be like that. They'd think he'd abandoned them, but he didn't mean to. He had only wanted to help. He'd wanted to help other humans because that's all he'd ever be, so they didn't lose their first families. He was lucky Autumn had found him, because otherwise he may have died. And not all human kittens who lost their first families would be as lucky as him to find this kind of family. He really didn't deserve them. Always making them worry, yelling at Cinder, so he didn't want to ever come back home. It was truly his fault they were often stuck helping him after a bad night. But he couldn't stop, he couldn't. Right? What was the point? Why did he ever even try? All he ever was good at was messing things up. He messed up bringing Cinder home, he's messed up getting home, he's messed up helping humans, he's messed everything up. Stop scratching at your eyes. Wormneck cut in, knocking him out of his self-abusive thoughts. Izuku hissed at him and tried to yank himself backwards from him. Wormneck held on tight, not letting him escape. Izuku lunged towards him to try and bite him, but Wormneck grabbed him by the chin and angled his face away. Izuku yelled angrily and tried to kick him in the shins. It connected, but Wormneck hardly flinched. A tin can rolled in next to them while others drove past. Izuku yanked his jaw out of Wormneck's grasp and glared at the two blue-furred humans who jumped out of the tin can. You got Hisser," one of them exclaimed. Izuku growled in frustration and again tried pulling himself away. He suddenly felt very self-conscious about his puffy eyes and tear tracks. He raised his hands to his eyes again to see how bad they were. Wormneck pulled them back down. "Don't do that," Wormneck said, keeping a firm grip on one of his wrists, thereby trapping both hands. Izuku cried out again and attempted to pull back once again. This needed to stop. He was never going to get back to his family if Wormneck and these rat-brained blue-furred humans didn't leave him alone. Izuku racked his mind for some human words to use against Wormneck. Specifically human words to roughly translate Wormneck. Finally he found them after remembering what he'd seen some human kittens playing with once on a rainy day when he hadn't felt like going out hunting for monsters and it was too loud to easily hunt for prey. He wasn't sure if it was correct, but it never hurt to try and guess. If he was lucky, it would distract Wormneck until he had a chance to try and escape. "Shoot up!" he screeched, kicking him again. Wormneck paused in what he was doing. Excuse me? What?" Wormneck said, acting odd. Like he was confused? Izuku ignored him, continuing to struggle frantically and get free. He nearly got his wrist free of Wormneck's grip before he suddenly repositioned, keeping a firmer grip on Izuku than before. Wormneck? Wow. Wormneck said as if to himself, sounding extremely baffled. Izuku continued ignoring him, as he kicked him repeatedly in the shin. He didn't try and bite Wormneck. Wormneck unfortunately shook off whatever stupor he was under and started leading Izuku to the tin can. Ruts. Izuku dug his heels into the jagged ground, catching his heels on cracks in the rough ground, and making it as hard as possible to move him. He hated those things. He hated them. Tin cans were murderous creations that only served to hurt and steal. Wormneck struggled to move Izuku more than he had the last time, probably because of that wound. Izuku yelped as he was yanked over the crack he'd been stuck on and dragged another 6 feet to the tin can. Despite Wormneck's injuries, Izuku was still weaker than him and exhausted from fighting the monsters from before. Izuku refused to give in though. At every opportunity he kicked or bit out at Wormneck, hissing when a blue-furred human tried to approach him and help Wormneck drag him. The blue-furred human backed off at Izuku's snapping teeth, apparently wary of getting bitten. Wish Wormneck would act like that. Stop! Izuku spluttered, attempting to distract Wormneck. It didn't work, and with that Wormneck had dragged him almost to the tin can. Izuku gave up on trying to stay away from it and instead chose to try and stay out of it. He planted his feet against the walls of it and stiffened his entire body so Wormneck couldn't just push him in. At least not without some effort. Finally Wormneck seemed to get tired of this charade. He dropped Izuku onto the ground. Izuku startled, pausing for a second at the unexpectedness of it. Then he got to try and run away. Unfortunately for Izuku, it had been a trick. As soon as he got up and started running, Wormneck grabbed him by the shoulder and tossed him into the tin can. Izuku hissed in shock at this sudden turn of events and immediately attempted to scramble out. Wormneck slammed it in his face. Izuku kicked the wall repeatedly, attempting to break through it, but it wouldn't give. He didn't want to give up, but the exhaustion and his injuries were really wearing down on him. He chose to give it a short break and instead look outside the tin can and see what was going on. 2 blue-furred humans stood outside the tin can chatting. He couldn't hear them through the tin can. Wormneck was not anywhere to be seen. Izuku looked around more. Had he left? Izuku hated to admit it, but Wormneck was definitely stronger than him. He would not be able to escape if he was around. Without him, he had a chance of escaping. If he could figure out how to get out of this tin can. He was injured from what I saw of him. Aizawa told the officers who were to take Hisser to either a police station or hospital. I'm not sure how bad. I do not think it's too severe, but I would recommend getting someone to check on him once he calms down. Hisser kicked the door of the police car again as if to punctuate his sentence. Hanzanen? Aizawa shrugged. Yeah, sure. Call Tsukachi once you arrive. He believes he knows what Hisser's legal identity is. Really? When did he learn that? I'm not too sure. It was a recent development and he is still keeping Hisser's legal name under wraps, even to me. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go get this treated. He started to walk off, ending the conversation before it got too long. The small ambulance that they had brought along in the scenario of a serious injury sat silently on the outskirts of the start of the crime scene. From the sounds of it, it seemed like none of the criminals or victims involved were too seriously hurt. When he entered, he found an unconscious victim being treated and another victim who appeared to have a twisted or broken ankle being quickly treated. A few paramedics were sitting by in case of a complication or another injured person coming through. He walked up to the nearest one. I was shot. Can you help me with it? He asked. The EMT jumped and turned towards him in shock. Weiss? Yes, I can. Come over here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is your pain? They asked as they began treating it. I guess. Aizawa was distracted from the questions by a loud thud from the direction of the police cars. He turned to try and look, ignoring the paramedics' hisses to sit still. What he saw made him groan. Hisser had thrown himself headfirst at the window. It hadn't broken it, of course. They were bulletproof, but Hisser had probably just given himself a concussion. Aizawa sighed as the police by the car freaked out as Hisser presumably hissed at them. If he was even conscious. Aizawa couldn't see him from here. He rolled his eyes and turned back to the paramedics. Not his problem, right now. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Izuku's head wouldn't stop hurting. It was completely unfair. Why did it hurt so much? It had been forever since he slammed his head into the door of the tin can to try and escape, yet his head acted like he had done it only a moment ago. Maybe he shouldn't have done it so hard. He glared up at the blue-coated humans in the front of the tin can. Totally unfair that they wouldn't let him out. What did he even do to them? Selfish rat brains. He grumpily sat in the back, crossing his arms as best he could defensively. Then he started trying to think of another way to escape. It was hard with how much his head hurt. The best he could come up with was attempting to sprint out of the tin can like he'd tried the last time. Not a good plan, but it really wouldn't hurt to try. Probably. Suddenly he came up with a different plan. A far, far better one. Like legit good for him. He could just turn into a cat, the right form, and run off into the bushes. It didn't feel like he wasn't able to right now. He didn't know why he hadn't been able to before. Maybe because of the fighting he'd been doing? He was somewhat less exhausted now, so that was probably it. The tin can eventually came to a stop outside of a building. It smelled somewhat familiar, not like he'd been there before, but like he'd been in a similar location. He wasn't able to mull over it for long as the two humans got out of the front of the car and went around to opposite sides of the tin can. The one on his left opened the wall of the tin can and reached in. Izuku hissed at them and moved away to the other side of the tin can, briefly noticing the odd skin that seemed to be draped over his first layer of skin nearly up to his shoulders. He wouldn't be able to sprint out past this human. They were blocking too much of the exit, and if he turned into his real form now, they might figure out how to trap him. Not something he wanted. Suddenly a hand gripped him by the collar of his shirt, and he cursed as he realized he hadn't been paying attention to his surroundings like he should have. He knew there was a human behind him. Why did he stop paying attention? Rat brain. He snarled and reached back to claw at the hands of the human. They barely winced, and that was when Izuku realized the second skin they were wearing was a protective skin to protect against his claws. Rats. He hissed loudly again and brought his legs up to claw at the human's stomach who was grabbing him. Not something he ever did when attacking monsters. Too risky, he could easily rip someone's intestines out by accident. But right now he felt too panicked and cornered to remember to follow that rule he'd set. His claws didn't even rip through the coat of the human. He noticed after a few seconds of them carrying him towards the building with no screaming or crying out or even loosening their grip on him. Instead he started turning into a cat. With this, the human started struggling to keep a grip on him. He yelled out for his ally, and that was all he had time to do before Izuku had completely changed and turned into a cat. He twisted, knocking himself out of the human's grip, and sprinted away towards bushes. In the blink of an eye he saw something large coming towards him, and he dodged a different direction, running back the opposite way towards the blue-furred humans again. Someone reached out to try and grab him, and he screamed in warning at them, flattening himself to the ground and crawling along. He heard a muffled curse as someone presumably stumbled to the ground and released him in the process. In triumph he sprinted off towards a different set of bushes. Something swished in front of his face, and he tried to come to an abrupt stop before he stumbled directly into the net that had gotten flung up in front of him. His momentum didn't let him, and instead of coming to a graceful stop like he intended, he tripped over his front paws and threw himself directly into the... Before he got his bearings, the net was scooped up with him stuck inside, and a triumphant yell sounded from the person holding the net. Izuku panted as he hung in the net, twisted in a somewhat uncomfortable position. He narrowed his eyes and glared at the blue-coated humans who looked tired but proud. Unfortunately, the human holding the net started to carry him towards the building, the net swinging slightly, and to Izuku's horror he didn't have any energy to fight. And he'd revealed all his cards. Could this night be any worse? Did he always have to jinx himself? What is wrong with these humans? He swatted at a white-coated human who kept trying to get near him. The human was speaking to him with a soft tone as he tried to coax him to do something. Even if Izuku knew what the white-coated human wanted, he wouldn't listen. A blue-furred human sat by the closed door to the room so Izuku couldn't escape. He almost regretted turning back human, but to be fair, it had been easier to get the human holding the net to drop him when he was suddenly over 9x his original weight. He hadn't even tried to escape then, just wiggled out from the net and glowered in the middle of the floor at anyone who came near. Which wasn't often, especially once they realized he wasn't going to try and run away right then. The white-coated human stood back up from where they'd been squatting on the floor next to him and walked over to the blue-furred human by the door to start talking. Izuku watched them, waiting for any opportunity to run or sneak out the door. He lashed his tail when the humans glanced back at him, baring his teeth. They didn't seem bothered. Rat brains. The white-coated human left the room, closing the door behind him before Izuku could even shift to run for the door. Izuku shifted into a more comfortable position and one he could run out the door quicker in. But as he moved his head, he increased in pain and he winced, covering his eyes to protect from the light. A different white-coated human walked and directly up to Izuku. He twitched but didn't scratch at them. Instead of doing anything expected, this human crouched down and started messing with Izuku's head. He hissed at the human, but they didn't even twitch. Eventually he decided to just let them do whatever they were doing. Finally they quit what they were doing, standing up and backing up slightly. Izuku opened his eyes to peek at them. He was mildly shocked to see a disapproving look on their face. What was that for? He didn't do anything. He sniffed at them and turned his face away. A sigh came from their general direction and their footsteps walked away. The door creaked open and Izuku jolted up, wincing at the jolt of pain in his head, but pushing it aside as he scrambled to get out the door. A foot stuck itself in front of his face and he stopped just before running face first into it. He looked up, growling at the offending humans. Wormneck and the brown-coated human. Detective Tsukachi, was it? Wormneck nudged him back into the room and stepped inside, Detective Tsukachi on his heels. He clicked the door shut and with a nod to the side of the room they started walking over. Detective Tsukachi sat down on a chair. Wormneck sat next to him. Izuku glared at them, hating this situation. Why did they have to harass him so much? What did he ever to do them? He sniffed and inched closer towards them before leaning on the wall. He didn't sit down, wanting to stay prepared for any tricks they might have. Neither of them looked surprised or annoyed, unfortunately. In fact, the detective looked oddly pleased, like he'd just snatched a mouse from the jaws of another predator. He cleared his throat and started to talk, glancing down at something he was holding. Hello, Peak. Or should I say Izuku Midoriya? We need to have a talk. For some reason Izuku got an odd sense of forbidding from the last sentence. He didn't even really know what Detective Tsukachi had said. So why did that suddenly make him so anxious? He narrowed his eyes, doing his best to not show any signs of fear or discomfort to these humans. He gulped anyways. Tsukachi looked down at the items in his hand, murmuring something to himself. Izuku listened in, but with so few of the words he was saying being understandable, he gave up. How should we go about this? Not deaf, probably. Wouldn't hurt to try. Another language seems most likely. He looked up to Izuku and then turned to Wormneck. Eraserhead, I don't speak sign language fluently. Do you care to try? Wormneck sighed but raised his hands up and started moving and wiggling them. Izuku stared at Wormneck's hands. Wormneck started speaking while he signed. Are you mute or deaf? Izuku tilted his head and he stared at them. He considered hissing to show his displeasure. Another language then. Tsukachi stated. English. Wormneck tried in an odd way. It didn't sound like what he usually said. Izuku blinked in confusion before barely remembering to bare his teeth, so they didn't think he was weakened by this confusion. Chinese? Korean? Spanish? Tsukachi asked. He also sounded different from usual. Izuku couldn't even recognize a basic gist of what he'd said. He didn't like it. He took his little box thing out and started fiddling with it. A few seconds later, a monotonous voice that barely sounded human came from the device. German. Russian. French. Izuku hissed at the creepy box thing. Tsukachi and Wormneck looked almost sad? Or was it something else? Dejected? Defeated? Japanese? Tsukachi sounded ridiculously hopeful. Izuku almost felt bad in not understanding at all. Actually, he didn't care. At all. To show this, he hissed at them again. To his frustration, they didn't react. Why had they stopped reacting? Well, what do we do? He didn't say anything, but I didn't get any tells that he understood what we'd said, even in Japanese. We're practically back to square one. Well, but didn't sound like he understood it. It did sound like he somewhat recognized what you said when you asked about Japanese. Like a second language you pick up from your cousins who you see every few months. Tsukachi didn't respond for a bit, as if he was thinking. Finally he started again. This may sound stupid, but you think there's a chance he understands cat language? Izuku popped his head up at the word cat. Where is he? Nemophila asked, breaking the silence of the box. She lowered her head and started at the claw marks in Peek's favorite napping spot. And favorite wrestling spot. No one responded to her for a bit. She almost thought Autumn had fallen asleep until a tired and raspy voice came from the corner. I don't know. I hope he's alive. What are we talking about? Sunlight yelled. Nemophila scoffed and ignored her brother. Could he have gotten himself killed? Killed following that idiotic ditch thing of his? Why didn't we ever make him stop? If he didn't go out and save those stupid humans every night, he wouldn't have come back injured half the nights he would have come back. You know he wouldn't have been happy stopping. But didn't he know we would be happy with him back? We already lost Cinder to the humans. Why do we have to lose another brother? It's not fair. She could hear someone approaching her, Autumn, to offer comfort or tell her she was overreacting. She didn't know. She stiffened and prepared to snap at them. To her surprise, sunlight brushed against her side instead. Autumn was still getting up to walk over. I'm sure he's okay. He's probably out having awesome adventures. If when he comes back he's gonna tell us all about them, and we're gonna scold him and yell at him to be more careful. Nemophila sniffled. I miss them. Why couldn't they just stay with us? Most cats don't stay with their families forever. Autumn pointed out. They go to other territories, do different kinds of things. Nemophila's tail lashed angrily. Forget it. She plopped down onto the cardboard and laid her head between her two paws sullenly. Nemophila. Autumn started sadly. Just then a shadow covered the entrance of the box. Nemophila lifted her head, frowning in confusion while tuning her mother's voice out. What? What is that? She stood up and crept carefully towards the box. Couldn't be a dog. The size of the shadow and shape was too different. A thick cloud? Something made her fur on the back of her neck prickle. Was it? Oh no. Aizawa turned to stare at Tsukachi. Was he misunderstanding? Are you trying to say that we should meow at him and see if he responds? He asked incredulously. Tsukachi spluttered. What? Of course not. Why'd you jump to that conclusion? I have an officer named Sansa. He's good with cats and kids. He has a cat quirk. Sansa is not able to properly speak in meows or cat tongues to cats according to him, but he can somewhat understand them. If this kid has a cat quirk, then there's a chance that he has learned, or a part of his quirk includes understanding cats. Especially with that shifting form the officers mentioned just now. It's the best lead we've got to figure this kid out. Oh yes, of course. Can you get him to come on? Yes, I think he'd agree. He is somewhat interested in Hisser, though he hasn't interacted. He's on vacation right now. He won't be back at work for another 2 days. In this time frame, Hisser, or Peek as he mentioned, can start treatment for his concussion, quirk exhaustion, and other injuries. Who knows? Maybe by the time Sansa returns we will have figured a way out and we will not even need to try and use him. One could hope. Aizawa responded dryly, glancing over at Peek. He looked confused and a bit annoyed. Typical child. He glanced over at Tsukachi. He'd have to ask him about Izuku Midoriya, or look into it himself. Was that Hisser? If it was Hisser, why hadn't Tsukachi told anyone his identity yet? Was it to protect Peek from the HPSC? Or was it something else? He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He didn't need to ask right now. Right now he just needed to worry about making sure Peek didn't waltz out the door and attack more random villains. Honestly, what kind of child does this kind of stuff? This one apparently. Peek hissed at him as if he'd heard Aizawa's annoyed thoughts about him. As it turned out, they did not figure out how to understand or help Hisser understand them before Sansa returned from his vacation. The days waiting and trying to talk to Hisar did not work out well for many people, and eventually the only ones who willingly agreed to sit and keep Hisar from breaking out were Aizawa, Yoshida, and Heiga. Tsukachi occasionally was able to watch Hisar, but most of the time he was too busy to sit between Hisar and the door for 2 hours. It was made a lot easier by the fact Hisar rarely ever tried biting or attacking the officers or hero. His tactic was generally to wait until they got distracted, then try and dart out behind them. The worst they ever got was by Heiga once, when Hisar had almost slipped out and in a fit of desperation accidentally grabbed his tail. Hisar had immediately spun around and slapped him in the face with his claws out, causing Heiga to yell in pain. The cuts hadn't been too deep, but Heiga hadn't returned until the next day, having been busy with treatment to make sure he didn't get any infections. After all who knew where Hisar's hands had been, Aizawa stared in Hisar's general direction, keeping an eye out for any odd movements. It had only taken them a short while to figure out Hisar didn't like getting stared at and would act out. Tsukachi walked into the room, causing Hisar to sit upright quickly and watch the door before Tsukachi quickly shut it. Sansa is back from vacation and has agreed to try and talk to Hisar. He makes no promises on being able to understand or even manage to get Hisar to say anything to him. Of course, when will he come in? He's on his way now. Should be here any minute, hopefully. Just then a knock came at the door. Tsukachi got up to answer it, and an officer with an orange cat head walked in. Aizawa vaguely remembered seeing him in passing before. The officer's fur seemed slightly bristled up, and he looked slightly annoyed. "DMN receptionist," he grumbled. Then he turned in the direction of Aizawa. "Hello. My name is Sansa. I heard you all needed some assistance with a cat." "So, not a cat then." Honestly, this was kind of his fault. He'd gotten excited when he heard, "We need help from you. We can't get past a barrier, likely a language barrier." He has a cat, and had tuned out in favor of wondering about the cat. This made way more sense, of course. They'd only needed him to get a semi-statement from a cat once after the murder of her human, but still. Oops. I can try and talk to him. As I'm sure you've heard before, I am not 100% fluent in cat language. For one, cats have different dialects depending on countries or even regions they are in, and some of them sound so different from ones I'm used to that it's like trying to translate from Latin without ever hearing from it. If he's lived in Japan for most of his life, though, we should be fine. Japanese cat dialects are all somewhat similar. But that brings up another point. If he even agrees to talk to me, if he does actually understand cat language, then it would be more up to him on whether he'd respond or not. As well as if he can even respond. People with cat quirks tend to fall in 3 different categories on whether they can understand cat languages. The first one is not being able to at all. These people often just share mild similarities with cats, like ears or claws. They can't speak to or understand them any more than other people without these quirks can. Most people with animal quirks are in this category, though they may like the animal their quirk seems to imitate more than most others. The second is understanding cats. They may speak a few words of cat languages, though they would have to imitate and learn from actual cats in most cases. I fall into this category. People like this share more traits with cats, including at times shape-shifting into different cat forms or looking cat-like. I find it likely that Hisar is in this category, though there is a chance he is in the last one judging from what I have heard. The final category is what's best described as instinctual. As soon as this portion of their quirks come in, they can speak a basic form of cat, and as they get older and mold more into their human and animal communities, they often will settle into a dialect. It's far easier for these people to understand and speak back to cats or other people with cat quirks. This version is incredibly rare even in cat mutation communities. Only about 2 out of every 100 people with animal mutation quirks have this instinctual category. Its most common origin is by stress. About 85% of people with this version will develop this part of their quirks by stress, and they are only ever from the second category, and almost always when they have only recently had their quirks develop. He looked at Tsukachi and Eraserhead, who both looked like they were mildly confused. Apologizes for rambling. I just find this interesting. Then he turned towards Hisar, who was staring, his mouth literally hanging open. He looked shocked. Hello, Hisar. I am Sansa, a police officer. Will you answer some questions? This he asked in the simplified version of cat language in Japan. Hisser jolted upright and stared at him. You speak cat? Are you a cat? Hisser asked. Sansa heard a quick inhale from behind him but ignored it. So, this kid understood cat? Perfect. No. I am human. I have a cat quirk. It's what you have as well, correct? Hisser frowned. No. I am a cat. Sansa blinked in surprise. He was a cat? No, Eraserhead had used his quirk on him repeatedly and he hadn't turned into a cat. Was he serious? Did he actually think he was a cat? He chose to ignore that for now. Hisser seemed to not like that line of questioning, and if he got angry and shut down they might never get actual answers. What is your name? Peek. I go by Peek as a cat. Did you ever have another name when you are human? Probably. But I don't remember. Alright. How old are you, Peek? Peek frowned and stared at his hands. It didn't seem like he was refusing to answer, it seemed like he was. Counting? I think. About 9 years? I don't know for sure. I only remember 5. Sansa froze. Wait, 9? He thought he was like 11 or 12. Or could it be that Peek didn't know his age? He did say he was not sure. Why didn't he know? What was happening in his life? Do you know your guardian's names or address? Why would I tell you that? Peek snapped, all of a sudden defensive. Sansa took a deep calming breath and carefully stated. We'd like to find them so we can see if they are safe and then if they can help clear some things up. Peek bared his teeth. Give me one reason to trust you, human. He hissed. Sansa felt like he'd just spat an insult at him. He cleared his throat and tried to think of a reason that Peek would understand and trust. We just want to help. He watched as in real time Peek's barriers started building back up. Go eat a rat liver. Peek spat at him. Sansa raised his hands in mock surrender. No questions about that. I'll stop for now. Hisser's tail lashed but eventually he stopped snarling and calmed down. At least outwardly. What's he saying? Tsukachi asked. Sansa held a finger up to tell him to wait. What language do you speak? Besides cat. I understand a bit of your language. Peek answered looking a bit confused at the sudden shift in topic. You speak Japanese? Why don't you respond to any questions? Your questions are stupid. I don't understand them. Go away. Peek snapped before turning his back on them as if saying he was done talking. That went well. At least they had a way of communication and had answered a few questions they had. He turned back to Tsukachi and Eraserhead and explained the conversation that he'd had with Peek to them. Since they knew Peek better than he did then they would probably know better than he did what to make of these answers. If he can't understand Japanese then he can't understand laws, correct? Aizawa asked. Likely not. Tsukachi answered. But he has to know that murder is not okay. You shouldn't need to be told that. All of his murders were in self-defense or defense of others though. Yoshida defended. She and Heiga were sitting in to also discuss Peek's case. Sansa stayed as a translator for Peek and for the other officers and Hero if Peek spoke again. Right now Peek was busy playing with a faux mouse that Sansa had pulled out of his pocket. Of course. But we can really only declare that for Shatter at this moment, his first murder, Beoken, is still fairly controversial and not entirely clear. Well, while we are fairly certain that he's the murderer of Beoken, most of the evidence was lost in transport and the only surviving eyewitness to this was Yukichi, who is currently untraceable. If we got a confession maybe then, but he is not exactly reliable. A good chunk of the data he gave us was slightly outdated or just wrong. And not intentionally it seemed. My quirk didn't ring any of the answers he gave as lies, which means he believes them. Tsukachi continued. It seemed like he mostly was talking to himself at the last few sentences. The next time you talk to him, Sansa, you will need to talk about legal consequences and potential options now. I know that for some reason he doesn't want to mention his current guardians, but you need to find out if they even exist. I hope since it's been found now that he doesn't speak Japanese or understand laws, the book won't get thrown at him as hard. Aizawa turned to Sansa and requested. Heiga muttered under his breath, "Don't get your hopes up." No one else seemed to hear him. As Sansa thought about how he'd approach the question, Topeka's sudden realization came to him. Wait, if he doesn't speak Japanese or any language other than cat, he thinks he's a cat and won't mention his family. Could it be? Oh shit, how could we have been as stupid to overlook this? He turned to Peek quickly, wanting to confirm his family. Peek, how many cats do you have in your family? Peek looked up at him and blinked calmly. Not including me, of course. Sansa inhaled sharply. What if you don't mind my asking, are their names? What do they look like? Where do they live? That's a lot of questions. Peek said, tilting his head slightly. Why do you want to know? We want to help you. Don't you want to find them? Peek sat upright. You can find them? He asked hopefully. Sansa nodded carefully. We may, but we'll need more information than how many there are. We also need to know where you live and what they look like to find them. They don't like humans. Peek stated. Sansa bit his tongue so he didn't blurt out something stupid like, but you're human. Even if they do not like us, we still need to find them. And ask questions. He added mentally. Peek stayed silent for a bit as if he was thinking it over. Sansa didn't interrupt him. All right, fine. Autumn has a pale orange, white, and black coat. She's the oldest and basically our parent. Cinder is not going to be around. Peek spat Cinder's name angrily as if he hated him. Sansa almost thought he did until he saw the glimmer of sadness and betrayal in his eyes. Something had to have happened between them. Sansa wondered what. Nemophila is gray and Sunlight is pure white with blue eyes. Sansa nodded. Do you know their location? No, but if you take me to the area I fight monsters in, I can find it. Monsters? Peek didn't answer verbally and instead just furrowed his eyebrows at him as if saying, obviously you should know what I am referencing. Sansa sighed and continued on. We'll see about getting you to where they are. Peek gave him a smug look. Sansa looked back to his colleagues. This was an improvement on what they'd known before. He was fairly sure they could figure a way out to find his family and reunite them, maybe not as guardians though. Izuku hummed to himself in excitement as he thought the blue-furred cat-human's words over. Could he finally find his family again? He'd missed them so much. He was almost losing hope with all these blockades between him figuring his way back to the box. He squeezed the fake mouse thing in his mouth, snickering at the loud artificial squeak it made. Sounded almost nothing like a real mouse. Did these humans never hunt their own mice? Ridiculous. But the sound was satisfying, so he didn't mock it too much. The humans discussed something in the corner, but he didn't bother to even try and understand what they were saying. It excited him that he had some human he could understand easily and could understand him. Wait. What? Why was he trusting the cat human? He barely knew him? What was he doing? He sat upright, letting the mouse toy fall to the ground. The humans glanced at him in concern, but he barely noticed. What was he doing? Sitting here, playing with a toy like a house cat? Giving information about his family to the human. What was wrong with him? He climbed off the bed and glanced over the room. Still no windows. Not that they would have helped him. What's wrong, Peek? The cat human asked. Izuku hissed at him in response, glaring past him. Everyone in the room, standing and sitting in front of the door, seemed stiff and on guard. Izuku quickly looked around, thinking and searching for an escape route. Rats. He couldn't see any easy routes. Peek, please don't do what I think you're considering. The cat human commanded as he stood. The two other sitting humans followed suit, and with that Izuku quickly jumped into action. He dove behind a blue-furred human as Wormneck attempted to grab him with his scarf before quickly having to retract it to avoid wrapping it around his ally. Izuku quickly had to move as the human he used as a human shield attempted to grapple him to the ground. He slipped past Wormneck's weapon and grabbed the door handle, yanking on it aggressively. It didn't budge an inch. He turned around to run off and try a different tactic, but before he could, suddenly someone grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him towards a wall before pressing him into it so his cheek was squished uncomfortably against it. You need to calm down right now. The cat human snapped at him. Izuku hissed and kicked at his shins. It didn't do much other than annoy him. The hell is he doing? The blue-furred human he'd used as a human shield wheezed. He looked warily at Izuku as if expecting him to claw him in the face again. Izuku probably would if there was a reason to. Let go! He snarled at the cat human. No. You need to calm down. Why are you upset? Like you'd get it. Why? Let go! He hissed as he tried to move his head to bite him. The grip on his head fur kept him from getting far. Calm down. The cat human repeated. Izuku kicked out at him again. This time the blue-furred human didn't even flinch at the connection. Izuku stopped kicked and struggling after he realized it wasn't getting anywhere. He was stubborn but he wasn't stupid. The more he struggled the more fur got yanked out by his own jerking around. The cat human kept him there for a bit longer as if making sure Izuku wasn't going to turn around and attack immediately before he let go of his fur and pulled him off the wall, letting him stumble back towards the human nest. What was that all about? Wormneck snapped. Izuku hissed at him, lashing his tail angrily. The cat human ignored Wormneck and took a step towards Izuku. Mind explaining yourself? The cat human snapped. Izuku glared. You're a liar. I hate you. How dare you? How dare you act like I could trust you? How dare you make me act like a pet? The human startled at his venomous tone, Wormneck's expression shifting into worry. You think we're tricking you? The cat human asked, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he was considering something. Why wouldn't I? You think we are lying about trying to find your family? Or that we want to help? Or both? Both? Everything. I can't trust any of you humans. I can't believe you tried to get me to trust you. The cat human paused as if thinking through something. Boy. Peek. He stuttered as if looking for the right words. To try and convince Izuku of his lies. Izuku scoffed. Let me out. He demanded. All of the humans shook their heads as if they'd understood what he said. How about this? The cat human started. Izuku blinked, staring at him. You, tell us more about yourself and your motivations and why you did all of this, and we immediately, as soon as you are healed, take you to see your cat family, okay? He then turned and said something in human, presumably translating what happened. Izuku tilted his head as he thought it over. What? If there wasn't much to lose, was there? He couldn't see any reason not to accept to be stubborn and prove they couldn't do what they wanted to him whenever. But would that really help him here? He didn't think so. Alright, fine. I'll answer your stupid questions. But if you don't take me to see my family, I'll rip your throat out. He sat down, glaring at each of the humans in turn as he made his threat. The cat human didn't seem even a bit fazed, to his credit. Alright, now let's start off easy. What do you consider yourself to be? Me? What does that mean? I said a cat, of course. The cat human tilted his head. I do not mean like that. Right now. I mean by what you do at night. Fighting people. How do you see yourself when you do that? I am fighting monsters. Izuku stuttered in confusion. Why were they asking this? Shouldn't they know this? It was quite obvious, wasn't it? Fighting monsters? The cat human hummed as if he knew something Izuku didn't. Izuku hated it. You are aware that's illegal, right? Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. So what? Why? Because we can't have unlicensed individuals, children no less, going out and attacking suspected criminals. It's dangerous for everyone involved. So what? Izuku repeated snappily. The cat human narrowed his eyes sharply. You cannot do this kind of thing anymore. You never should have done it in the first place. You could have died. You could have killed more than you already have. You're untrained and sloppy. Izuku bit his tongue in anger at the cat human's mention of the two monsters he'd killed accidentally. The cat human continued as if he hadn't seen Izuku's growing anger. Right now vigilante laws operate on a 3-strike system for the less brutal and violent vigilantes. You're on your second strike. You run off and commit vigilantism once more and you'll have to face the full consequences. Do you understand? Izuku lashed his tail. Why shouldn't I fight monsters? All they do is take. Monsters? Do you understand that you are dehumanizing people? Yes, they commit crimes, but they are still human. Calling them monsters doesn't help anything. They're criminals, not demons. Izuku clenched his hand into a fist before quickly releasing it when his claws dug into his palm, drawing 4 spots of blood where he pierced lightly into the skin. Why are you taking their side? Izuku blurted. The cat-human actually seemed confused at that. What? Why are you taking the Emon criminal's side? Isn't the job of clowns and blue-furred humans to take them down and bring them somewhere after they hurt people? Yes. But we do it legally. And we are supposed to do, our best not to hurt them beyond what it takes to take them down or get them to turn themselves in. The cat-human said, carefully watching Izuku. Cautiously. Why do you humans care so much about laws and rules and legality? Isn't all that matters that they stop hurting people? Mentally Sansa grimaced. He hadn't meant to get into a morality debate with a 10-year-old about laws. But maybe it would help convince Peak that vigilantism was not good. Doesn't your cat family have any rules? Well, yes, but they all make sense. Your rules don't. Izuku said childishly. What are your rules? The cat-human pried. Izuku nearly told him to go lick a diseased rat but caught himself in time. If he wanted to get the slip on them or get them to bring him back towards his family, he needed to be agreeable and get their guards down. Well, when I was little we weren't supposed to leave the box without Autumn because otherwise we might get eaten or kidnapped. That makes sense. And now we share food with each other when one doesn't get enough food for the day, though that's more of an unspoken rule. Don't die? Don't kill each other. They all make sense. Tell me how your rules make sense. The cat-human ignored his pointed question and kept talking. Those rules are for your family and your protection, right? Well, that's what the laws are for. Laws against quirk usage, laws against fighting, laws against wielding weapons in public, laws against vigilantism. If we let one person with no bad intentions do what they want, it gives ammo for a less good person to defend themselves with. Well, you let that person use their quirk to take a purse snatcher down. All I'm doing is using my quirk to have some fun. You see? Maybe one day we will have more targeted and specialized laws, but that day is not today. In this age we're lucky to have the 3-strike system for vigilantism and other more victimless crimes. You're lucky in this way, Peak. Please don't throw it away. Even if you don't understand all the laws due to language barriers, you cannot run around doing what you want. That is not how it works. Well, that's stupid, Izuku announced. The cat-human made a face and sighed heavily. Yes, I get it, but do you understand? You commit one more act of vigilantism and you're done. You'll be in jail. Do you know what jail is? Yeah. It's a place you put criminals. Why should I have to go there? Izuku crossed his arms. Because you're breaking the law. If you do this again and go to jail, then you can't see your cat family again. The cat-human tacked the last sentence on as if he thought it would mean more. It did. What? That's not fair. It's the Mons criminals who are doing bad things. I'm stopping them from taking any kids' families ever again on my watch. Do you not care about your human kittens? We do. But you're doing this in the wrong way. Izuku hissed at him, when suddenly the cat-human held a hand up, interrupting him. He looked over to the rest of the humans who'd been watching this in stunned and slightly concerned silence. If you'll listen, we have a proposition for you to still help in a few years. Izuku tilted his head and nodded. Fine. I'll listen. But remember your side of the deal. He added on with a snap. Of course. Now, this has already been discussed, but we will need your input. And possibly your guardians if you have a human or intelligent being's approval. At this point you'll have a few options. You can either go back to a foster family like Azumika's. More guarded. You could spend life as a civilian or apply for a hero school when you are old enough to. The other option is being more permanently fostered by a pro-hero. This will be your only option if you run away again but don't get to the point of committing another act of vigilantism. In this case, you could eventually be personally mentored to become a hero when you are old enough to. Again, like the first option, if you don't want to be a hero, you will not have to. This one is more if you feel like you are threatened or in danger. There is a third option, but I seriously doubt you will want to hear it, much less do it. Izuku blinked as he thought through these options. It kind of felt like they all mostly led to similar things, but it was still good to have options. So, Are you saying if I am fostered by a hero, I could protect weak humans from emo criminals? You could for both, but I will say that if you are mentored by the right hero, it will be easier to become one. Which hero would foster me? Izuku asked, gnawing on his cheek. He wanted to choose this option, but it almost felt like he should act more indecisive, or like he was thinking at least. Eraserhead is the current option. We have 2 potential others, but we have not asked them yet. However, since you've interacted with Eraserhead before, we figured it would be a good start. Would you be interested in trying this out? Izuku frowned, tapping his claw on the bed. Then he looked up to the cat human. Who's Eraserhead? This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. The characters and original story of My Hero Academia belongs to Horikoshi. If you are hearing this FIC on a website other than AO3, then it is stolen. Okay, you couldn't blame him for not knowing Wormneck's name. Or as the humans called him, Eraserhead. Izuku didn't really see how that name fit him, but maybe it would make sense eventually. Right now he was trailing in mild nervousness after Eraserhead, Sansa, who'd corrected him and given him everyone's names when he'd called him Cat Human, and Yoshida. She'd smiled kindly at him, and Izuku couldn't help but feel almost immediately she was a legitimately nice human. So he stuck near her while the humans took him around the hospital to get tests done. According to Sansa, they were to see how his quirk exactly functioned and negative side effects, since the extent Izuku could give him was that sometimes when he was a cat for too long after he was really tired recently, he would get itchy and then burn. Which was not what they seemed to want, judging by the concerned look Eraserhead and Yoshida gave him after that confession was translated. Honestly, the tests weren't that bad. The worst one was the one with a needle, where they took some blood to find any potential living relatives, check for health issues, and find specific quirk factors. Finally, after what felt like ages, but was probably more like 3 hours, they finished the tests, and Sansa, Eraserhead, and Yoshida guided him to a room and gestured at him to sit down. He did after staring at Sansa for a bit. Eventually he got tired, which was the only reason he listened, of course. We're going to tell you something that you're not going to like, okay? Can you handle it right now, or do you need to rest for a few hours first? I can do it now, Izuku responded cautiously. Alright. You are not a cat, Sansa immediately said, cutting straight to the chase. Whatever it was. Izuku frowned, his stomach starting to churn uncomfortably. What? Yes, I am? No. You were born human. Do you remember any of your childhood before you became a cat? Yes, I had a human family, but that doesn't mean I am human. Have you ever heard the name Izuku Midoriya? Sansa chose to say. Izuku's eyes widened. How? How did he know one of his names? The one he used the most to refer to himself, but never used to describe himself as. Midoriya was less familiar, but it still faintly reminded him of something. Yes. Izuku is a my name. Sometimes. Sansa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, sometimes? I use peek outside. But don't change the subject. Why are you saying my name with that name to go with it? Because it was your name. Sansa dug in his coat pocket and pulled a photo out. Izuku looked at it and his breath caught. The white-haired human and green-haired human adults caught his eye for a brief second, but what truly drew him in was the human kitten grinning ear to ear between the two. It almost looked like him as a human, but without any white flecks in his fur or feline features. What is this? He demanded, grabbing the photo from Sansa's hand. He let him. It's you with your mom and dad at the age of 3, nearly. It's one of the last photos remaining with all 3 of you in it. But I don't understand. I'm human in this? What? Is this a joke? He screeched, crumpling the photo with one hand. You are human. You have a cat quirk that seemingly evolved right after the traumatic experience where you lost your family members. I know this is hard. Izuku shook. Of course he somewhat knew he wasn't a real cat, but being an actual human? That was almost worse than just being the in-between not cat he was. Humans hurt. They stole. But not all of them did. He'd seen many nice humans, both to him and to other humans. But why did some attack? But then how can I be a cat? Izuku desperately argued. He knew he was human now. There wasn't a reason to lie, was there? But he so badly wanted to remain a real cat even if it was solely in his head. To really be one like his family. It's your quirk. Do you know what a quirk is? Izuku frowned as he reluctantly nodded. He did know the basic concept. You have a cat quirk, Midoriya. Sansa calmly said. Izuku twitched at the name. Oddly enough, he wasn't too angry at the usage of it. In fact, he almost preferred Sansa calling him Midoriya instead of Peak. It felt less odd. For some reason. He didn't have long to mull over it as Sansa had started to say something else. Izuku interrupted him before he could even finish the first syllable. No. Shut up. You don't know anything. I don't know anything? Are you sure? With how defensive you are, it seems like you know you aren't a full cat. Izuku stiffened and opened his mouth to say or yell something he didn't know. But before he could, Sansa quickly pushed through. If you aren't a cat, is that really so bad? Izuku pursed his lips and glared at the ground. Of course he had to ask that question. Of course. Because as he thought about it, all the things he'd done as a human had been for the good of humans mainly. If he hated humans, so then why had he gone to help them? There were good humans, he knew this. He'd established it already. There were just some bad ones. Was that really the entire reason he didn't want to be human? Was it letting them win by refusing to accept it? He almost wanted to ask Sansa this, but he didn't want to show any weakness. He could be human. It didn't mean anything, did it? He was still a good cat, otherwise he would have been kicked from his family. He could be both human and cat. He looked at his hand, considering the short claws he'd extended in his anger. He took a deep breath and sighed in relief. He was a cat. And also human. But most importantly a cat. It didn't matter if he was actually human, he was still a cat. If that made sense. It made sense to him. A small amount of weight lifted from his chest as it felt better accepting this. Better than he'd felt for a while thinking about humanity. Had he known deep down he was human and refused to accept it? That sounded like him. Midoriya? Izuku twitched at the name. What? Are you okay? I am sorry, this must be a lot to learn about yourself. If you need, we can give you space before we finalize the paperwork for Eraserhead to take you in temporarily until we finalize things. I am fine. He answered shortly, still staring at the ground. He felt eyes boring into him, but he ignored them without as much as a twitch. This would take a bit to truly accept, he knew that. But he didn't need their help. What he needed was to find his family and talk about this and see what they thought about all of this. What they'd say. He already had a feeling, but it was always good to hear it from the source yourself. Okay then. Sansa got up, his knees cracking audibly, and walked away, towards the other humans. While he did this, Izuku thought back to the conversations he'd had referencing temporarily living with Eraserhead until they found his family. Living with Eraserhead, or Wormneck as Izuku still thought his name should be. This would certainly be an interesting experience. Wait. Then wouldn't that mean he'd see? Now he really couldn't wait. About 12 hours later, Izuku stood outside of Eraserhead's apartment as he dug in his pockets for the keys to unlock it. He glanced around the normal-appearing semi-long hall with 4 other doors along the wall on their side and 5 on the other. It was almost normal except for the fact it apparently had a fair few clowns heroes. That was the term they apparently preferred since clowns was considered rude. Which fair. But still, did they have to hate all his terms? The apartment door clicked open and Izuku's attention was drawn back to it as Eraserhead gestured him in. He walked in with barely a second of hesitation, immediately sniffing the air and looking all around for his brother. Eraserhead didn't seem too interested in him, so Izuku slipped off and searched the rooms. All the smells mixed together, making it very hard to discern where he was. He simply turned into a cat so he could get into all the harder to get into as a human spots and poked around. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find him. But he did find some cat beds, leftover cat food in the bowl, water, and a litter box which indicated his brother did still live here. Unless he'd just left. The faint traces of his brother's scent that didn't lead to him made this more probable. Eventually he gave up on looking for Cinder himself and turned back into a human to try and get an answer. He wandered through the apartment looking for him, eventually finding him sprawled out on the couch half asleep. Izuku didn't hesitate before he started jabbing him with his finger to wake him up. Eraserhead woke up quickly and grumpily. "What?" he grumbled, sitting himself up slightly. Izuku scrunched his nose up as he tried to find the right words. "Cat," he decided on. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. "Cat? What does that mean?" Izuku put together what he believed he meant before pointing at the cat tree in the living room he'd checked in 3 times. "Cat that was here." He gestured all around the apartment. Eraserhead sat up and watched him, not glancing at what he gestured towards. "The cat? He is at one of my friends' homes until you settle in." "Why? What did he say?" "What?" Izuku said, staring at Eraserhead grumpily. Eraserhead sighed quietly under his breath as if it wasn't meant for him. It didn't seem rude, just that he was trying to change his words to something for some reason. "Hiro is not here right now. He will be back." "That okay?" That was somewhat more understandable. Izuku turned around and walked away. Well, what was he supposed to do without his brother? Sit? Sleep? All of those sounded good, but he didn't know if they were all available. He also really didn't want to sleep where they could find him. Right now. Unless. He walked out of Eraserhead's field of vision and turned into a cat before hiding in the pile of blankets left in the corner of the hall room. Eraserhead had found out about his cat form, but he probably wasn't going to put it together where he would be until Izuku was awake. How did he even lose a child within an hour of them being in his home? Izuku or Peak or Hisser or whichever of the names he preferred. According to Sansa, he seemed a bit annoyed at them calling him Peak, but that could just have been him being annoyed at the questions, was nowhere to be found. He checked in all the rooms, even his room, which he knew for a fact was locked securely, due to all the weapons he kept as backups or precautions that he hadn't removed from his home and put in his agency yet, though they were hidden, twice over. He took a deep breath. It had only been about 20 minutes since he'd last seen him, and all the windows and the door were intact and not touched at all. Izuku had to still be in the apartment somewhere. He just had to actually find him. Something clicked in his mind as he moved the couch to see if he was back there. Cat Quirk. Transformative Cat Quirk. He demonstrated. There was a chance, a good chance even, that Izuku was using his quirk and somewhere only cats can go. Usually when he couldn't find Hiro, he would shake a bag of cat food or open a can of tuna, but since he didn't know what could be used to draw Izuku out without wasting a bunch of food that was out of the window for now. Instead he started looking in the cat trees and under beds or in cabinets. Still he couldn't find the child. He took a breath in. Think rationally. What would he do if he was in Izuku's shoes in this situation? Yes, probably hide, but where? He walked back towards the hallway with the 3 bedrooms and looked around. Something caught his eye and he quickly turned to it. A pile of Hisashi's clothes, probably from the last trip to the laundry machine, left in a pile on the ground. His eye twitched in annoyance at the mess, but that wasn't what concerned him right now. No, it was the light gray fluffy tail that could only belong to Izuku. He took a deep breath in relief and went to check on his ward. As soon as he carefully moved the hoodie off Izuku, he jolted awake. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was human again and sitting upright, glaring at Aizawa for daring to interrupt his sleep. "Just making sure you were alive," Aizawa explained, not expecting him to fully understand everything he'd said. Izuku sniffed and stood up, crossing his arms defensively, his teeth slightly bared at him. Aizawa backed off, raising his hands in mock surrender. "What?" Izuku said loudly. Aizawa tilted his head. What might he need? Had he eaten today? "Are you hungry? Do you want food?" he asked him. Izuku paused for a few seconds before somewhat reluctantly nodding. Aizawa nodded to himself and got up and walked to the kitchen. What might he like? "No seafood for now, just in case." "Chicken would probably be fine, right?" "Yeah." He would make chicken. Izuku watched Aizawa walk off, frowning in confusion. He was not really what Izuku had expected. He wasn't sure what he had expected, but not this. Maybe a lot more hovering, like when he'd just woken him up. But he had left him alone quickly. In fact, he was now getting food for him. Maybe. He was pretty sure that was what was happening unless he'd mistranslated something in his head. He didn't think so though. Izuku followed Aizawa's trail to the kitchen and hovered in the doorway, watching Aizawa taking some kind of bird out of the cold box. Izuku wasn't sure what it was since it was already skinned. To test it, he walked up and grabbed one of the legs. Aizawa made an odd sound as Izuku brought it to his mouth before Aizawa caught his wrist. Izuku flinched at the sudden movement and dropped the bird leg onto the floor guiltily. Aizawa suddenly frowned like he'd eaten a rotten fish and let go of his wrist. Sorry. Don't eat raw meat. It could have diseases. Don't eat something? The tone of voice sounded more warning rather than accusatory, which implied he hadn't done something Eraserhead hated, rather something he didn't think was safe. Interesting. Izuku backed off when suddenly Eraserhead looked at him again. Wash your hands. What? Izuku continued walking away. Stop. Eraserhead suddenly and loudly barked out. Izuku flinched and spun around before sprinting off. Wait, Izuku. Eraserhead started, but Izuku didn't listen and instead ran and hid behind the couch. Why did he ever try and listen to these stupid humans and do what they want? This was stupid. Cinder wasn't even here. He was so done with this. He was done. He never should have let himself get caught, and he definitely shouldn't have followed Eraserhead, a clown and a human. This was all a mistake. Stupid mistakes. This was stupid, they were stupid, he was stupid. His body shook as he started to cry quietly. Of course. It had to be here with this human. He shows weakness. Well, he couldn't cry as a cat. It was useful to bottle up tears. Of course he couldn't do anything about the shaking. Which was fine. As long as Eraserhead didn't find him, he was fine and safe. He'd figure things out later. He was fully aware he was gripping at false platitudes and pushing things down to calm himself down, but it helped and it wasn't hurting anyone, right? It was fine. It was fine. Aizawa had really messed up. He knew that the kid didn't speak Japanese well. He should have kept a calm tone. Worst case, the kid would have likely only gotten food poisoning, which he could have taken him to the hospital for. He didn't need to freak out so much, especially since the kid had likely mostly been eating freshly killed prey for much of his life. He turned the oven off, moving the remaining chicken away from the edge before he carefully followed where Izuku had ran away to. Should he try and fix this now or let him calm down? First, which would be safer for Izuku? Which would stress him out the least? He was really not cut out for parenting, was he? He should have had Hisashi stay rather than have him leave so there weren't too many people crowding Izuku. He was much better with little kids than Aizawa had really ever been. Or had needed to be. Something he planned to fix, especially now he had semi-temporary guardianship of a younger child. He walked into the living room and listened to hear if Izuku was hiding somewhere in here. A quiet sniff drew his attention. It was from behind the sofa, which had been moved slightly forwards. To fit Izuku behind it probably. He cautiously approached before looking behind it. There was no Izuku but instead the light grayish-colored cat he'd seen in the apartment before. So Izuku's cat form. Did this happen during episodes of Strong Emotions? Purposefully or accidentally? He shook his head. That didn't really matter right now. He crouched down next to the sofa before leaning on the wall. The cat shook slightly with fear but hadn't seemed to notice him. He almost wanted to reach out and comfort him, but that was never a good idea with cats. Besides, he was never good with physical comfort. Instead, he would give Izuku some space while staying near if the situation became worse, or Izuku needed him suddenly, or any of the dozen other reasons floating through his mind. He took a breath and glanced over towards Izuku, who didn't look any calmer than before and still hadn't noticed him, despite the fact he was literally in front of him. Concerning. He waited for almost 10 minutes for Izuku to calm down. He wasn't sure whether he had noticed him in that time frame, but if he hadn't, he didn't want to freak him out by reaching out now. Izuku lifted his head up, looking back at Aizawa without much surprise. So he'd known he was here, huh? Aizawa breathed in. Now, he needed to apologize for his mistake. I am very sorry, Izuku. I shouldn't have gotten loud. He looked to Izuku to see if he seemed to understand or at least get the gist. He did seem to, thankfully. I need to cook first. Then you can take. He firmly told Izuku. Izuku blinked at him and sighed, which Aizawa took as confirmation. Perfect. As he walked back, he texted Hisashi asking him to return tomorrow at about lunchtime. Hopefully Hisashi and Izuku would get along. Both had slight issues with the other's work, though of course he knew Hisashi had mostly gotten over Izuku's previous activities due to his age and human ineptitude. Izuku, however, didn't seem to like many people, heroes or villains. It would be interesting to see how it went. Aizawa really hoped that they would get along. Izuku decided that humans were very odd. First worm. Oops, no, Eraserhead had warned him off, then yelled something at him that now that he thought about it might have been a warning rather than a threat, then went and awkwardly sat near him while he'd been upset as if comforting him from a distance. Izuku hadn't hated it, but it was weird. It was almost like Eraserhead didn't know what to do. He stayed sitting behind the couch really wishing Cinder was here. He'd probably mock him for freaking out over a silly human thing, but Izuku really needed a distraction. He missed his family. He even sort of missed Weaselpaw and Adderpaw still. It was odd. He hoped they were well. Time to eat. Aizawa called from the room and Izuku startled, realizing he'd been sitting here for a while. He could smell the cooked food scent wafting around and he sprung to his feet before trotting out towards the food room. The one-legged chicken was steaming and he tilted his head as he sniffed the air happily. He hadn't had chicken for ages, since he was 6 or 7 and stole chicken from a food stand. It was not one of his proudest moments, and believe him, he got reamed by Autumn for his idiotic action. He missed her. He missed all his siblings, though they got on his nerves a lot. He shook his head to clear his mind of those disheartening thoughts and looked at the chicken Aizawa had set aside for him. The remaining chicken leg was on a small circular table and he sighed in disbelief. They'd tried to have him use one of those when he was in the hospital before, though when he knocked the food off and onto the floor they weren't upset. He was terrible with using them. He kept forgetting not to slam his hand down near the food and had sent his food catapulting across the room twice. Well, the first time was an accident. Anyways, he sighed under his breath as he leaned towards the chicken to sniff it. This won't be an every night thing. Understand? Aizawa said. Izuku looked up at him and frowned. This was happening a lot. He furrowed his brow as he put the 3 more unfamiliar words together with context. So this would not happen every night? He figured. Rarely did Peak and his family eat the same species more than a couple times in a row. For one, they did not want to risk running any local populations down too much and have to move or expand their hunting range, and for another, Sunlight and Nemophila were very picky. Yes. Okay. He confirmed before reaching to take the chicken. Aizawa didn't stop him this time, and so he grabbed the chicken off the plate, dropping it once, a bit surprised by the heat, before readjusting his grip and taking it to the hall where he'd slept before. The hall smelled strongly of cinder, as if he hung out here a lot. He curled up, the chicken held above his lap as he started eating. It tasted delicious, but it had way more flavor than he was expecting, and he curled his upper lip. While he ate, his thoughts floated back to his family. This apartment was not super far from where he lived. It was about a 12-hour walk at a slow pace with an injured leg. If he managed to escape soon, he could definitely walk, and it would probably take more like 8 hours at most. But he'd have to be smart about it. From Sansa's warning, he couldn't ever get caught again. Maybe he would just have to not fight monsters ever again. Autumn would probably be happy about it. And he could survive. He would just stop changing back into a human and stay a cat forever. Though the CL heroes and police officers had seen him as a cat now, he was not exactly a super distinct cat. It was unlikely he'd be recognized by most people if he stayed as a cat from now on, and if he was recognized, he was good at outrunning angry humans as a cat. It wouldn't be too different, huh? But he had to wait to convince Cinder this time. He couldn't let his anger get a hold of him like last time. Maybe he could convince Cinder to just come back for a short while. If he saw all of his family, maybe he'd change his mind about leaving them forever. And even if he decided to return, it would probably do good for the rest of them to see Cinder again. But that wouldn't happen. He was sure Cinder was just nervous about seeing the rest of his family after. Sort of abandoned them. He nodded firmly to himself, his mental agenda already planned out. Convince Cinder to come back to the box with him. Sneak out with Cinder and go back to the box. Stay out of humans' business as much as possible. If it was true what they told him, Then if he was caught again for fighting a monster, then it would be far, far harder to find his way back to the box, if he was even able to. He tapped the floor thoughtfully and looked around the hall and the rest of the rooms that he could see from here. There were quite a few windows that he potentially could try and break out of, but waiting for an opportunity when Izuku forgot to lock the door would probably be easier. Or figuring out how to pick locks. He'd noticed the style of door handle had changed since the last time he'd been here, whether that was because of the guy robbing Eraserhead or Izuku having a new residence here. Izuku's teeth scraped against the bone and he glanced at the chicken. There was nothing remaining, he'd seemed to have stripped it bare while thinking. Faint tooth marks were visible. He spun the bone around looking for any remaining meat before giving up. Then he glanced around. Was he supposed to put it somewhere? Autumn did not want remaining parts of prey anywhere near their box for fear of predators or scavengers sticking their nose where they weren't wanted. But it seemed like this entire apartment was a part of Izuku's home. He mused over the problem. Though he had some feelings about Izuku, a lot of which were rather rude, he didn't want to draw unwanted attention to his home. He stood up, the bone loosely held in his hand as he wandered to the food room. He nearly tripped over a box and yelped, glaring at the offending object. Which kind of smelled? He pried the opening open and saw chunks of remnants of food remaining. Huh. Was it that easy? Guess humans didn't care about having scraps remaining in their homes. Silly. He tossed the bone in before running off again. If what Izuku had said was correct, then Cinder would be back tomorrow and he could begin convincing him to return, however briefly as it may be. His tail lashed in excitement as he thought in excitement. Finally they could all reunite. This FIC belongs to Wingsofadragon. If you are reading this on Wattpad or YouTube or any other site, it is stolen. Cinder was mad. His humans had decided to make him leave the home with the one named Hisashi and stay with the purple woman. Not fair. Why did he get to get kicked out of his house just because his human family decided they needed a new cat or something? Cinder briefly thought back to the conversations he'd heard the humans having before about this cat named Izuku. The name seemed kind of familiar, like someone important had said it once or twice a long time ago. But for the life of him he couldn't put his paw on it. But back to the topic of Izuku and why were all human names odd? His one human name was Hiro, which didn't even sound like a cool name for him, and both the humans were named only 3 times over. How could Cinder brag about how many names he had if everyone insisted on only giving him one? And now Izuku with only one name as well? So weird. He briefly wondered how his siblings or mother would react to Izuku. To be honest, from what brief things he'd caught on to, because yes, he actually could speak human somewhat well, unlike Peak, who somehow didn't speak a lick of it, despite chasing and getting chased by humans all night. Honestly, it seemed like Peak had just intentionally refusing to learn. He wasn't stupid. Most of the time anyways. Izuku kinda seemed like Peak. Just as reckless and naughty. So can this kid open doors or anything? Sort of. It depends on the door and whether it is locked or not. Frankly, we should be more concerned about the windows. They should be better reinforced after that weird robber came in a few months ago. Cinder heard a snort and Izuku responded to Hisashi. Yeah, I remember. The robber who lost to 2 cats. One tiny and one fat. Cinder hissed in displeasure at the name calling of him and unintentionally his brother. Only he and his siblings got to mock Peak for being a tiny little rat. Also, he wasn't fat. In fact, they made him go on this stupid diet. For no reason. He was starving. They never fed him. Except in the morning and evening. See? Never. Anyways, after he finished bristling, he tuned back into the conversation, which had moved away from cats and back to Izuku. Still, that name was oddly familiar. Like it had been mentioned? Well, they couldn't have been anyone important if he didn't remember. Hey Hiro. The purple woman cooed, stroking the top of his head with a finger. You've been staring at that wall for a while? Mad Shota and Zashi made you stay with your Aunt Namuri? Cinder huffed at her. How dare they kick him out of his own home? So unfair. Ah, you grumpy baby? Don't worry, Zash'll be taking you back now. Cinder perked up. Great. He could now reclaim his home from this Izuku, who's probably getting his scent everywhere. Alrighty, up now. Before Cinder could even mew in protest, she'd picked him up and put him in the soft carrier. Thanks, Nem. I'll be right back. Shota said it's been going well so far. Let's hope they get along. You jinxed it. Nemuri said in a teasing voice. Cinder heard a scoff. Ha. Hilarious. I am. Break a leg, anyways. Cinder was getting rather nervous to meet Izuku now. Thanks, stupid human.